What is up, Flannelverse? We are here with our final marathon stream of this best ball drafting season. Have 7 remaining BBMs to stream to get to my goal of 150 streamed BBMs, to be the oldest person to ever stream 150 Best Ball Mania drafts in one season. The plan is to do 6 today and then a final one tomorrow with Pete Overzet, the only other person who has streamed all 150. That is the plan, but we are going to be monitoring the fill rate very closely of BBM. I'm getting a little bit nervous. Feels like it's picking up pretty quickly. So hopefully you guys will monitor that with me. Let me know if it gets too close to fill in, and I'll just have to jump in without Pete. But today, have 3 great guests with me. We're going to start off with the biggest ball knower, the GOAT, Scott Barrett, going to join me to start here. After Scott, Emo Cowboy Tyler is going to join, and then finally Ryan Hodge is going to join at the end of the stream. So 3 great guests to keep me company throughout this marathon stream. We're going to get after it. Let's go. Scott Barrett, my co-host on Outside the Box every Saturday, the most popular show that I've ever done, the show that has gotten the best feedback every single time we stream. People reach out and say, "Oh my God, this is the best show, the only show I watch every week." It has been, I've never experienced anything like it. I've done tons and tons of content. It is the only show that consistently people are like, "This is the only show I need to watch this week." People throughout the offseason have asked me, "Are we going to be doing Outside the Box again?" And I think the majority of credit for that goes to my friend Scott Barrett, who is, like I said, the GOAT ball knower, just one of the smartest guys I know. Super excited to be doing Outside the Box with Scott again. But first, very excited to start doing some more best balls with Scott today. Scott, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I think you deserve more credit because I hate doing audio, video content, and it never does nearly as well. I don't know. You just bring out the best in me. And this is the show that's been smashing all off season. It's, are you guys doing Outside the Box? And we're like, yeah. And then they're like, oh, that's amazing. I'm no longer going to divorce my wife. You saved my life.
Yes,
I was on a bridge. I was ready to jump. And now I'm walking back down.
Well, the reason I give you credit is because I do tons of audio visual content, and none of it does anywhere close to as well as Outside the Box. But we have fun together. I think that
right.
is part of it. We both really enjoy working together.
Look forward to it every week, and like that's usually I'm dreading audio video content.
Yeah, it's always a good time. Looking forward to getting started a week from Saturday. So we are getting pretty damn close. We're going to jump into a draft, though. We're going to get 6 drafts done today, hopefully in about 5 hours, because I do have 3 fantasy football drafts tonight. So I'm going to have Scott on speed dial tonight for my 3 season-long fantasy drafts as well. We're going to jump in here, though. Let's take a look at what is the fill rate at. So I might have to take notes of where the fill rate is at by the hour. So we're at 3 Eastern right now, 2 Central. The fill rate of BBM is 94.1 as we jump into this one. If it starts getting to like 0.3% per hour, I'm going to start getting nervous. If it starts getting to 0.4% per hour, I think I'm going to have to just, stream it without Pete later. Make sure I get all 150 in on streams. But we'll see. Hoping I'll be able to save that last bullet for tomorrow morning with Pete. All right, if you guys want to draft with us, there are still spots left in this one. Scott, have there been any big news items that have changed your way of thinking over the past week? Players that you like a lot better. Are you a Jordan Mason slappy, samaje perine?
Yeah, Mason's nice. Samaje, Jaleel McLaughlin is nice, very nice. Don't let me forget about him because I know he goes super late.
I see what you did, Scott. All right, this will be fun. Are you gonna? I mean, what's gonna? Do I give you equity? And we're not gonna tell people who you are in this draft. But do I give you equity?
I have to double dip here, right? It's only fair. I guess it depends on how much I help you out or if I'm actively sabotaging you. Because if you don't know, I wouldn't give you the handle, but one of these teams in this draft is me. I'm surprised you noticed it immediately.
Every time I look at who else is in this draft with me, and of course I know your username very well. So
Is this the first time we've done one? Probably. I've only done like 30 teams, so probably.
I
I
think
thought I was gonna
we
do 250. Wait, well, that's the max? 250 or 150?
150.
I thought I was gonna do 150, but I don't think there's enough time.
Just jump in a bunch of slows, and they're going to be like a 1 hour clock. But if you jump in a bunch of slows now, it'll be like you're just. I mean, one day of work, you'll get your 150 done.
Yeah, yeah. And how's your exposure? Are you at perfectly 8.3% everywhere?
I'm getting there. I'm getting close to 8.3. So that is the big goal, is to have exactly 8.3% of every player. I'm pretty damn close.
Yeah. What a huge edge to separate you from the rest of the field with your perfect 8.3%.
I can't believe you're drafting against me. I mean, I come to you for these player takes, and you're just gonna like throw names at me that you hate. It's gonna be awful.
No, I'm not going to do a good job here because with my own team, because I'm going to be focused on the live stream, delivering good content to your listeners. I did a live radio spot yesterday and tried to draft alongside, and I got auto picked 4 times. So that's probably going to happen again.
Yeah, that is brutal. That's where you ended up with 4 quarterbacks, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it just made no sense. I took Josh Allen early, and then I ended up taking Bryce Young and Bo Nix late, and somewhere in between. They were all auto picks.
I mean, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, both here for me.
Yeah, I'd take Jefferson.
Yeah. Are we? How worried are you about Jamar Chase right now?
I'm worried, but I mean, like, even without that, I would have Jefferson ahead.
Okay, sweet.
But I should have sabotaged you, is what I should have done.
Should have sabotaged me. But yeah, I'm pretty psyched to get J Jets at 108. I'll take that all day.
He's your boy too.
He is. Yes.
You're a Vikings fan.
There we go.
Look at that.
I've got a couple Vikings hats. I don't have.
What hat are you wearing now?
This is a hat that I found in a golf like simulation shop up North Minnesota. We saw it's a guy.
Oh, I see it. Oh, is that
It is. It's
Paul Bunyan?
Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox. Wow. But it's Paul Bunyan wearing a flannel was too perfect to not get that.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. All right. So we have Justin Jefferson. I feel like that. I'm probably not going to go Jalen Waddle. That's the one. Like I don't love the buy over. I feel like I've actually landed on that combo a lot, and it kind of runs into some issues for me when I go Jefferson.
I'd take Jalen Waddle here, and I'll tell you why in a second.
But I have that combo so many times.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then you can go Olave. You can go Debo. Hey, Brandon Ayuk. Situation up in the air.
Did we just get more news on it? Or
yeah, it's still up in the air, and it seems like there's no progress. And
should I go Achane instead of Debo? What do you think?
You can do that.
What's your preference?
But we typically go RB early too often when we stream together.
We do, yeah.
Like we kick ourselves.
Yep. Yeah, I like Debo there, especially with the Ayuk situation up in the air. Just hammering that feels pretty good.
Yeah, I think this could be like a super savvy move on the part of the 49ers. I'm sure it's not, but it could be like 4-dimensional chess here, because what are the contracts that you have to sift through? You have to sit through Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk, and then eventually Brock Purdy. So what do? Is you keep the stud wide receiver 1 out, the Hall of Fame left tackle out. Brock Purdy falls on his ass, sucks for the first 4 weeks. So you've just driven down his contract. You don't really need them in the short term because they're going to sleepwalk their way to either the number 1 seed or the number 2 seed. And like the longer that they hold out or getting fined and not collecting a paycheck, the more they're getting antsy and nervous. So I really think they're in the driver's seat, although it might not feel like it.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea that they're just like sabotaging their young quarterbacks to get them cheaper.
Do it. Yeah.
I mean, why not? Yeah. I mean, how would you rank the order of importance of those 3 players to the Niners?
Trent Williams by a landslide. Brock Purdy 2, Ayuk 3, but I'd personally be less inclined to pay Ayuk top money or pay Purdy top money than I would Ayuk. I just think like that's the whole thing is like Kyle Shanahan is a QB whisperer. He's cheap, so you build this stack team around him. Why not just trade him and try and find another diamond in the rough? Like you went to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo, who sucks. Purdy, I think, is good, but he was Mr. Irrelevant. And so you have leverage there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's an interesting situation. I keep on buying these, and you and I did it. I think that was the first time I did it on a stream. The Ayuk gets traded
That was
team.
great. Yeah.
Yeah, and it like, although Ricky Pearsall, I feel like I'm not even like confident in Ricky Pearsall if Ayuk gets traded at this point because he keeps getting hurt. Are you? How are you feeling about Pearsall these days?
No, that's the same thing. I kind of agree. Like
It's like
I
I
don't
was
know that.
super into it.
I think even if building an IU gets traded stack, I don't know how excited I'd be to take him at cost because he's going pretty high.
He's been falling a little bit, like so sometimes you see him go in like the 170s, and at that point I'm like, all right, I'll do that. I'm no longer like reaching to get him at 140 like I was for a little while.
Right.
Do you like any of the other tertiary receivers on the Niners, like Cowing or
No.
Juwan Jennings?
No, I think we have really good tertiary wide receivers going late now. You know, preseason really shook some things up for us, answered some questions. You got like Tim Patrick going to the Lions now, different stuff like that.
Yeah, true. Getting some followers. This is interesting drafting this time of year as opposed to a month ago where there are a lot
It's so
more
much softer.
casuals. Yeah.
Yeah. I bet Allen's ADP has been skyrocketing.
Yeah, up to 37. I think that is a bit of a move. I mean, Devonta Smith is my pick all day here.
Yeah.
Gives me another. Although probably is the AJ Brown drafter between me and my next pick? I don't know. Probably.
Oh, you're worried about that stack, huh?
Oh, I'm always worried about that stack. You know me. Yeah. I mean, you have to reach for Jalen Hurts if he wants him.
What if I just sabotaged you and
take Jalen Hurts?
Yeah.
That would be cruel. I would adjust though. I can adjust, take a different stack. I've got the Brock Purdy out. I've got the Sam Darnold out. It has been kind of nice getting all of the announcements about who is the starting quarterback to start the year and like having a little bit more clarity there. I mean, obviously, JJ McCarthy getting hurt make that easy for the Vikings. But like now, I feel like I could draft Gardner Minshew. Do you think that's crazy to draft some Gardner Minshew?
I mean, I don't think it's crazy. He's a guaranteed starter week 1.
Damn it. Jalen Hurts goes. I mean, that wasn't much of a reach.
Yeah. Who, Jeffrey Epstein took him from you?
Jeffrey Epstein, yeah.
Wow. Man, this guy's a real jerk, huh?
Many people say he was murdered, but in fact, he's still alive.
Oh, is that right?
I mean, clearly, he's drafting against us.
All right. Not a conspiracy, folks. Confirmed.
Yeah.
On stream. Where did Rashee Rice just went?
Rashee Rice did just go.
What was the cheapest because I didn't start drafting until like a month ago.
Like 8th round. I think I've seen him go in the 9th, maybe even 10th round. I feel like Laporta is pretty good here with Debo. We got a little week 17 correlation. I'm generally team McBride as my tight end one, but Laporta falling a little bit. I'll take the share there.
I'll allow it.
To get myself to that smooth 8.3%, you kind of sometimes have to take the falling values of players that you don't normally draft.
What's the softest room you've been in where you had like a bunch of idiots drafting, giving you insane value?
You mean like with site or like?
No, just like all off season of your 143. What was the softest? Does one stick out?
Honestly, not really. I would guess it has to be one over the past couple of days. I mean, this is the second time in the past this week at least that I've gotten Devonta Smith around here, which is much later than he usually goes. So I enjoy these ones. No, I know what it was. It was the one I was in a draft once, Scott, where I drafted first Josh Allen, fell way past ADP, and then somehow Dalton Kincaid fell back to me in the 5th round. Can you even imagine? Dalton Kincaid fell back to me in the 5th round in a draft where I had Josh Allen. I mean, that was easily the softest room. However, I was drafting with somebody who sabotaged my draft and would not allow me to draft Dalton Kincaid in that one. You're muted.
What an asshole. I do that every time.
What an asshole. Yeah.
Who was it? Who sabotaged you?
It was this guy, Scott Barrett.
Wow.
Yeah. Real jerk.
Yeah, maybe we should have taken him. I don't know. We got to look at that team again.
What we really should have done is after passing on Kincaid, we definitely should have taken, in my opinion, Khalil Shakir, who went 17. He fell to us 17 picks past ADP at a point where we had unstacked Josh Allen, and
Well, he
he would
was
not allow me.
rotating with Curtis Samuel
Yeah, it was
in the
before the Samuel
preseason,
injury.
so that didn't look like a great. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Kincaid probably, but again, Josh Allen could just, get there on rushing touchdowns and that stack not really be necessary.
Yeah. Who is your tight end one this year? Who
Reluctantly Kelsey.
Okay.
It's really tight. Like you look at my rankings and like people draft off my rank, but it's like if it were projections, they would all be like 0.1 fantasy points per game apart. And so I just rather get the cheapest guy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Who's where do you have the tier dying at tight end? Like the Ben Gretsch top 7 tight ends. Elite tight end.
I kind of feel like there's a tier break between McBride, Laporta, Kelsey, Andrews.
Yes,
I don't know
and then another tier.
Yeah, and then another tier that is Kincaid, Pitts, Kittle. Is there somebody else?
And then another tier.
Yeah, and then another tier that is Evan Ingram, Jake Ferguson,
Njoku.
And maybe Njoku and Bowers would be included in that tier.
Okay. Yeah, that seems about right. I might have Kincaid a little lower, but like crazy upside. So maybe it's different in this format.
Yeah, it's also sort of like I'm so tethered to underdog ADP. So like Kincaid kind of goes in that same range as Mark Andrews, but I still have him a tier below Mark Andrews.
Do you? I would take the ADP on Kirk, even if I don't like him as much as some of these other guys. He's just a full round ahead of everyone else.
Yeah. Did you see the clip of about Puka Nacua? It was I forget the name of the guy. I think somebody tweeted.
Greg Rosenthal.
Yes, Greg Rosenthal, who apparently is connected to Jordan Rodriguez and was saying that he is fading Puka right now. And I saw some speculation that might be kind of meaningful because he is, might have some inside info.
So I've never talked to Jordan Rodriguez. She doesn't follow me, but I have friends who are friends with her. They get lunch, they text and DM and all that stuff. And I don't know if he's getting this from her, but I'm getting it from him. And it was basically the same sentiment. And so if you look at my rankings, one of the hottest takes in there is I have Cooper Kupp wide receiver 8. Maybe that's more start sit focused, but wide receiver 8, and I have Puka a lot lower. So I think I have 0 shares of him in best ball.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for me because I have been on Puka the whole way. I've been buying the dip in the second round, just not that concerned about it. And now I think I need to lay off my Puka shares.
Yeah, I mean, no one really knows at the end of the day. And even if the thesis is right, all it takes is a Cooper Kupp injury and we're back to where we were last year.
Yeah, true. But that assumes Puka is healthy too. Like, I mean, I kind of get the sentiment that the dip is because they're concerned that Puka's just not going to be playing to start the year.
No, I think he plays week 1. Okay. But I also think it's not a good sign. He's already banged up. He's honestly might have like a worse injury history than Cooper Kupp dating back to college. I saw him at the Senior Bowl. He was electric week 1 and he suffered a concussion and then he was hurt every other year in college. Like that's why I missed on him as a prospect. I'm like career yards per route run. This guy looks elite. But like, why did he never run more than 50% of the team's routes in any given season? That was injury. I would take Joe Mixon here personally.
All right, I'll do it. Watson, I like from he correlates with Jefferson standpoint, but
who cares? He's just the best player.
So how into Joe Mixon are you? Because it's hard for me to get behind. Like I keep on hearing you ball knowers being super into Mixon. I think that
I'm not super into Mixon. It's just I think
He's a value here.
Houston could be the best offense in football this year. I think he can fall into the end zone a dozen times. I think, um, obviously the strength is the pass for this offense. But if you look back last year, they were more run heavy than pass heavy in like 60% of their games measured by pass rate over expectation. So they just never, and that's like with like horrible running backs. And now you make this big upgrade. You're talking about getting him the ball as a receiver and all this other stuff. I just think that's an easy pick, especially for your team, which didn't have a running back to that point.
Yeah, true.
Kenneth Walker, I would have been a little more excited about, but I think he went the pick before you.
Oh no, yeah, he went, yeah.
Maybe
the
even
round
earlier
earlier.
than that.
Yeah.
Oh, Deontay, maybe I was looking at.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see who falls back to pick 80. There might still be a solid wide receiver there. CJ Stroud coming up. Who do I have?
CJ Stroud has been falling. I mean,
yeah.
Anthony Richardson's still there, so it's a moot point. But like, look at where Kyler just went.
Oh yeah, interesting. And that's
I've been seeing that a lot lately.
Yeah, I mean, he's been falling for like at least a month because for a while CJ Stroud was like 50 something was the ADP, I think.
Are you ready for week 1, Neil? Week 1 DFS?
Not really, no. I'm as I was saying to Scott before we started, like I've been so like just streaming nonstop this week. I mean, I'm pretty ready. I've been talking football, thinking football the entire offseason, but like I have so much content that I need to prepare for. So I'm like tomorrow gonna finish my final best ball stream and then just like flip right away to prepping for my DFS content. I mean, I'm super pumped for DFS week 1, but I have a lot of prep left to do. How ready are you?
Not ready. Not ready. I will be though. Give me Monday, Tuesday. We're prepping for the launch of Ass.
I'm excited.
Really excited about that. Yeah, we just wrapped up the 3 articles. We're finishing tweaks in the data suite. I think we're going to keep that free for the first few weeks just to let everyone play around with it, get excited. But yeah, still on the fence about calling average separation score Ass or just shortening it to separation score.
No, it's got to be Ass at this point.
It's got to be Ass, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The problem is it's just like it legitimately might be the best stat ever. And so like, like an ESPN writer
calling it Ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is actually true.
That's all right. I can live with that. That trade-off, just so I get to say Ass constantly.
Yeah.
Are you an Ass man, Neil? Or are you
big time Ass man? Yeah.
Yeah, me too. That's my thing.
Jake shared a little bit of alpha that Rashad Bateman has a great Ass.
He does. I did question whether or not that was a scheme thing. I'll let you make your pick here. Yeah. Or do you know who it is?
Oh, that was painful. I could go JMO add on to my Detroit stack. Could also take Aaron Jones add on to my Minnesota stack. No, I'll do Detroit.
Have you experimented with like 2 elite tight end builds, or have you heard any studies talking about the efficacy?
I've done it a few times. I have not really. I don't think I've heard any studies about the efficacy. I don't love it. Depending on where you like draw that tier, like because I'll do it with like Bowers as my second tight end or Njoku, like around pick 100. But I don't do like the 4 that I mentioned or that we talked about being like that elite tier. I don't do 2 of that 4, but I'll do it if you include the later elite-ish tight ends.
Yeah, so I was a best ball junkie before it was cool. Back in the MFL 10 days, maybe like 8 years ago, I was drafting over 100 teams every year. I absolutely loved it. I was totally addicted to it. And so there's a lot of like really good high level content about it. And over some 2-year sample, I think this is back in maybe like the Jordan Reed, Greg Olson days. But it was the conclusion to that was that basically the optimal approach was drafting 2 tight ends within the first 7 rounds and then just being done with the position.
Interesting. Those are more cash gamey though, right? Like you're only playing with 12 people and that's it for the year.
Yeah. So just trying to beat one of 12, but I feel like theoretically it could even improve your upside, or it seems like an upside build.
Yeah.
Like because in this format, it's so important getting those onesie positions. Like you need a tight end who scores a touchdown.
Najee here.
I would take Ramondre or Palmer or Jaden Daniels.
All right, we're going Ramondre. The only issue that I have with Ramondre is I'm such a bye week bro that I see. Oh man, first of all, we already have I have 2 week 14 buys now, which I had not even noticed. But the bigger thing is a lot of the running backs that I like later also have the week 14 buy. You know, I like Brian Robinson. I like the Denver guys. So it becomes kind of an issue building later on when I take those early week 14. So I kind of just break the tie to the week 9 or guys with different bye weeks.
Oh, I don't know if this happens to you, but when I'm drafting on the app, it constantly just glitches. Like it's always either I'm on the clock or it's the person right in front of me. It just like goes down to 0 and then it just stays there for a minute and I'll get auto drafted because I don't know, I'm waiting for it to load or whatever. Does that happen to you?
Occasionally, yeah.
Yeah, that
Not
sucks.
often. Yeah.
I gotta put my AC up 1 second.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, where are we at?
I like to sleep with it like 66 degrees and then I'll be too cold in the morning and turn it off. And then 4 hours later, it's 76 degrees because it's Houston.
We my wife and I at our old apartment had an AC that would go down to 60, and that's what we would set it at night.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I thought I was extreme. That's intense.
Yeah, we moved into our new house and we like immediately had a whole new AC system put into the house because we like sleeping cold. So we put the AC in and it's like this high, spent a lot of money on it, whatever, and then learned that it only gets down as low as 64. And I like couldn't sleep for a week. I was too hot.
Wow.
Like it took me a while to adjust. I've adjusted now. 64 is totally fine. But yeah, it's I sleep like a baby like midwinter when it's freezing outside. We open the windows, have a comforter on. That is when I sleep my best.
You're like basically hibernating at 60 degrees. I feel like.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's great.
That's awesome.
Apparently super glitchy today, ATX says.
Probably because there's a lot of people drafting.
This I am the guy that says I've been taking more Chig based off your ass preview. Do we have concerns about Chig being in a timeshare with Wiley?
Oh yeah, he's dead.
Is he really?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm friends with one of the best Titans beat writers, and he was telling me months ago. He's like, I think Wiley's the guy, and just everything since then kind of backs that up. And it's also like he had a great opportunity last year, didn't do anything.
Is it to the point where you want to draft Wiley late or
no?
Okay.
Fuck all those guys.
All right, so I mean,
Ertz has been my guy. I really worry about.
Oh,
he
God.
probably gives you nothing in the second half, but I'm also taking a lot of TJ Hawkinson. So
I still remember. I think it was 2021 when I had my appendix out and I tweeted out that I had the epiphany while I was out that Zach Ertz was the guy, and people were like, "No, Zach Ertz is complete dust." This is 2021.
wow.
People were completely out on Zach Ertz at that point, and now we're still drafting him. It's kind of nuts. All right, good. None of these guys have the week 14 bye. If I want to take a running back, oh, I also see Purdy there. Oh, Purdy goes. Damn, that's an early Purdy pick. Who do you like better between Jonathan Brooks and Chase Brown? You're muted. I
What an
click back
asshole.
in. What an
Probably
asshole.
Brooks. Probably Brooks. And redraft, it's definitely Brooks, but best ball, a little trickier. Probably still Brooks.
I think Brooks definitely fits this team too, because I'm worried about the week 14 bye, but by then Brooks should be full go. So
yeah,
I think it makes sense on this one.
Was Romeo Dobbs a riser? I feel like 99.1 is early for
Oh
him.
yeah, I think that is a slight rise. Yeah.
I
Was
remember
it?
when you were tweeting about taking Dontavian Wicks in week 4 after a preseason touchdown.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Dontavian Wicks is my guy.
Yeah.
You're not in on Dontavian Wicks, right?
Not a cost, just because he's probably the wide receiver 4, but I think he's really good. Might only take an injury, but I don't really like to bet on that.
Yeah. He does go last of the Green Bay guys, at least.
Yeah, but I don't know. I guess best ball's the format to take those guys.
Yeah,
Still not
exactly.
super excited about them though.
Although he goes late enough in season long that I still think like he's a fine later pick. Not like a priority for me, but like you can kind of wait and see how they use him if he really is going to be the wide receiver 4. Wait and see if there's an injury to somebody ahead of him. I don't know.
Yeah.
By the way, I got to say it early. If you have not already subscribed to this channel, we're closing in on 2,000. The goal has always been get to 2,000 subs before the NFL season. It's a little bit of a reach goal at this point because I'm only picking up like 10 to 15 per day, and tomorrow is probably going to be my last stream before NFL season. So not sure if we're going to get there, but would appreciate the push. If any of you have not subscribed, if you would give me that sub, I would appreciate it. Of course, like the video, comment, all that stuff is great for the algo.
Yeah, and subscribe to the Fantasy Points YouTube channel. We just broke 10K today.
I saw that.
Yeah, big moves. That's where you're gonna watch Outside the Box. That's where you're gonna watch DFS Cage Match. Did you and Jake talk about that on stream yesterday?
We talked about it a little bit, yeah. Like you said, we still have to kind of figure out some of the details, so we didn't talk about it too in depth. But yeah, we're both very excited about the cage match. And of course, Outside the Box, yeah, definitely subscribe to the Fantasy Points channel, which you can search for it. Also, the link is in the description of this video. Gonna be worth your time for sure. All right, T-Law. Let's get a QB. I think I already have 5 wide receivers. So I feel like T-Law with Kirk makes some sense.
Yeah, you're right.
I like Shaheed, but I also have a lot of Shaheed.
Yeah.
He is. I forget sometimes that he is Scott's guy. Scott several times last year both predicted like this is going to be a Shaheed week, and then Shaheed went off. But also like I would bring him up like, is this a Shaheed week? And you would tell me not to draft him. And then you get like 3 fantasy points. So Scott was the Shaheed whisperer last year.
That's right. I love Shaheed because he had that like one big play. He came out of nowhere as like a UDFA. And he scored a touchdown, and I was just like, this dude's really fast. I'm just gonna draft the fuck out, or add him in all my dynasty leagues, and then I did. So I have him everywhere, and he's he's not like a world beater, but
yeah,
he's been useful.
Speaking of fast world beaters, another player, and I've already kind of leaked this on streams before, but you did give me another player with a great ass, Jalen Naylor, in a small sample size. Sounds like he has a great ass.
Yeah, let me pull up the ass article. I've got some great breakouts and sleepers. Ryan, Heath, and I just tag team this. We have like 40 dank stats and a list of sleepers and breakouts. Jalen Naylor is one. Trent Irwin is another. Hardcore, like I think he's locked in as the wide receiver 3, maybe for the whole year, and I think he's going to outscore what Tyler Boyd did.
Wait. You think Trenton Irwin is the wide receiver 3 for the whole year for the Bengals?
Yeah.
Please.
And that's what the beats are saying.
Take it back. Please take it back, Scott. I have so much Yoshivas and so much Jermaine Burton. I haven't even thought about Trenton Irwin.
I don't know if you watched the clip, but during the preseason game, they were talking about Jermaine Burton falling asleep in meetings.
Jesus. Yeah. That's
and that was concern. That's why he fell in the draft. Headache. Like, does he love football? Josh Downs is hardcore. Another one. Josh Palmer, big time. Brandon Cooks might be far and away the best. And T. Higgins is another one. Like I've been thinking about that with Lamb and Chase sitting out all off season. Like you have to think that gives Cooks and it gives Higgins an advantage. new OC for the Bengals, and more time to establish rapport and trust.
Yeah. Interesting. Man, I'm still shook from you suggesting that Trenton Irwin is the wide receiver 3 on the Bengals. That is going to be very bad for my bags.
The
I've been
hype's been
assuming
out
it's,
of control with him. It's been insane.
but like Yoshivas has also been like all of the coach speak has been good. All of the hype has been good. He, hired this private trainer, he and Chase Brown, and they've been looking great. I don't know, just it's
I
been
mean,
so much.
Burton's really good, and like cream rises to the top. But
No, I'm
I think,
talking Yoshivas, Andre
yeah,
Yoshivas.
I think he's good.
Okay.
Paul Denner, who's like easily the Bengals' best beat, said Ioshivas will soak up the majority of snaps in 11 personnel. He's earned the wide receiver 3 role. As for Burton, don't expect him to contribute anytime soon. They have tried him out as a returner to see if he could carve out a role there, but gave that up to someone else. There's just not enough trust in Burton right now to put him on the field for Burrow. He needs more time to build that in the coming months. So maybe in the second half, but
Wait,
still.
but where does Trenton Irwin fit in then? If they're talking about Yoshivas as the wide receiver 3.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, I thought you were saying that Trenton Irwin was wide receiver 3.
What did
Okay.
I say? Did I
You
say
said Trenton
Irwin?
Irwin, and that's why I
I'm
was
sorry. I
shocked.
meant Ioshivas. I do that
Okay,
constantly.
thank God. Okay.
I
That
do
is
that. I'm sorry. Yeah.
that is way better for me.
Ioshivas is a big time ass guy. Trent Irwin is
Okay.
ass.
Thank God. Thank God. You had me so nervous because I have most
You got to take Shaheed here,
Yoshivas.
by the way. But
Yeah, I'm doing it. Goff would have been the other one for me to consider there, but I was going to take him anyway. This guy is Amon-Ra. Yeah, I'm happy to get Shaheed there. Sadly, I can't. I mean, I could still take a late car if I go 3 quarterbacks, but I am being. It's going to be tough for me. I'm running out of quarterback options. Keep getting sniped.
oh, you need to do an article for the Thursday game, the season opener.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's going to be first order of business. Should be a fun one.
Showdown King.
Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, doing all of my written showdown work at Fantasy Points this year. And again, you can get 15% off any Fantasy Points product using promo code ORFIELD24, as you can see up on the screen. Yeah, I'm pumped. Let's see here.
Yeah, my underdog has been glitching out. It's also auto drafting players for me.
That's not great.
Yeah. Like guys who are not in my queue.
Is it doing that in this draft right now?
It is. It is. It just so happens to be doing that.
That seems unfortunate. So maybe we won't want to.
Or maybe I'm underestimating the pick clock. I don't think so, though.
Are you watching it on the screen? I mean, you should be live with me, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm doing. Maybe I'm on a slight delay on stream. I don't know.
But you shouldn't be. Like, I think
Right.
since you're in StreamYard, unless you're watching on YouTube, in which case it would be an issue. I should answer some of these questions. Oops. Okay. Yeah, I'm just reading our private chat. Yeah, I felt like there were some things I wanted to respond to up more. Whatever. I'm gonna skip to the bottom. This is number 144 for me. I'm gonna have 6 left after this one. 5 more today, 1 more tomorrow. Chargers waived Jarrett Patterson. That was kind of funny the way that all went down with like all the rumors were Kamani Vidal is gonna get cut. Jarrett Patterson's the running back 3, and it was just the opposite.
I got excited for a second just because I like Jordan. I like Patterson coming out. There was in his final season, there was a 2-game stretch where he had like 900 rushing yards and 15 touchdowns in like 2 games. Crazy.
What's up, Jeff? Is that the top guy? So is it the top guy at your rankings?
Yeah, by ADP. Yeah, it's been that guy who I didn't want and messed up my build, but alas.
Yeah, that's shitty. Make sure you're looking at your phone and not at the screen, I guess.
Oh, don't let me forget about Jaleel McLaughlin. I think he's coming up soon.
Yeah, you're not gonna have to worry about Jaleel McLaughlin.
All right.
Oh, maybe. I guess we'll see who else is there for me.
Dobbins is still there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess I can't do Jaleel McLaughlin because he is the week 14 by Puka Nacua to fully participate in practice Thursday.
Don't. Who cares?
I care, Scott. You know this. You know this about me. I'm a bye week bro.
And Ty Chandler was a mistake.
Are you not a Ty Chandler guy?
No. I'm expecting 2 drives and then 1 drive for Ty and then 2 more for Jones. But I mean, he is a guy who misses time.
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing. Like, he has some standalone value. He can score a touchdown with 1/3 of the action, but then on top of that, he has a lot of contingent value. Is the idea? I think Debro was also super out on Ty Chandler.
Yeah.
So both of you are out on him. That gives me some pause. Jaleel McLaughlin goes. I'm gonna take the share of Jordan Mason.
Wow.
Yeah, I just think the RB2 role for San Francisco is too good when it is, I think, pretty clear cut that he's the RB2. Like, just the contingent upside is incredible. Obviously not a lot of standalone value.
Right.
Yeah, the sidekick always wants me to take Matthew Stafford, even when I don't have any Rams.
Yeah, dude. So I am stuck on auto draft. It gives me 0 seconds on the clock, and it just takes either the guy in my queue or the guy in my ADP. Is there like a button I need to press?
Is there an airplane that you see on your phone?
Yeah.
So click that.
It says go on autopilot, and I say no, and then nothing changes.
Well, that's shitty.
Whatever. I don't even know what my team looks like, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean that's really shitty. Like, you're throwing $25 away.
Yep.
If you can't make your own picks.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm just a boomer. I have like the worst luck with anything that's not Excel and related to a computer. Bizarre.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. I do like these running backs, but I've got 5. Get my second tight end. Do you see that Jacoby Brissett is starting week 1?
I did. I actually had the scoop on that. I knew.
Oh, did you really?
Early in the morning, yeah.
By the way, about an hour before we started streaming, my fantasy football text group, I got somebody sent a tweet that was from Scott Barrett. I was like, funny. It's always funny seeing like my friends that my in real life friends are sharing tweets of my online friends.
Oh, that's sick.
It was, what was it? Here, I'll pull it up.
I have a friend who's an Uber driver in Denver, and like he's multiple times just like organically talked fantasy. He's like, oh, my buddy Scott Barrett is big on Twitter. And I love Scott Barrett. I've never once had that in my entire
really?
Where anyone recognized. No.
Oh, it was about your Panthers Bears tweet about the what the Panthers gave up.
Yeah, I love that. I tweet it out every month. Yeah. But yeah, Brett like walks around Michigan with like a fantasy point shirt, and like people like are in their car and they stop and they're like, I love fantasy points.
When are you guys going to send me some fantasy point swag?
Oh, whenever you want. You go to our store. I'm the fashion designer, so hopefully you like our options, and pick out a few things. Let me know your size, preferred color, and I'll get that shipped out to you.
Oh, hell yeah. I will do that.
All right. Don't let me forget.
I thought Scott was going to say, yeah, whenever you want, just buy it from the store. Sounded like it was going that way for a minute.
No, we got to get you coming correct on these shows.
That's right.
Although we don't have a flannel option yet. We need to make a flannel point shirt.
Agreed. Yeah, I have not launched my Flannelverse store. At some point I should. I hear it's like always basically a losing endeavor, like getting into the merch game, but Well, at least as far as selling it, but it's still like it's free advertising. I guess not free, but
Yeah.
what I mean.
Also, if you're interested, like for the folks at home, we make zero profit on it. So it's like as cheap as can be. It's really high quality. We tested a bunch out. We figured it's just like free advertising, and so many people asked for it. So, like zero profit on this, good cost. Yeah. So if you're interested, check that out. My wife is actually like an amazing fashion designer for real. Her sister studied at like the top fashion design school, and they talked about like doing that for us. So maybe we'll have that next year, and that'd be really sick.
Best Ball Clock says reset location. Scott, fixed my clock. I don't know if you can do it on your phone. Do you have that option? Do you have your internet turned on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. I have like I play a like mini golf game on my phone that I can't have my Wi-Fi on, and like it won't work if I have my Wi-Fi on, so I have to turn it off to play this stupid game. So sometimes I do turn it off.
The Ass Man, Rashad Bateman's still available.
Rashad Bateman is still available. Oh, he goes. All right. No longer.
No longer. Spoke too soon.
I guess I do have a couple options here. Maybe go Darnold.
Got to get to that 8.4%, bro.
Exactly. I'm low on Darnold. Got to draft a few more to get to 8.3.
I hate that. You have no idea how much I hate that.
I do know how much, and it gives me pleasure knowing how much you hate it.
Do we offer a really deep V-neck? I don't think so, but
you do have. I mean, the shirt you're wearing is kind of a deep neck, at least, not a V-neck.
No, yeah. What is this? A U-neck?
Yeah. Zach says if you win BBM, Neil, I imagine it will cause a big boom in drafters wearing flannel. I mean, at that point, I would definitely launch a flannel store, a flannelverse store.
You have to, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably going to anyway, but yeah, at that point, I would have all the money to just like get the nicest stuff.
If you do win, we'll give you a Godfather offer to launch a best ball product over at Fantasy Points.
Oh yeah, I would be all in on that. What if I win a puppy? Like, does it have to be BBM?
We've talked about this. No one cares.
That we have.
You finish third. No one cares.
Yeah.
You really just have to finish first out of 900,000 teams, and which is just the luck component to that is so insane.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll do my best. But what if so like most of my teams right now are shared teams with other people. So like if I win, my team wins with my username, but it's like a team that I drafted with JJ Zacharyson. Do I still get the Godfather offer?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Because it's still my name attached to it. It's my username.
Yeah. And you probably like quadruple in subs overnight.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Winning it. Yeah. Jake and I were talking last night. Jake has not done that many streams with me, but we go so long whenever he's a guest on this channel. I think that he has the most equity outside of myself, obviously, in my teams. I think he's been on 10 or 11, drafted 10 or 11 with me, which is kind of insane.
Wow. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, dude, you won $1 million already though. Like leave some for the rest of us.
I mean, that was DFS. It was taxed heavily. I had major law school debt. So, it's all gone. All that money's gone. Now I need to win another one.
Oh boy. All right. Well, yeah, the sense of urgency, time to focus, lock in. We're going to get there again.
Yeah, exactly. I'm so locked in right now.
It'd be sick if we did it in outside the box. I mean, like we made like what 30 teams total, and we had like 4 that finished in the top 0.01%.
Yeah, it was insane how well our teams did relative to the number that we drafted. Let's do it again this year. Let's draft some winners. Let's win one for real.
Yeah. Well, one of our subs won $1 million last year. We had a pretty insane year. I'm hoping the regression doesn't hit me too hard, but I was talking to JM I talked to Sean Siegel about this, who said he thinks our edge in redraft start sit is higher than ever because of the popularity of best ball, people like forgetting the different archetypes of the formats.
Yeah.
But also like ADP just getting stuck and like not really budging, creating like massive value. And I talked to JM last year, and we talked about how like Sims probably help improve the EV of the people who use it, but for more contrarian hand build players like us, it actually gives us an even better edge. And like we both had our best years by far last year.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. If you just kind of draft a different way than, kind of what the Sims like.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to get this ass man.
Oh, not Quentin Johnson, who ranked dead last in ass.
Did he really?
Yeah.
That is funny. Eagles versus Packers in Brazil, so they can't wear green because it's a gang color there, and they pick 2 of the 3 teams that wear green. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Not well thought out.
Oh boy. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm getting auto drafted everywhere. If you look at my team, you can see it.
Yep.
Whatever. It's $25. Dead team.
It is a dead team, probably. You scared me so much saying that Trenton Irwin was the wide receiver 3, and then it turns out like, oh, that's actually really good news for me if it's Yoshi, because I have pre-draft stuff. I was drafting the hell out of Yoshi. I've been backing on him very much recently. Yeah, I really like Naylor as a pick right now. Also,
yeah, he's one of the best. Did he go off the board already?
I took him.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Debro was not super into it. I think he was saying that he thinks like probably the best way to play it is just like get the alphas. He's also with you on Aaron Jones, very much into it. But I think I like Naylor. I think he's a solid pick. All right. Not going Justice Hill. What do you think of Cam Akers?
I think he's interesting, legitimately.
Oh, I have Mixon though, so I guess I don't want him here.
No.
Kendre? Is he there? Shit.
Yeah.
Oh, he was. I missed it. Malachi
Corley. You get auto drafted.
I did. Yeah, that was my own fault though. I was trying to find Kendre and he was not where I expected him to be. Yeah, I took my first Cam Akers share yesterday. Yeah, on a non-Mixon team, I probably would have taken him there. Oh, all right. So that was number 144. Number 144. Wow. So feeling good. Gonna jump into another one. Should we wait? I guess we should wait until everybody else is done.
Yeah.
I've stopped doing like team reviews. Like for most of the summer, I was like, I'm gonna review my team. Anybody else who's in chat, if you want me to review yours. But now I'm like, I just got to get these things done. Like I don't have the time to do it. Trying to do, more than one per hour.
I'm gonna order Uber Eats.
Nice.
And we'll do one more.
Sounds good. Yep. I've got Emo Cowboy joining me in an hour, so that'll be a good time. And you check out. He'll check in.
Nice. Yeah, karma for me trying to compete against you. I wanted to see your reaction, really.
Yeah, I mean I caught it right away. You probably thought it was going to take me half the draft before I noticed.
Yeah, I really did.
Yeah. Are you in any slow drafts right now?
No, I haven't done a single one. I don't want to fucking mess up my sleep schedule with that.
Yeah, it's they do an overnight like break pause, but I still wake up to some auto draft teams on my sleep schedule.
What should I order, Neil? Uber Eats.
Do you have Dave's Hot Chicken?
I can't. I've got a sensitive stomach.
Oh, that's right.
I hate to say that. It makes me sound like such a wuss, but
I mean, no,
it is.
Yeah.
I used to be a beast. Back when Buffalo Wild Wings had their challenge. I did that like 6 times.
Wow.
They still have their T-shirts.
Do you have good Indian food down there? I don't know if that's also bad for a sensitive stomach, but it's a little bit
That's
different.
right. That's right. I do love Indian food, but yeah, probably not right. Not what I'm feeling.
I'm a big fan of like brick oven pizza. What else? What else? I don't know what's good for your particular brand of sensitive stomach.
Yeah, I don't really know either, to be honest.
Honestly, me too. I have a pretty sensitive stomach. I don't have any kind of condition. It's just straight up. I have a sensitive stomach. Like food goes right through me. If Neil wins, yes, flannel thongs and jock straps will be on the way if I win BBM 5. Absolutely. Get the 9-hole pick here. Another person with Steele in their name. Keep speculating. One of these is probably Justin Steele, but he doesn't actually draft on underdog. He says.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
Yeah. Get it done.
I got to do it. All right.
You better come correct, Tyler, in an hour with your hottest takes. It's been a minute since I've drafted with Tyler.
Tyler's Emo Cowboy.
Yep. Good to get one last one in here with Tyler.
He might have been one of those guys attacking me for saying, like, if you really think about it, like the last 3 winners, like their stacks were negligible, could have been coincidental, and like really didn't impact them all that much.
Yeah, that's sort of how like my thinking is also. Like I'm not. I tried a week 17 game stack. Like I am sort of into it, but also when I look at the teams that have actually won, I'm like, well, that was kind of incidental. Like I feel like people like try to give credit for, oh, you only drafted that player because you had that player, but it's like if the first player wasn't in the winning lineup, it didn't actually like the game didn't go off in the way that you are like betting on, so it's not meaningful to me.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna get Jefferson again.
Oh, you jinx me.
I did.
AJ Brown, who do you like?
I'd take Garrett.
All right.
And I'd take I would stack him. And I'd draft Mike Williams as well. So this is what I was gonna say is like, yeah, the week 17 thing, I think isn't as plus EV or impactful as full on team stacks. Like Aaron Rodgers had a broken thumb to his throwing hand 2 years ago. He played 3 snaps last year, but before that, he won MVP 2 years in a row. Amazing defense, decent supporting cast. And so Wilson, Rodgers, Conklin, Mike Williams, or this is not as good of an example, but Bryce Young, Jonathan Brooks, Deontay Johnson, Adam Thielen, something like that. Like going all in on the Texans last year was massive, or going all in on the Chiefs in Mahomes' sophomore season. Like, who would have won Best Ball Mania that year? It's like some fucking Chiefs homer.
Jonathan Taylor here, or just real quick, Taylor, Waddle.
Yeah,
Collins.
I would take Taylor.
All right, cool. Done.
And so, yeah, it just massive upside. So I like that a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like my primary stack definitely more important to me than game stack in week 17, because the primary stack is like you also have that all year. So it's like that more definitely a lot more powerful in my opinion to just get your quarterback stacked. But then like I think if you can do both, I try to do both is kind of what it comes down to for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so it's like Leonia's, run some sims that suggest that game stacking, like having multiple game stacked quarterbacks, like where it's not only it has to include their own pass catchers, but then also having the bring back is like the highest EV. That is where the highest EV comes in.
Oh, you got a really sharp guy in chat right now, Neil Farley.
Never heard of him. Yeah,
what does he say?
Says, I think anyone would agree with that. I do think some of the estimates for how much game stacks impact win rate are a bit too high. Still convinced they help in a meaningful amount, though.
Yeah. I exactly what he said. Like
Yeah.
never gonna say it's irrelevant. And I did think it was maybe like a little overstated. If you can get it, I think that's great. I don't think it's worth like breaking a tier or more than a tier to do it, but every single tiebreaker, yeah, for sure. At a bare minimum. And I mean there's upside for more beyond that.
That is the hard part for me. So my instinct was, yeah, obviously, like it'd be great if you have a game stack in week 17. But my instinct has always been like, but it can't be that meaningful because like even in DFS where like you know exactly who is playing today, I would think that trying to get that game stack for DFS when like you know who's healthy, you don't have to worry about getting there. It's just like you're already there. Like the game stack is more important than trying to predict who's going to be playing in week 17. And even in DFS, it's not like you don't force it. Like, tons of the top pros are not playing game stacks in all of their lineups. So the idea that it's something you need to force in best ball has always been something that doesn't make a ton of sense to me. But then, like Neil says, a lot of the data out there suggests that it is pretty important that you really should be trying to get the week 17 game stack, pretty prioritizing it in some ways. So that's what's tough for me. Like I'm like where the data goes against my intuition. I don't want to just like assume that these people who I really respect, who are great data people, that they're wrong, that they're missing something. Because it's more likely that the data guys are right than my instincts. So it's I try to do it. I don't always do it. I definitely
Yeah,
focus
I don't
on
know about that.
stacking my own team.
I don't know about that. Um and week 16, massively important. You had a really sharp guest on who said he thought week 16 was could be
Shady advice.
more
Shady advice. Yeah.
important
I think
or
it was shady
certainly
advice.
more underrated.
All right, this will be a fun. I'm curious your thoughts on this tier right here because this is, in my opinion, very interesting. I feel like the range of what people think of this group is very wide. So
Oh wow,
love to hear from
Hertz leapfrogged Allen in ADP. I would go Derrick Henry or Josh Allen.
Derrick Henry goes. So Josh Allen, we already have Garrett Wilson bring back. This is not ADP, by the way. This is just the
Oh,
rankings
fuck
that I
you
have in
then.
there.
Go to ADP.
Yeah, here's ADP. Oh, Pacheco's still there if you like
Um,
Pacheco.
yeah, it's tough. Probably Pacheco just by ADP, but I'm happy with Allen. I mean, so I'm so torn on Pacheco. This is one of those things where no, fuck it, Allen. Let's see if we can do it.
We got it. So
Nice.
I was
So,
thinking we might be able to get both. We were more likely to get both if we went Pacheco there, but
yeah, whatever.
yeah.
I'm so torn on him, dude, because he's someone who just keeps moving up and down my rankings. Where it's like, oh, they hyped him up as the pass catcher. We all know what he did last year without Jerick McKinnon, and like this team's going to score a ton of points and move the ball with ease, light fronts. But Kansas City, one of their best beat writers, was saying he thinks Carson Steele is their short yardage goal line back. They have samaje perine, who I think, could just be that Jerick McKinnon. And then what is he left with? Like zero high value touches. So that wouldn't be great. That really wouldn't be great. I have him in a really tight tier with Etienne and Kenneth Walker, Josh Jacobs, even. I'd go Rashee Rice with the next pick. Fuck Pacheco. You took a running back early, and we always overdraft running backs.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here that all of the wide receivers pushed to the top because we took two non-wide receivers in the first three picks, and the sidekick is like, you're behind at wide receiver.
Yeah, take Rashee Rice here. Do me that
yeah,
favor.
yeah, oh
Nice.
yeah, all day.
He's still so mispriced. Not going
Where
to
do you
get
think he
this
should? Where do you think he should be going in best ball?
Um,
On
what
underdog,
what
half
pick was he?
PPR.
Wide receiver? What?
I don't know if there's an easy way to see without just like counting it. I guess we can count it. 6, 7, 8,
I
9,
I have
10.
him like wide receiver 20, but like my rankings are also impacted by ADP a little bit. Where like I just don't want you reaching too much on my guys.
We got him
But
at
yeah,
wide receiver 24 there.
yeah, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, so you say you have him at 20, but that's even with being impacted by ADP. So would probably have him higher in a vacuum.
Could be, yeah.
Nice. This is funny. can't win week 17 if not 16, can't win week 16 if not 15, and Jeff C says can't win. This is all true. These are all good points. Yeah, that's always been, and that's the funny thing. So like, a lot of the great like Simdad out there is done by Leone, but I like listening to Leone because when he actually talks about it, I feel like he is more along my line of thinking of just like, but like really the most important thing is getting there. Like, just like you need to be able to get to the playoffs. Like that is like people want to think about it. It's just like, oh yeah, you just got to build for the playoffs. But it's like you still do need to get to the playoffs. Like it is a pretty big part of the equation, even if that's not where the most EV is. There's zero EV if your team does not make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything he's written or talked about with this,
Yeah.
but the way I see it framed is like, oh yeah, you're just trying to get lucky enough to make it to week 17, and then you have this massive edge, and it's like, or you could just make it to week 17 and hope to get lucky, and it's
Right.
like way harder to get there. I feel
Yeah.
like, but
Yep. Agreed. It's objectively way harder to get there than to win once you get there.
yeah. And again, there hasn't really been this impactful stack. If Kerrane had Evans instead of Godwin, I might be arguing it differently, but
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, sure, he had like 5 Patriots players, and Tyquan Thornton scored 11 points, but like that's not a lot, and like the other 4 didn't do anything.
This can't be true. Spurrier says, "What is Scott Barrett known for?" This is my first exposure to the Hansen fella.
Hey.
Scott Barrett is the ball knower goat. Like he's a fantasy football guru, has been for a decade now. I don't know how long. You're pretty young, so maybe.
So you always say this. I'm really not a ball knower. I like Brett Whitefield is like an insane ball knower. All right. You could take Kirk again, falling past ADP. You could take. I have Godwin higher in my rankings, and I feel good about it. Mix in Kittle. Do you have a tight end? I like Kittle.
Don't have a I think I need to go wide receiver still here since I've diverged twice already. I also I want to take one of the Buffalo receivers. So got to think about where I can do that. Like Keon Coleman here. It's a little bit early for Keon Coleman. I think I push it to the next one and just see who's there.
I will say I like Keon more than the others.
In this range, do you like Keon better than
no?
Like
Fuck that. Deontay Johnson
than the other
all day. Young.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. So I'll sort by ADP on the left here.
How long do you think outside the box episodes are going to be this year?
I think we'll still keep them to like 2 hours, right? That's about what we did last year. That was kind of like the average, I would say.
Yeah, people liked it, but every other week we would have a comment like, "This is too long."
Yeah,
I think we just can't help ourselves, though.
I mean, there's so much to talk about. All right, well, let's do you like Rome here? Deontay. Do you want to go Deontay? So I mean, sure, there are probably bigger ball knowers than you out there, but you're like, I would say you're very high on the ball knowing spectrum, much higher than I am on the just like football knowledge spectrum. You're also just a very smart guy and like a huge grinder. Like so like I think that's part of your edge is that you are grinding everything the coaches say, everything the beats say. You're grinding the data constantly. So just a fantasy football goat, like one of the best.
Yeah, I think I'm the fantasy football goat. Like don't mistake me for not being cocky. I think like my rankings are better than anyone else. I think whatever, but like ball knower, like Ben Gretsch, I think is like for football X's and O's knowledge versus fantasy knowledge and like stats knowledge. I think he's like way above me. I think.
Okay.
I think there's plenty of people like that.
Yeah.
Danny Kelly, dude, his football knowledge is insane. I really only interpret football well or accurately through data, like watching film and like, is this a cover 3 or a cover? Yeah, right. I'm not great at that.
Yeah, but you outsource that like that. That's
why that's why we built fantasy points data. So yeah.
He's also the CEO of Fantasy Points.
That's right. Yep. So if you have any complaints, or ideas for improvements or anything, throw it my way.
Yeah. And the co-host of Outside the Box. If you have any complaints about Outside the Box, also throw those Scott's way.
Yeah. Neil doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
I thought CEO meant like chief decision maker, but it actually means chief executive officer, which means I just execute the will of the board, which is a little less fun if I just get to make all the decisions. But
I've never really thought about it that way, like what it actually means to be the
right,
CEO. But that makes sense.
right.
Yeah.
Me neither. I was like, yeah, I'll do that. And now it's just like, no, when like you're when things go wrong, you're the one who's getting blamed. And
Yeah.
when tough decisions have to be made, you have to carry that out. But it's awesome. I love this is my dream job.
Yeah.
I've fallen in love with the business aspect as much as I am in love with like the fantasy aspect and like crunching numbers and improving revenue through data, things like that.
How much say do you have in whether in what to name Ass when it comes out?
So we actually took a meeting with a guy who worked for Bud Light and then left after their drama. But he was like making like well over 6 figures and was in charge of like marketing decisions. And I asked him, I'm like, we worry this, can make us look, people can take this less seriously. He's like, no, you have to do this because every time you tweet it out, you're going to get a free 30% engagement boost from people making an ass joke. And so like, do you know how much money Bud Light would pay for just an extra 30% engagement boost on their posts? So I'm like, yeah. And so pull up the most recent comment if you can, or unless you want to make our pick first.
This one?
Yeah. So we also have a stat called tits. Time it takes to sack.
Nice.
I thought that was so good.
I was not aware of that stat, but that's.
I would go. Can you sort by ADP? You're killing me here with your rankings. I don't care about your.
Here's ADP.
I kind of really like everyone for you in the top 5.
I kind of like James Conner here.
Yeah, but the tier dies at tight end after this, right?
Oh, I mean, there's still Bowers and Njoku. Goddard, if you include him.
All right, fine, but you have to take Njoku later, I think.
All right, I can do that.
And then Hawkinson. Let's do it. Let's get my boy Hawkinson.
All right, take some Hawk. I do need to start thinking about.
Spurious News said, "Lol, Neil, how does it feel to know your rankings suck?" So it's not that for me. It's just I'm like only familiar with ADP and like I know it intuitively, like where everyone goes and is supposed to go. So when you put it out of order, it kind of screws me up.
Yeah, I'm also. These are not my rankings, to be clear. So I'm not offended.
Whose rankings are they?
They are. I think these are ETR rankings from like several days ago. So
okay. So then they do suck.
I mean, if they're old, then there's been news.
No, I'm just kidding.
I switched them. I've used fantasy points for long stretches. I've used.
It's good to mix them up. I think.
Yeah,
if I were you.
So too. Yeah.
Can you keep it on ADP though?
I can try. The problem is that I try to, but then every time I go to this view, which people like for streaming, then it flips back. So then I have to remember to.
Yeah, just try to if you can. But like this is the best argument against Josh Allen, which probably was a mistake now, is just why is Joe Burrow still here? And then why is Jaden Daniels there around later?
Yeah. All right, so here's ADP.
Ferguson, Raheem, Burrow. Those are all amazing picks. You can't go wrong. But we're going to get Aaron Rodgers later, so probably don't need Burrow.
Yeah.
I think...
Well, Aaron Rodgers is the same bye week as Josh Allen, so we need to go, and we could go Hawk, Sam Darnold.
You could just eat it. You could just eat the bye.
Baker Mayfield is another option.
Draft Ferguson goes. All right, that's fine. Raheem. Dude scored 18 touchdowns last year. Are you kidding me? Yeah, seems like that's valuable in a half-point PPR best ball format. I don't know.
Are you worried about the age? I mean, he's 32 years old. He's got 2 young, fast guys behind him.
The bottom line is, so like he got hurt in week 16 of last year. In half-point PPR, at the time of his injury, only 3 players had more fantasy points. Christian McCaffrey, CeeDee Lamb, Tyreek Hill. Those are all top 5 picks. You just got Raheem Mostert in round 8. It's all priced in. Everything you want to say is more than priced in.
True. That's a good point. Yep. Like if we really thought he was going to score 18 touchdowns again, we would be
Dan K
taking him.
said BBM just filled. Is that real?
He's lying. He's messing with me.
Oh, damn.
You're not
He
gonna
got me too.
Yeah. Because I've been tracking the fill rate like super closely. It's not going to go from like 0.2% per hour to 6% per hour. Like that's just there's not enough people. No, it is not hit. I'm still very much a bye week bro. Scott,
Yeah.
there's nothing. Scott has been telling me for over a year now that bye weeks don't matter. And
If you don't draft a third quarterback after Rodgers, then you legitimately are just seeding 20 points. It's how worthwhile is that? How impactful? I have no idea. I never did the study that I would need to do.
Yeah.
But I'm not a best ball bro. So that's what I keep saying is like, if I were, I would do all these studies. Like if I win $1 million, I would have to be full-time best ball next year and I'll
fully
do
commit
all
to
those
it.
studies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so Neil Farley, who was in chat earlier, did a study on like the impact of bye weeks, and definitely like seemed to see that there was some impact, particularly for quarterbacks. Like other positions, not nearly as impactful, but quarterback, just because, like you said, it's like you're giving up maybe not 20, but like I don't know, 15 points in projection, like for a third quarterback, whatever it is to cover that. Which is like you look at the so there's often between first and second place there can be a big gap, so it wouldn't matter as much, but there's frequently between second and third place the gap is not that big, so like getting in versus not getting in it will meaningfully impact your bye week or your advance rate.
To me though, it's just like I've had so much success with late round picks.
Yeah.
Like DJ Chark last round in his sophomore year, Antonio Brown that the year where no one was drafting him. I don't know. There's like 50 other examples I can't think of, and it's like that moves the needle. Like Puka Nacua last round pick, Kyron Williams last round pick last year, that moves the needle so much more than just adding Bryce Young, who's going to contribute 15 points that week, and then maybe 10 additional points beyond that.
Yeah, but so that's the difference between you and I is that I can't spot all of the Puka Nacuas or those great late round picks. Like I'm not as good at nailing those guys. So like I play the edge that I have, which is just building good constructions, following the data that's out there, because I'm not going to nail all those late round picks.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know that I'm really seeing that Tyrone Tracy. I don't know Marshawn Lloyd if he's falling.
He has been falling. I think he's starting to rise again.
Oh, okay. David Njoku, Palmer, Rashid.
Here, I'll sort by ADP over here so you can see that too.
Ugh.
But I think it's the same.
Yeah. Brooks. I like Brooks.
All right, Njoku. Is there a draftable Cleveland quarterback right now?
A draftable Cleveland quarterback?
Yeah.
Yeah. Watson's great, dude. Fucking Joe Flacco was QB3 by fantasy points per game last year. Chris Wecht has them projected for the most plays per game, which is just a massive cheat code, even if Deshaun Watson sucks. I think he has a really good supporting cast. Even though he did objectively suck ass last year, he was putting up fantasy points. And, he was dealing with a number of injuries. Before that, he took a full year off, had brutal strength of schedule, brutal weather luck. Like on average, his games had like 20 mile per hour winds. And so there's like enough arguments you can make for a guy who before that was top 5 fantasy points per game every year. So I think he's a really good value, to be honest.
So the other the reason I ask is because there have been some reports that like he can't throw, like they've been having him throw a towel instead of a football because he like is having injury issues right now.
Oh yeah, the sore arm thing, and they're keeping 4 quarterbacks on the roster.
Yeah, so there's that's like, should I really be doing this? I don't know. Did all of the stacking options go? It looks like all the stacking options went, so I'm not able to stack.
I mean, Judy's fine. Can you click on ADP? Judy's a big ass guy. I like Spears a lot. I really like Spears.
Shaheed. I feel like Judy with the stack makes sense for us.
Okay. Are we going to draft Watson then?
Probably, yeah. At least setting it up if he falls to us. Yeah, so that's really what I mean is like, how concerned do you think I should be about this injury? Because I've been drafting Watson a lot because
Well,
a lot
Judy's
of
hurt too, by the way.
is
Or
it?
he's
I
been
don't think
on
it's
and off
serious
the
though.
field
Yeah,
practice with injuries. I don't know, dude. I'm not an injury expert, but I like the price.
yeah.
And
I have 8 minutes left to make this slow draft pick, so I'm going to look at it real quick. Miami, Tampa. Not loving this team. Oh, Conklin. Hell yeah.
yeah, great point by Chalky Talkie. They also just gave Watson $44 million today, and they did get rid of
Did they
Hodge.
really? I did not see that. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, I forgot about it. I saw that this morning. People were like, "Oh, are they going to trade for Ayuk?" And then Brad Spielberger, who's like the best cap guy, was like, "No, it's just what teams do."
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think the odds are that Ayuk gets moved?
Very low, very low.
Really?
I just think maybe they're just sick of him, and like maybe he's an asshole. And remember, he was in the doghouse a few
I
years
know.
ago.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is
I'm
a
like, maybe
Super Bowl team. They can just tell him to kick rocks. He sits out 4 weeks, tries to call their bluff, and they're like, nope. And then he comes back and whatever.
So with that range of outcomes where he does sit for 6 weeks, where are you ranking? Like, are you?
I mean, I
the
think the
third round?
chances of that are like 5%. Like we just don't see that.
Okay.
Le'Veon Bell held
yeah.
out for a full year, and it was so stupid. And I don't think someone does it. It'd be interesting. I've talked about it though, like more than most people, just because I did have James Conner in every league that Le'Veon Bell year, which was awesome for me.
Yeah.
It's like, what if Chase and Ayuk were just like, hey, if we don't get the number we want, we're sitting out all year. But again, I just think it's so unlikely.
Yeah. Nice. I was happy with myself when I've already queued up players in my slow drafts and I can just click it. It's like, oh, good. I know who I want already. Makes it much easier, especially when my time comes up on a stream.
I had the scoop on that CeeDee Lamb deal because my friend is friends with the top jeweler in Houston, and he texted me. It was like, "Yo, CeeDee Lamb just bought 2 like ultra blinked out watches," and then
that's incredible.
And he gets signed 4 days later.
Yeah, that's really funny.
What draft number is this? People keep asking.
This is number. So it was 144. This is number 145.
Wow.
Yep, we're getting there.
I'd take Mike Williams, maybe Mooney. Is this ADP or not?
This is ADP.
Oh, I'd take Cooks. Cooks or Mike Williams.
Isn't Cooks hurt?
No. Okay. Click on his bubble. I don't think so.
Still not practicing, it said. Oh, he goes. All right.
All right. Well, nice. Mike Williams and sets us up for Rodgers.
Yeah. We've got a couple. We have Bryce we could take or Baker to cover that bye week.
Click on tight end.
ADP tight end.
Hawkinson. Just earmark Hawkinson and then Conklin later.
Deal.
Nice.
Hawkinson gives us another quarterback out too for later.
I get 50% of this team. I get 20% of 10% of the last team we drafted. Actually 20% because I helped you out because I kept getting auto drafted shitty players.
That is true. Hawkinson went. So do you like Chubb, Charbonnet, Jaleel McLaughlin, Xavier Legette, Bucky Irving? Trey Benson. It's kind of a fall. I mean, he's been
Chubb or Dobbs.
we have Connor. Chubb or
take Chubb.
Yeah.
Looks like we're all in on Cleveland.
Yeah. All right. So we've got some good quarterback outs. All right, I'll answer some of these. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, so I answered that. The end is very near. That is so true. I'm excited. Yeah, it's a good call. I do need to be very on top of the game for any canceled. Pete is coming on, so that is the tomorrow. We're scheduled for tomorrow morning. Pete asked me today to move it up because he wanted to move up his stream. Like he's going on vacation or something this weekend. It is going to be tough for me. So I'm yesterday I woke up at like 11:30 when my wife woke me up. I've been like going to bed at like 4 a.m. after these late night streams. So getting on Pete's stream at 9:45 tomorrow morning is going to be absolutely brutal for me, but it'll be worth it. We're gonna do I'm gonna go on Pete's for one tomorrow morning, and then after that he's gonna come on my channel for number 150. So I'm gonna get through 149 today and then go on and Pete's gonna come on my channel for 150 tomorrow. And I'm excited. I'll be excited. I love doing this, but I'm also very ready to be done. Tyler asks, "Is your wife ready for you to be done?" Yeah, I think I'm more ready than she is for me to be done with this. But yeah, we're both ready. I'm glad I talked to Pete on Monday because I was talking with him about I invited him to come on the stream on Saturday, and he was like, "I think it's going to be closed before Saturday," and it's looking more and more likely that BBM is going to fill by Saturday.
What day is it today? Friday? Thursday?
Thursday, yeah.
Wow.
So we have that scheduled for tomorrow morning, but I was not planning on putting myself in position to be finishing by tomorrow, and now I'm getting nervous about it. Although I forgot to check the fill rate before we started this one.
Well, you got lucky. I only drafted like 35 teams. I'll probably only draft 35 teams. If I drafted 60, you would have no shot at the $1 million prize.
Oh, really? You think you just guarantee if you draft 60, you're going to win?
That's all I need. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. At the end of the year, you sound so morbid. No, it'll be a sweet relief. A sweet relief. Boogie says 94%. Okay. So I feel like it's still I think it's lower than like 0.2% per hour. It's just a matter of like, is it going to go exponential soon? That's what I'm really worried about. One, 4, 6, 1. I mean, I know who I want here. All right, we got Deshaun. So we do have 2 quarterbacks. Different bye weeks. We have our bye weeks covered. Oh, is it really 94.4? Because that's pretty big difference from 94%. If it's 94.4, it is starting to move quicker. Because it was, I think Liam tweeted out 93.5%. I think that was maybe 3 hours ago. Yeah, no, there's a big difference for me right now between 94 and 94.4 or whatever you said. Okay, 94.4 at 3:35 Central. Yeah. I got to start taking notes on the fill. Jordan Mason here. What do you think, Scott?
Click on ADP. You can take Rodgers. Or did Conklin go and Mike Williams we didn't get?
We didn't get Mike Williams. Don't know about Conklin.
Yeah, take whatever guy you wanted. Yeah, take Mason. Oh.
Falcon. I don't. That's
That's
fine. Conklin is still there too. Yeah, very very different opinions here in where it fills. Neil thinks it fills tomorrow evening. Tyler says it's not making it till the morning. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be monitoring closely. Definitely gonna have to start taking notes because I think 94.4. I think it is starting to fill at a quicker rate. Yeah, Beastper says I think it'll fill tomorrow morning. The last 5%, I would assume that the last 5% is the quickest, just because like a lot of people who want to max it out or just like get some entries in. It's like, oh shit, this is my time. I got to get now. Of course, I don't love how many different people I've seen on Twitter tweeting out like, you got to get in now. It's filling. Like so many people like telling everybody jump into Best Ball Mania, and I'm like, no, please don't.
Well, worst case scenario, if it starts filling tonight, you could just start drafting like multiple teams at once.
So the funny thing is, so I've gotten to the point now where I'm gonna be at 149. Like I could finish it on this stream. Like I could do it tonight, but I scheduled this draft with Pete tomorrow.
Right.
So it's like I'm saving that one, but that would be like so awful for me if I get through 149 and just save the last one and then it fills in the meantime. So it's probably gonna be like tough night of sleep for me tonight as I'm like monitoring, trying to make sure I don't miss out on it.
Did you see Pete's video on Best Ball Bros?
Yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah, I saw one viral. I watched the first 30 seconds. It was really funny.
Oh, it went viral. I did not see that went viral.
I don't know. And he got good numbers. He did well with it.
Yeah.
So the oldest person to complete 150 best ball streams.
Yeah.
Would I imagine Guinness is going to be there tomorrow for your stream with Pete?
Yeah, no, I'm in contact. I'm in contact with Guinness.
Are you gonna be drinking one?
At 10:30 in the morning, I don't drinking a Guinness. Yeah, that'd be that's a good morning beer. If I were to be drinking in the morning, I feel
low
like Guinness
calorie, low ABV.
Yeah. All right, we got Conklin.
Oh, that's great.
Back to us. Yeah,
we're killing it.
Yeah,
this is a good team.
Is
this another Naked Allen though?
This is another Naked Allen. Yeah.
Wow, that's the key to Best Ball Mania.
Is Naked Allen? Yeah.
Yeah, all the other receivers scored negative fantasy points in week 17.
Yeah, that's right. Who was on the randomizer, B-Spurf? Yes, Spurs. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Like I could do a late Mac Hollins, Dawson Knox.
We're looking for players with like league wrecking upside in the latest rounds.
Why can't Mac Hollins be that guy?
You would need a Keon Coleman injury, and it's just I don't see that coming. I also don't think Hollins is that good.
Have you seen how yoked he is? I like samaje perine here.
Yeah, I don't.
All right,
can you click on ADP?
Yep.
We're
at 3-4-6-2. Running back, I would say, is our biggest need.
I'd take Mims, probably, my guy.
All right. Let's do it.
I was such a Mims truther, and then it looked so bad, but now it kind of looks good again after the time.
I know. Me too. Yeah, I was very in on Mims. I was looking for Yoshivas one at 175.
Wow.
He used to be a last round kind of guy.
But does this mean we can't take Jalen Naylor now? Maybe we should have went somewhere else.
We can still. Well, we need at least one running back, maybe two.
Jake's comment.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. How come Jake didn't come with the tank top on.
Jake is legitimately jacked. He's jacked. I every year the season ends, I'm like, yes, finally time to hit the gym, eat healthy, and then it just never happens.
Yeah. Oh, ETR versus ship chasing Family Feud. Yeah, that's yeah. If I were not forced to draft all day today, I would have been watching that. Well, okay, so this was 6 hours ago. It was 93.5%. Then I feel good because was it 6 hours ago? Less than 1%.
I mean, can we just pull this up?
Pull Liam's tweet up. McVay on Nakua. He'll be ready to roll. So I think continue buying that dip probably.
Wait, what?
McVay on Nakua. He'll be ready to roll. To me, that sounds like week 1.
Yeah. He's good for week 1. I don't think that's Greg's argument, though.
Oh, really?
No. I mean, McVay is also a liar, to be fair.
Is he?
Yeah. He said all last offseason that Cam Akers was the offense was going to run through him and he's the guy. And then he was like, psych.
Yeah, I did not love that. Okay, yeah, that was 8:45 a.m. Okay, yeah, I'm good. I'm fine as of right now. Obviously, with the risk that it starts filling exponentially. I thought that was only a couple hours ago, like 3 hours ago.
What are the chances that the winning lineup is drafted today or tomorrow?
I mean, we're drafting it right now, aren't we?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, so. Can you pull up our team one more time? I think this is a good one.
Yeah, so we have Josh Allen, Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers. Running backs, we have Jonathan Taylor, James Conner, Raheem Mostert, Nick Chubb. Wide receivers, Garrett Wilson, Rashee Rice, Chris Godwin, Deontay Johnson, Jerry Jeudy, Mike Williams, Marvin Mims. Tight end, David Njoku, and Tyler Conklin.
All right, so yeah, let's take some running backs.
Now can we take Samaje Perine?
Click on running back and click on ADP. Yeah.
Estime, Shipley.
Yeah, Tyrone's not there. That's a bummer.
So Perine you'd be okay with here?
Not my choice, but yeah, I'm perfectly happy with it.
He's going to be super low owned, which I kind of like.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And then we still have we could take one more running back here. Or who was it that you wanted? You wanted somebody late. Oh, Jalen Naylor. Did he go? He might have gone.
Kendra.
Oh yeah, he went.
Maybe Kendra with the next pick.
I've been so scared off of Kendra. I had so much for a while, but recently I have not been drafting him.
I mean, it's rough. It's undoubtedly rough, but
do you like Kendra better than Cam Akers?
Yeah, probably a little bit.
I mean, obviously like him better than Jamal Williams.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
I think Scott being gone gives me the opportunity to just get my guy, right? Let's get your guy season. I really don't want to do Kendra. So I was just going to keep going until I came up with a name that Scott would feel good about. Malik Washington, bring back. We did go early JT. We got James Conner, Mostert. We're pretty covered at running back, I think. All right, I would have gone. I think Malik Washington would have been a good pick there. I do like Estime.
Who are we taking?
I don't know. So Estime. Okay, good. I feel so much better about Estime than Kendra Miller right now.
I love Estime.
Yeah.
I just think it's a 2025 thing with him.
Oh, really? So you don't love him for best ball this year?
No, he's one of my most drafted running backs, but
Daniel wants to know your favorite 18th round picks. Now I know you haven't done a ton of underdog drafting, so I don't know if you know all of like ADPs for underdog, but I'll
be honest, I usually have wide receivers done by then.
Okay.
It was Tyrone Tracy for sure, but I don't know. It's been a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had a lot of Tyler Boyd too. I wouldn't take him. It's just that like we would find out in preseason who the wide receiver threes are, and it was just Tyler Boyd. Knows the play caller. Going to be a lot of 11 personnel, but I don't feel amazing about that.
How do you feel about Trey Tucker and Michael Mayer?
Trey Tucker could be living. I probably wouldn't want any Michael Mayer.
Oh, really? I'm super into Mayer. He's been like one of my like last round guys. Okay. Just he was second round pick last year. I don't know. I thought.
I mean, I like him. It's just tough when
I know with
he's the tight end 2 on his own team.
Yeah, I've just been like counting on they're going to run a lot of 2 tight end sets, like the Patriots of old. That's the dream, and then obviously has some contingent upside. But yeah,
I mean that would be really sick if they were Patriots of old or Goddard, Ertz, Eagles.
Yeah, exactly. Which to me is like, I think well within the range of outcomes, just because they spent so much on Mayer. It didn't sound like they like took Bowers because they don't like Mayer. I think it was more just like, well, he's obviously the best talent here and he fell to us, so we kind of have to. I think was, I don't know. I could be totally wrong. Maybe they just are out on Mayer, but like if they just believe in the talent there, I don't know that they would just sit him down, lose that value entirely.
Over the past 20 years, there's only ever been 2 Power 5 or maybe even 2 FBS tight ends to ever have 800 yards in multiple college seasons. Do you want to guess who those are?
Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers.
Yeah, crazy.
That is crazy.
That sucks. The Rams tried to trade up for Brock Bowers, which would have been the fucking sickest thing. I'd be taking this dude in round 6. That sucks, but whatever.
Yeah. All right, that was number 145. 5 left, 4 left on this stream, and then
can you mark the T-Law one as I only get 20% equity?
No, I'll give you 50% equity.
Wow. Yeah, so generous. Because that's the one that's going to win it.
I had a late night stream a couple nights ago with Fantasy Guru Drew, Debro, and Justin Steele on. And both Justin Steele and Fantasy Guru Drew were like, I'm just going to draft on DraftKings while we're hanging out here. So it's basically me and Debro like occasionally checking in on my teams. But I still split it 4 ways. It's just like, whatever. You guys are streaming with me. If you come on my stream, keep me entertained. I'll give you your equity. Just joined. What is the projected fill tomorrow, or we get some weekend drafting? My guess is tomorrow. But the fill rate has not been that insane. If it's only filled 1% since this morning when Liam tweeted out, like it's not filling that crazy fast.
If it does fill, how many total teams are there going to be?
What do you mean? Oh, like in Best Ball Mania, like in total? Let's see.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to fill. It's not like it's just a matter of when. 672,672. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. 672, 672.
All right. So
it looks like we have
winning are 0.0000001%.
You're not factoring in my edge. Like I have like a 15% chance of winning it when you factor in my huge edge over the field. Yeah. Yeah, this is the number 672. Yeah, I think like I'm not that worried about it filling before tomorrow morning, just because it's only filled. It still seems to be about 0.2% per hour Once it gets to 0.3, 0.4, that's when I start really worrying. But if that happens late, then not really
What
an
are
issue.
your odds of winning if you're from the future? But Neil, you live out the next 7 years of your life in the present,
Yep.
and then you travel back in time
So like
to
so
today. One second.
if okay. I'll go over this hypothetical, just like going back 7 years from now. If we could say like, okay, if this contest existed 7 years ago and I have to go from memory, what would you get from Uber Eats? Can't hear you. You're muted.
What an asshole. I got a burger, fries, and a Dr. Pepper.
That's got to be good for the stomach. That definitely seems like something that would be good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right. So the
Good for the
hypothetical, let's just do it in the past instead of like going to the future and projecting backwards. Like right now, I get to draft a BBM contest from 7 years ago. Right? Is that the hypothetical?
Yeah.
My odds of winning, I mean, it would go up astronomically, but still probably 0.5%. I think I'd give myself 0.5%. Like I think somebody who was a true ball knower would have better odds than that, probably. Like if like somebody has a better memory of like what happened that year. For me, I don't remember what happened 7 years ago,
Right.
but I
Same.
could see like, well, that's a player who was a rookie. He's going super late, and I know he became a superstar. So
Right.
like,
right. Your odds would be like 1,000 times better than anyone else. Maybe
yeah.
80,000 times, but like still like 4% chance of winning.
Yeah, I mean lower than that. I think. For
Yeah,
me.
you're right.
Some people would be better, but yeah. Yeah, it'd still be super low odds. But yeah, that is a fun hypothetical. How about last year? If you could draft a BBM team from last year, I think that's an outlier year. I think your odds would be much higher because you would just draft Trey McBride, Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams, Raheem Mostert.
But even
like
no. Who are the two most important players to draft?
Mike Evans and Amari Cooper.
Amari Cooper and Breece Hall.
Breece Hall, okay.
And then who went off week 17 last year?
Mike Evans, right? That was the
okay.
Or was that 2 years ago? That was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, George Pickens also went off. Yeah.
Okay. So those three. And even then, it's still not guaranteed, because like what if you didn't have enough in the regular season, or like you knew to draft CJ Stroud and whoever, but they had spike weeks in the same weeks, something like that. Still not a guarantee is all I mean, but
still not a guarantee, but I think like probably greater than 50%.
Yeah,
if you could do just last year, just because like if you had those guys, Kyron, Puka, Trey McBride, CJ Stroud, Nico Collins, Raheem Mostert, like you're gonna make it to the playoffs. And then just kind of remembering those spike weeks. Yeah, you'd have much better odds last year than 7 years ago.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Oh, Amon-Ra CD was huge.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's but 7 years ago would definitely be tough for me. All right, so you did your 2 drafts that you agreed to do. Now I have just to wait for Tyler. Tyler, are you here? Are you ready to hop in? Because Scott has food here that he's ready to eat.
Why are you an emo cowboy?
Oh, you have questions for Tyler. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is he an emo cowboy? Why isn't he just a happy cowboy? Why is he so emo?
You can be like happy is an emotion. So like he could be emo cowboy and his emotion is happy.
Okay. Maybe he likes emo music and he's a cowboy.
He does. Yeah. I mean that is what it is. He likes emo music.
Yeah, I have him on mute, so I'm guessing he didn't like my week 17 stacks are overrated take. I just took him off mute though for you.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. No, Tyler is a hot take artist. He knows well.
He lives in the same town as me.
That's hilarious.
Houston. Ask him if he knows what I just ordered, which was, it doesn't say the name of the really good burger place. Let me see what it is.
He'll know.
Hop Dottie burger.
Yeah. He'll recognize it. No, Tyler is definitely a needler. He will instigate on Twitter. He has very strong opinions. But he's harmless. He's a nice guy. I
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Tyler.
yeah, yeah.
Hop Toddy, was that the name? Hop Toddy?
Hop Dottie.
Hop Dotty.
It's
I
pretty
will.
good. Trill Burger is apparently amazing. I still haven't been there, but my friends, like whenever they visit Houston, they go there and they say it's the best.
Yeah, I've never been to Houston. Sadly, one day I'll visit you.
Where do you live again, or what's your nearest city?
I'm in St. Paul.
Oh, okay.
St.
Yeah.
Paul proper. Yeah.
I liked a lot of bands from around that area.
The Hold Steady, very good band.
Yeah, like Hold Steady.
Chris says about Tyler, very strong opinions or very wrong opinions. I mean, a good amount of both, I think. All right. Oh, he is ready. I do. Okay, good. I'm going to send you the StreamYard link.
And I'll see you later, Neil.
All right. Sounds good. Enjoy your burger, Scott. Thanks for coming on.
Of course.
Always. All right. Later, Scott. All right. I'm gonna send Tyler the link. That's a good call. I should probably send it to Hodge while I'm at it. Where are you? Oh, you're at the very top. The latest person I've messaged. All right. There you go. Hop on in. Tell me if you know Hop Dotty burgers. And let's discuss whether you have very strong opinions or very wrong opinions. I am also going to take a piss, but I'm going to wait for Tyler to come in because Tyler will have no issue vamping for me. Like I don't feel bad at all leaving Tyler alone here to vamp. So I'll wait until Tyler gets here. I sent him the StreamYard link. I promise. Just now. There he is. Are you ready? Thumbs up if you're ready. I don't know if you heard, Tyler. I said I'm going to take a piss and leave you to. All right. Thanks.
Go pee pee. How's it going, chat? How we doing? As Neil finishes this all off, finishes himself off. My hair is a mess. Let's fix some stuff up. All right. Don't tell him I got ready on camera, you lying bastards. Don't betray my trust. All right, here we go. All right. How we doing? Everybody want 2 thumbs right where it counts. All right, how many BBMs y'all got left done? What player you think you need to save your ass on or drive down? Save a horse, ride a cowboy. I'm here. Scott was in a lovely mood today, wasn't he? You want to vamp? You just do this constantly for like 30 seconds. It's like jingling keys in front of children. It's easy. Scott, 5 more. Need more McMillan? Yes. What's up? I'm a loser till I win the Millie. What's up, B-Spurf? What's up, Spurious? What's up, Benny and the Jets? Spurious, what up? Let's see. Lockett injury today. What was the Lockett injury announced? Is that any different than the one that's been there? Let me see. I know he's been dealing with an injury, leg last couple days? What's up? He's on Twitter. What injury are we talking about? What injury are we talking about? I'm not seeing anything announced, y'all. Welcome back. How was the pee?
It was wonderful. Super yellow, which is why I went and immediately was like, oh yeah, I better refill my water too, because I never drink that much water on these streams.
That seems optimal.
End up super dehydrated. Have you heard of Hop Dotty burgers?
I love Hop Dotty, yeah.
Okay, that was what Scott had just ordered, if you didn't hear.
Of course he did. Fake sharp burger.
Oh wow. No. You are wrong. You are wrong, sir.
I like Hop Dotty. I'm a Houston native. There's better burgers. Sorry.
Okay.
Also, refocus your camera with your hand. There you go.
Good. Can't tell. No. Good enough. It'll be fine. Right?
He wants us to see him as he sees the world. Just do it quick.
Is that how you do it? Just
Yeah. You just try to like refocus the depth. This is great.
there we go. There we go.
There it is.
I'm clear.
Do you know what
All right.
Tyler Lockett injury they're talking about?
No.
All right, that's what I thought. Someone's saying he pulled his hammy. I'm not seeing any of that on
It's
Twitter.
very,
So I
very
feel like you're
rude.
lying to me.
That's my guy. Spurious. That's my guy.
Wait, so I couldn't watch all of it. I was trying to do a few things with work around the house, and then I just wanted to watch some more of the ETR ship chasing
Listen,
Family Feud.
I would have been watching that too.
Was Scott talking up Chubb and Hawkinson?
He wasn't really talking up Chubb. He was saying he wanted us to get Hawkinson in that draft.
That's right. Okay.
So you have different opinions on Chubb and Hawkinson.
Yeah. Well, it's not an opinion; it's a medical take. So
Yeah.
One's backed by data, one's backed by vibes. That's fine. I was amused at how surly he was with me and Leone's work, but that was my takeaway. I recall him getting a lot of shit for saying what he said and then admitting he didn't read any of the manifesto, which I think speaks for itself. So,
I mean,
I think general fantasy is a different game than like best ball mania. Like those are very different things.
Yeah, no, they are very different things. Yeah, I mean he's a smart guy, but yeah, he's thinking about like the extent of research that he's done on this stuff.
Yeah. No, he's got some really insightful things about like finding league winners and identifying upside for sure, and those things are important to our game. But finding those are very hard. So if you can optimize everything else, that's a good thing.
I will say that I have found, like, listening to other content at times when people talk about the week 17 stuff, I think that they're factoring it in like looking back at past lineups, like being like, oh, well, you had that player because of this other player, therefore week 17 is good. And I'm like, well, there was no correlation. Like that other player didn't even play the game and you're giving them credit, like giving week 17 stacks credit for this other player because I don't know. It's just like, that's not how it works. so sometimes the analysis I think is wrong, even if week 17, like ultimately I put value in the manifesto in Leone's findings that I put value in the like trying to like rewrite history of like, oh, well, you had that player because they were week 17 bring back, but like that wasn't, I don't know, just
I don't know, like, cause that's, I mean, getting mad at random framing is not the same thing as like devaluing the thesis behind it. Cause I think at times it's easy to say, oh, that's not why. But I mean, I have heard the last 3 best ball mania winners reference correlation and stacking being reasons why they were on certain players constructing the team. And so like Kyron, I liked Kyron a lot as a player take, but I had a lot of him too, because at the end of the day, if I was tossing up between which dart I wanted to take early on, it was like, well, I want a lot of giants. Like Scott's whole thesis of find, I won't call it Scott's thesis. Scott brought up a point that if we can just hit on undervalued teams that outperform, that's great. And so one of those teams every year, seemingly, is the Giants. And last year, the Rams were Giants bringbacks. So Puka and Kyron were cheap bringbacks on Giant stacks. Do you want to take the falling Chase?
He hasn't fallen enough here for me to want to take him. I think I'd rather take either Jefferson or Amon-Ra because I don't have much Amon-Ra.
I don't either, but that's fine. Like? We can take Amon-Ra. That's fine.
So here's my point is, so you say, yeah, you got a lot of Kyron because you had a lot of Giants. That's great, but that's not a point toward week 17 game stacking really, because you could have had a lot of Kyron because he had a different bye week than your other running backs, or like the Giants didn't do shit. So I don't think that's actually a good argument for week 17, because a lot of other people ended up with other shitty players because they were bringbacks on their week 17 stacks. So I don't think that is actually a week 17 argument. It's a portfolio diversification argument. But like if
it's not. If I take some Giants and then I go, I want a bring back from the Rams side. I didn't get Cooper Kupp. Who am I going to take here? Kyron at minimum is a Rams bring back. Yes, there was another running back. There was another wide receiver. If you took, let's say, if you were taking a Rams bring back on any of your Giants stuff at all, you had 3 options, right? You had late, super late. You had Kyron, Zach Evans, and Puka. 2 of those were smashes. And the Giants, without Danny Dimes, did smash in the playoffs. Slayton had 2 over 15-point half PPR games. So I think it's easy to. I think my issue with it is I think if you overanalyze and over dissect, you can say it has no value. And if you zoom out a whole lot, you can go, well, it's not really what mattered. And then I think that misses like the forest for the trees, that like correlation does help. Things that help you simplify the game because there's so much to get right because of so much randomosity, so much pod luck variance, everything. Like these things do affect the game and do affect the winners. But I'm saying like if you can pull levers to help make easy decisions or make less decisions, and that's what I think the value of week 17 is, because we can't know a whole lot, but if we can try to prognosticate in the future based on player archetypes, coaches in the hot seat, Vegas totals, and roles and things like that. Like that's a lot of prognostication. And some of the simplest ways is just like, well, just optimize for week 17. I think that's the whole thesis behind it. So it's like advancing is important, but like you can get things wrong all the time. Like half the quarterbacks went down last year. So if you were only playing like an advancement game based on like undervalued offenses, like load up on the Jags, your season was sunk for different reasons. But if you did get to week 17 for a multitude of reasons that are out of our control, pod luck every fucking week until the finals, well, at least your team was optimized for week 17 from like construction and how like game goes, right? And luck is a huge part of that.
All right, I'm gonna respond to that after our next pick, because I think that chat has actually covered pretty well this
I also think we
conversation.
talk about this every fucking year, and it's just I understand the Drake London here would be nice.
Drake London here would be nice. Drake London goes. I took Jonathan Taylor in the last one. He's not my favorite play here.
Then let's do Waddle. You have him highly ranked. Don't be a coward.
Yeah, let's go Waddle. So I think that 2 points in chat. So I think this kind of covers the argument for me. So Neil Farley says that the fact that you took somebody for that week 17 correlation doesn't prove the thesis unless both sides of the games meaningfully contributed to your lineup. So like the fact that you drafted this player because you have this other player doesn't prove the thesis of week 17 game stacking like being helpful. I'm not arguing against week 17 game stacking. I'm saying that just having that player because of week 17, if it didn't actually like, if it wasn't a result of the game going off, doesn't prove the week 17 thesis at all. But then as Dan K says, didn't Slayton also hit the winning lineup last year? He had like 19 points in week 17. If that's the case, that would be an argument for week 17. If both sides meaningfully contributed, the game did go off more than you expected, multiple players contributed, then I think that does help prove the thesis of week 17. So I'm not saying I don't believe in the week 17 game stacking. I'm saying I don't think like having a random player because you had another player who was out that week on the opposing team, like that doesn't prove the thesis at all.
I was giving like meaningfully where correlation can help late decisions from a simplicity standpoint, from an anecdotal standpoint of how I'm trying not to be reductive and like combative, but calling someone a power law player you did not previously identify as a power law player is garbaggio analysis. And if one of the ways week 17 prognostication got you on a power law, perhaps the week 17 thesis is more important than the mining the gym player, right? And if one of the reasons is taking shots on games and on stacks and bringbacks for certain things, I obviously can't point to a finals team that won because of a Kyron Slayton hit, because I had 6 teams make the finals. I didn't place the number 1 in any of them. But I can tell you that the last BBM winner did have correlation throughout their team, and it ended up being understacked from a typical standpoint because of sniping. And to Scott's point, you can reduce it down to, well, Raheem smashed and Kyron smashed, doesn't matter. And I would argue that, like, well, his thesis behind those players were connecting and correlating those, and sniping took away the stacks, and the correlation helped out when everything else went right. Devonta Smith smasher. But I understand that, like, framing it as I understand how it irritates people, like, oh, that's all that matters. But in BBM specifically, in tournaments like this, yeah, sure. And I think arguing about how much it matters is stupid and ridiculous, because it obviously matters a lot, because that's where all the money is. So like we might be wrong about attributing certain aspects to it, but at the end of the day, optimizing for the final week is the most important part. And optimizing everything to get lucky in the end, whenever you can do things to meaningfully impact your finals like run out as much as possible. I mean, if you truly do believe it's just all luck, then I don't know why you bother doing it. Like, why bother doing any analysis if you truly believe? Unless, of course, you think that like the most impactful thing, and that's a philosophy thing, and we all have differences on like constructions and archetypes and things like that. But it's like there are things that we can pull levers on, and ignoring all that because you don't like the way it's framed, I think is just it misses the forest for the trees. But I understand like framing it as the most important thing, and then saying it. I understand trying to be right about every aspect, but I think the simplest thing we can say is that you're not going to be.
Sure. No, I 100% agree with you on trying to correlate as much as possible, trying to limit the number of things you get. So we are on the same page. All I'm saying is some of the arguments about like, looking back at past lineups and like, look, that was week 17. Some of those arguments, I'm like, that week 17 wasn't really what happened there. But I do think,
Sure.
If we had both sides of the game going off, then sure, that's an argument for it.
Sure.
So let me frame it this way. So Leone has, I think he said it in the manifesto or maybe after the manifesto. Basically, I think the manifesto came down and said having 30 lineups that have multiple game stack quarterbacks in terms of EV was like the equivalent of having 35 lineups that did not have the game stacks. And he came down on he would rather have the 35 lineups that were not game stacked than have 30 that were game stacked. Where would you fall on that spectrum?
Well, first of all, I love that you're framing it like Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the tablets. I do love that. And if we could actually constantly make Leone modern day Moses, I would
that'd be great. Oh yeah, for sure.
God, Leone M Moses, that's fantastic, dude. At the end of the day, I think odds of winning. I think we could probably mathematically point out that if you have slightly less lineups, but those lineups are more powerful and potent to winning, which is what matters, right? Like I think all of us are like it's first or bust. Like ideally, making top 3 this year matters. Previous years didn't matter as much. So I think in general, I want the best odds of placing top 1. And if you're going to do that, there's got to be like really sound logic. God damn you, Jalen Hurts. You're hoping to get one of those stacks.
I know. It's just he has AJ Brown, so
yeah, no.
That's that keeps on like Devontae keeps falling. And I'm like, oh sweet, now I can get this stack again. But then it's
good.
Like, there's always still the AJ Brown drafter in between me and that Hurts stack. So that's a bummer.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I want to combine. I'm very fine taking a falling Flowers to get access to a potential because I've seen Lamar falling today in my BDM rooms.
I tried doing this. The downside here is that we still have Mark Andrews here, so who knows if one of these wants to do the double.
That's okay. To the broader point, getting a year 2 zooming out, getting a year 2 wide receiver who looks good and can grow his role, good, attached to a plus passing offense, good. And if we can stack him, even better. And if not, we can correlate him elsewhere. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I still lean 30 teams that are game stacked because if you're right, you win. Whereas you get 5 more entries, but there's no cause correlation or whatever. You have to hope that those 5 extra benefit from chaos more than the less than 5 benefit from the game stacks. And again, that's even taking into account like the chaos component of it, because like to Scott's point, if you like the team onslaughts, those typically won like the regular season prizes and then they got like bounced in the playoffs because one bad week in the playoffs hosts them. So that's one of the bad things about like this tournament specifically is like onslaughting undervalued offenses is very viable. And it's one of the more simplistic ways to attack it, but one down week sinks them. And we've seen that with like the last few years. The Philadelphia Eagles have been like the offense to attack in a lot of ways, but then Hurts missing in the finals just 1 week nukes those rosters. So, which is why Leone's work shows that like 3 stacked quarterbacks is like the most EV boost you can find in the 3 playoff weeks because it allows you to ride those ebbs and flows.
We made it through. Christ. Nobody took Mark Andrews. I was like, all right, this is our time. And then, of course, he goes Mahomes, Jackson. All right.
Yeah. I'm all about just making I mean, it's my personal thesis. I'm only doing 69 BBMs this year. I'm not maxing.
Of course
So
you are.
Of course I am. So my whole philosophy is like build the best you can and get lucky with that. And I don't think getting more attempts. I don't know. You know, it's like if you're a master craftsman, you don't need more attempts to make it work. But if you do get more, then you just have more quality. So I really just think it comes down to the drafter.
Yeah. Oh, we're on the clock. We have 4 receivers.
We
James.
can take Mixon as our running back that correlates with Zay, or we can take Christian Kirk and just keep pissing.
Let's take Kirk. Where is Mixon? Is he still? Oh, he is down here.
We can easily get him in the next round. I was just throwing out.
Oh, let's see what happened. Oh, we got him. Okay, whatever. So Neil Farley says, which I didn't realize. So it was random, it was not unstacked. It was just a random sample.
Oh, see, that's a different question because you can get randomly stacked then, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So some of those probably were game stacked.
And that's the interesting part too, is like drafting, you can accidentally get random week 17 stacks. And
also true.
And so from that perspective, right, then it's like it wasn't on purpose, and you can say that, but that didn't make it any less potent and valuable. So then it's like, do we really want to argue about how actionable it is? We can, or we can just say we know this is important. Let's focus on it, and we will unravel the ways it can be important, knowing that every year chaos is going to ensue.
Yeah.
Which is not a fun thing to say because that does kind of feel a little hopeless. But at the same time, I think that ignores all the things you can do to prep ahead of time, right? That's like saying, well, an earthquake, living in California, earthquakes and fires are going to happen. So might as well not even prepare to be ready for when the shit hits the fan. I'd rather be as prepared as I can for shit to hit the fan. Yeah,
no, I think you and I are largely on the same page of like, we're trying to correlate. We're trying to build the best structures. Like, we generally see things pretty similarly.
Yeah. Yep. I totally get the people that just want to be like, I mean, I see poor correlation all the time in practice. That doesn't mean it's not going to work out because shit happens, right? Like,
and there's so many of them, like just by the sheer volume of uncorrelated shitty lineups, like some of them they're going to be uncorrelated lineups in the finals. There are every year.
Yeah. And Leone has found that for the most part, those are like the bottom 50 percentile of them for the most part. And it's all the ones that are well game stacked that make up the upper 50%. So it's like, so I want the ones that are constructed well with, and I'm hoping to get the players differentiated, which is like the low ownership part, which is what I was going to ask you about, is like, are you hammering anyone low ownership right now as the contest closes for leverage come playoff time?
Just Mason and perine for the most part. I mean, like Jalen Naylor, I guess there are several players that I am, drafting, and I like them anyway. I think that they're as solid of bets as the other players around them. But then I kind of use he's not drafted that much in BBM as a tiebreaker. So there are a lot of those kind of later players that I'm like, I feel like Jalen Naylor isn't that much of a better bet in a vacuum than some of I'm trying to think who else is Malik Washington. I don't know. But if he's much lower drafted, then Malik Washington, probably not the example there, but you know what I mean? Just like if there is a player that is drafted a ton in the 17th, 18th round, I'd rather go for the guy who has not been drafted all season.
Right. And as first time to the chat, easy DFS notes. At the end of the day, you know what's easier to identify than power law players? Rookie wide receivers in handcuffs late that can benefit from the uncertainty tail. And so Malik Washington, I think, is a great pick because he's a rookie wide receiver in a high-scoring offense with an interesting profile, and he's probably more likely to be a zero than a Naylor is. But when they both hit, Malik's upside unknowingly high in the tank, Puka, there are other rookies, by the way, that have like smashed previously. Hell, Trey Tucker and Trey Palmer last year were hits from that round.
We could go Kittle for the Amon-Ra.
Yeah, I'm slamming Kittle. Yeah, this is great. And that's another reason why it's like, we reached on Mixon for the correlation, but getting 2 players from that round who are probably in a very similar tier and fit our construction and our game stack. Oh, I said game stack. Oh, no. Sorry, that was off the cuff and cringy, but it was funny. Fuck you, chat.
Off the cuff and cringy. The name of Tyler's podcast next year.
I think, I'm trying to hammer as much perine as I can. Just because he's he's honestly leveraged off of 3 players: Pacheco, CEH, and
Carson Steele. Yeah.
And at 4, people were taking generic Prince, you know,
That's
in the 15th round. So it's like
we've tried so hard to land that late Chiefs
and guess what?
backup running back.
They all might end up
late.
mattering by the end of the year because that's how shit goes.
Yep. True.
That actually a great bit would be a Chiefs running back not to be named yet is the guy you need.
Right. That is very, very within the range of outcomes. Yeah. Yeah. I have been hammering perine in my slow drafts. Other people don't seem to be as into it as I am. So it's
well, that's unfortunate because I'm getting sniped left and right on him in like the 14th.
Really, he's been like falling. Like we actually, I think we just got him in the 17th round, so it was lucky that Scott didn't like him in the 16th, and then he was like, "All right, you can take him here." So, so we got him.
See, that's funny to me because like ADP after like round 14 doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
compared to like who you're getting, and I'd say if you have to reach 2 rounds past 14 to get a huge ownership lever, you've well surpassed the 20 picks of ADP. Especially with how many guys today, just today and yesterday, have been like falling 20 to 30 picks. I've gotten Otten and Juwan for free lately.
Oh, we are on the clock. Of course, this is where Keon Coleman falls. I'd be fine with any of these at the top. Here's ADP on the left. I like D-Hop too. I don't know. Who do you like here? Anybody?
D-Hop should fall. I'm good with Najee or Coleman. Coleman, probably the prudent move.
I don't have that much Coleman, so I kind of want to get
rookie wide receiver in a top offense. I think his price and his profile are wrong, but if I'm wrong about that rookie wide receiver bet, then you know he benefits massively. So
yeah, I do feel like I'm doing the thing that shady advice. I think it is some really sharp person, and I agree with. Like in general, I try not to like put all of my low owned players on the same teams. You know, it's like I don't want to like have like, oh, this is the team where I'm just drafting all of my the players that I don't draft a lot of. And I feel like I'm kind of doing that right now in some of these drafts to an extent. And I really don't want to be. So like here I'm drafting Amon-Ra and Keon Coleman, 2 receivers that I'm at like probably sub 4% on the same team, but it's kind of happening naturally.
Which is probably the suboptimal way to do it is to like cram all the players you don't like on the same team. So then when half of them fail and half of them succeed, you get to go, see, they fucking suck.
Yeah, exactly. It's not ideal.
Benefit when they're right. But I mean, construction-wise, it makes sense. It's not my favorite way to attack it, but we've got enough badges in this room building pretty smartly, so it's prudent, if not fun. I'm a little worried about how he's looked in the preseason, and I'm also slightly now concerned that the guy that should lead the team in targets and touches outside of Kincaid and even then, Curtis Samuel is now potentially on track for week 1. I think precautionarily they will, if medical data serves correctly, they will sit him for the first week if he's not like 90% above because of re-injury risk. So he's more likely to start week 2. But like now, instead of Keon getting to kind of like get like a 3 to 4 week runway to himself, hypothetical way, it's like it can go back to being a logjam week 2. And I won't be surprised if this offense takes a while to kind of figure itself out and sees like a mid-season shift, which does benefit the rookie, right? But I also won't be surprised if the Super Bowl aspiration Bills decide to phase out the players that aren't really quite sticking, and that comes at the expense of the guy that may not be figuring it out. And Keon's weird because like everyone's telling me he's had a strong camp. I have not seen nearly as strong camp reporting as what I'm hearing.
I know.
So I'm worried how much of that is real and how much of that is just like Bills fandom hype. You know, so
is it just Liam? Is just Liam talking about how great
it's Liam and it's Leone just jizzing over their big receiver catching passes from Josh Allen.
Yeah. Ben who says, do not like ARSB because of Viking bias. No, I like Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, you could say I have him ranked behind Justin Jefferson and the field doesn't. So I think that's why I usually take Justin Jefferson if both are available. So then I end up with a lot more Jefferson than Amon-Ra.
I have a several pronged answer to that, but I'll wait to see what comes back
after we make our pick. Yeah.
So I was hoping to pass on Najee to get Jalen. Jalen's here. I'm cool taking Jalen, but you mentioned you like D-Hop, but I think he might fall back around to us in this room.
Yeah.
And then that said, I like Jalen and I like Javonte equally as much at this point. So I don't know if you have a lean on how you'd like to play this. As a bye week, though, I'm sure it's Jalen. Maybe we get both. We'll see.
Oh yeah, Javante is. You're right. Thank you for reminding me.
Look how
of
well
the
I
bye
know
weeks.
you.
You do.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, we get everybody we want.
Wait, did I already? Okay, good. I
You
got
got
him.
it. Yeah. So the Amon Ra thing is tough because I was in on Amon Ra as a rookie from the simplistic point of view that I liked him as like his profile was pretty strong. If he was going to work in the slot, he was going to like work his way from day one. It was a pretty barren, fake, fragile, like veteran receiver room, not too dissimilar from, a couple rooms like the Bills, for instance, which is another good reason to bet on the rookie. If the veterans have a little bit of fragile, fake volume, that probably benefits the rookie if the rookie is good. Amon Ra was really good, but it really didn't happen until like he was the guy that was getting fed, halfway through the season. He was doubted as a fluke player going into year 2. I bought in fully on like anybody that crushes that hard and that good, and also like Goff likes the slot guy. That thesis is proven true. He's both very good, and Goff has continued to feed him. He is still set up to be the best weapon on his team. That said, Laporta is very good. Laporta eats in a very similar part of the field that Goff feeds. I think Laporta and Amon Ra are likely to be the number 2 guys. Advance rate wise, if he stays healthy, he can absolutely smash and pay off. I have a hard time seeing how he exceeds ADP unless Gibbs and or Laporta and or JMO are all not dudes because of the red zone role aspect. The Lions just run so much in the red zone, and the final week is the week where like say splits are noisy all you want, but like Goff on the road outside, he and Amon Ra underperform like a motherfucker, and in the finals when the money matters, I have a hard time taking that like the top 7 for safety reasons whenever I can get a guy that could explode both season long and finals.
Javante here. I'm fine going Javante here. Same bye week, but we have Jalen there too.
I like doing it just because his camp. It's one guy I've had to like reverse course on of like a little bit of concern about the multi-ligament injury going into the second year with a guy like Peyton, but the coach speak on him has been fantastic, including awareness about multi-year recoveries for multi-year ligament injuries.
Sean Payton.
Hi, TJ Hawkinson. Hi, Nick Chubb. So I'm trying to reverse course on that, and then I noted that Ben Albright pretty plugged in. Denver beat. Take it with what you want, but he nailed Javante the first 2 years of like, hey guys, you're really excited, but like this coaching staff is going to use a 1A 1B like 50-50 split. Javante does some things really good, but some things that pisses the coaching staff off. He was right even before the injury, and now this year he's saying for like the last 6 months, Peyton really likes him. Peyton understands he's looking better. He wants to use him a lot. The running backs are going to get fed absolute fucking targets. And then today, when someone asked, hey, who's the wide receiver 2? He goes, what, for real life or fantasy? Real life, it's going to be Reynolds. He's going to be operating as the 2, blocking and doing the dirty work. For fantasy, it's going to be Javante and Greg Dulcich if they're healthy. And I was like, okay.
Wait, Sean Payton said that? I did not see that.
Ben Albright.
Ben Albright. Gotcha. Okay.
So he's like, the way they're running this offense, and everybody loves Jaleel, but he's like, the way I'm reading the tea leaves and the way that Payton's used him, it just seems like he's going to use the small guy with like 7 to 12 touches a week, and that's it. And the heavy lifting is going to be done by the big guy. So I had concerns about like how much Estime and Jaleel would eat into his workload. I had concerns about efficiency coming off multi-ligament injury. I had concerns about how much the coaching staff that did not draft him would treat him. All those concerns have basically been alleviated based on what information I have available, and I'd be an idiot to not adjust to that.
Yep. For a while, like the rumblings were like Javante could get cut. Like at one point in the offseason, it sounded like there was a legit competition for like making the team, and that Javante was not.
Which Ben Albright said was ridiculous at the time. So the guy that said that, be aware. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
You kind of covered this already with the Lions playing 14 of 17 games in domes this season. I didn't even realize it was that many. Does it affect your drafting of Amon Ra Williams in November, December games when it's rain, sleet outdoors? And it sounds like for you, the answer is yes. That has not been like the biggest factor for me, but that definitely like helps as a fader. Yeah.
I don't want to ignore it. So like his price is kind of tough because I think guys around him can explode in bigger ways, full season and playoffs, and in like the marathon and in the drafters, like cumulative scoring, I think he's a huge target because there's a lot to be said about safety with upside. When Gibbs may have missed 4 weeks, like that could have been huge and a boon for him. But if everybody's basically healthy going into week 1, like Laporte and Gibbs potentially started the season hurt, and now that they're not, Purdy here with Kittle makes sense, or we can push quarterback and get frisky. But I think you would probably want to get Brock and Goff. Yes,
We could go Tyjae Spears and then push to see who we get between Brock, Tua, and Goff. But we don't have any great late options, so that might
let's
be.
take Brock.
Yeah,
Let's take Brock because I think quarterback to tight end. I like that.
yeah. We didn't leave ourselves later quarterback options, so I kind of feel like we want to take
we
two
did.
quarterbacks
That's
here.
how we took Javonte. His
That
name is
is,
Backdoor Bo for a reason, brother.
you're right. We could do backdoor bow. That's fair. We could have done that. There was like I think there's probably a little bit of a tear break for me after Tyjae Spears, so I was a little bit tempted by that.
I think the way we built out, we weren't going to get a whole lot from Tajay without like contingent upside.
Yeah,
personally, because I think some of the guys available, like I think there's similar plays, and the way I've seen some of these rooms play out, some of these later tier of guys are falling. Like I've gotten Ezekiel Elliott at like 150, 160 the last two drafts.
Yeah,
today.
he's been falling.
And if you're telling me, do you want young Zeke with no ACL, or do you want Zeke 40 picks later? I'll take the quarterback and then push the running back, especially the way we've built.
Yeah. So my inclination with this pick would be Tua to get access to two different game environments. Potentially be done at quarterback. We have Jalen Waddle. What do you think? It's not what the sidekick is telling me.
I think I personally am. We have two quarterbacks for cover. Tyreek's on the other side of us. I think if a quarterback's likely to come back to us, it's going to be Tua, and I don't feel the need to take Tua here. I'd rather take one of the rookie receivers.
All right, let's go with the rookie receiver who gives us another quarterback out that we like later. That sound right?
Sounds fantastico.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing is like I'd rather take both Bo and Drake as my 3 quarterback builds, and build those like stacks out if need be, because I think their ability to outscore the Goff and Tua's are much higher because both of those guys have rushing upside. To go back to Ben Albright, I've been smashing Bo more than I've been smashing Drake for 2 reasons. One, I've been far more confident that Bo Nix was going to start from week 1, which is not nothing if you're pushing for like just quarterback 2 or quarterback 3, because you do, to y'all's point about advancing, you do have to advance out of your pod 2 of 12 to like get there. And I like to push quarterback. So I think it's very valuable not to miss weeks knowingly at quarterback in half PPR. Also, though, Ben Albright said that like months ago, if he could take Bo Nix rushing yards over on the year, he would smash it at every place.
Really? That's fun.
And then he showed that like mobility again. So I think it's like when you can get quarterbacks that are average to great passers, which I think Bo Nix and Drake May both have like that profile in different ways. And one of them is going to start from day 1, but like Drake May looking better and better to potentially start earlier. But we both know that there could be shenaniganry, afoot. He's going to start by the end of the year. How long that gets dragged out, who knows? It's already off to a somewhat poor start. That said, Jacoby Myers' throwing shoulder did take a hit in preseason, so could be sooner than later, even if the Patriots don't want it to be. And I'm saying all that and losing my thread, and it was going to be that, oh, yes, Tua and Goff are not rushing quarterbacks, so they have to smash via the pass game. While we have aspects of their passing game afforded to us, we could easily get the same type of production just on rushing alone from Bo Nix and Drake May, and it gives us some very valuable leverage with their like a single pass catcher from both, but then a quarterback that can outscore them a la rookie year Josh Allen. So in fantasy, I always lean towards the guys with rushing floors, and Tua has similar like concerning splits like mid to late season where the offense is still humming along, but it's doing a lot of the heavy lifting via the rushing game, and he's not scoring as many fantasy points because defenses have adjusted seemingly to what Tua can physically do from like an arm limitation standpoint. He's got more weapons than ever now, and the defense is weaker, so it could push the whole offense. They could also just make the whole fucking play out of the running attack and like low ADOT scam stuff, and Tua not be as valuable. But if we get him back here, it makes sense.
Yeah. I feel like Tua, and this I have not looked it up, but I feel like both of the past 2 years, like early in the year, it's looked like Tua is like, damn, I should have drafted more Tua. Like that, this offense is just humming along. And then like the second half of the year just falls off. Like the wheels fall off for the offense. He also had a concussion 2 years ago. So I think that might've been the issue, but it does like.
Yeah, the concussion definitely did part of it. I think it's also just like when you have small, like not to be like shitty and reductive, but like when you have like a average arm with small hands, which is kind of like Goff and Tua, when the environment is not optimal, it becomes much harder to operate above average.
Do we just do it here?
Yeah, because I don't think the Tyreek team is going to take him. So if you want Tua, you take him here.
Yeah.
And we normally sneak Polk in. And ideally, I'm sure plenty of people have both Tua and Polk if you swap the rounds. But this late in the game, I thought Polk was a lot more valuable given as an out. And now we have cover to take the higher upside Drake May, which we can say, and that could be completely wrong. But if we want to prioritize who is probably the better talent and the better likelihood to smash as a fantasy asset in Drake May, we can do that because we have two very capable starters who should start the season hot. And you know what? Another thing, too, is Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers may struggle out the gate because if Ayuk and Trent Williams are going to hold out, especially Trent Williams, the offense takes a dip from the rushing and passing attack when Trent Williams is out. So if Purdy and the Niners stumble out the gate, well, the perfect cover is Tua and the Dolphins, right? So
true.
So Tua could easily be like our early season bridge to late season hammers of Purdy and or Drake May. So I don't mind that either from like a gigabrain standpoint.
Yeah. This is number 146. Yeah, 146. This is number, I believe this is draft number 146 for me. Gonna get through 149 today. Tyler has his get his shit done face on. Yeah, very much. Tyler came ready today. I love this from Meatwad. I'm behind, so this is going to be off topic, but holy shit, how much does week 17 actually matter stuff is such nerd shit. Just crank the best plays and correlate when optimal. It is nerd shit.
As a guy who used to own a lot of, well, I still own them, but I don't have, the heavy pause was very purposeful.
Yeah.
As a guy that used to be in comic book shops a lot, it's very much like, well, actually the comic number 34 was canon, and that story arc wasn't canon. It's like, oh god, okay, we get it. Shut the fuck up.
I'm Mason all day here.
What's Mason's ADP? That's fine.
I don't think his ADP matters because it's moving.
It doesn't. It doesn't. I'm just curious about that's fine. I'm good with that.
I mean, I do like the other running backs, but I have a lot of.
I don't like them any better than the RB2 on the.
And we have Purdy, so it's like a little bit more team correlation.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any, like if there was like a
obvious value fall or something.
Well, or like a specific target, I think has got more standalone value. Because I will say that like seemingly CMC has had a very healthy rollout of his calf, so like he's not starting the season any more injury prone, statistically speaking.
You're the guy I go to for injury analysis. I think more than anything that's where you seem to have more knowledge than most streamers on the like the impact of injuries, the likelihood of a return from injury. I feel like that is a strength of yours.
Hey man, I can't hang with you ultra nerds with all the math shit, and people can spin better yards and gigabrain takes as the others, but it's one of the few places that no one's bothered to like. It's one of like the few niches that no one's bothered to like become well versed in, and once you learn the rules, they don't really change. So like, learn the timelines, learn the likelihoods, learn the age things. I bought
super impactful too.
Yeah, I bought the injury guides the last 2 years, and I look shit up that's in peer-reviewed research charts, and once you know it, it's like learning the NFL rulebook. Like once you know it, very Bill Belichickian. If people are going to overlook that, but it gives you a big edge, then fuck it, right?
Yeah. I'm not understanding Easy's comment. Any Waddle
He's asking
injury thoughts?
Yes.
Thoughts. Okay.
Yeah, and he had to word it sexually. Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Seemingly Reek, none. The finger thing was precautionary and shouldn't be an issue for him at all. Waddle, like macro, not great to be having a soft tissue injury this late. That said, the fact that he was allegedly running mostly at full go this morning with a compression sleeve indicates more precautionarily handling of his calf, similar to the CMC situation from the little bit that we do know. So no, not as of now. If you hear of any setbacks, though, you throttle away the fuck back because then that is an issue.
Hunter Henry, I think would be my pick here. I could go McMillions. I know you like him.
Let us take the rookie, por favor. McMillan.
Yeah.
Is another like I am okay not over correlating for upside bets at archetypes proven to win over the long run. And I don't know that have we ever had a rookie that came in with a really good profile outside of the top like 150 that just crushed from day one going into week one like McMillan has? I cannot recall such an easy layup setup. The only one maybe was like Tank Dell, and we kind of just ignored it because we thought the offense was going to suck. And I think kind of have that stink on the Bucks now too of like, well, Canales left. It's like, well, they brought in a pretty competent, OC and Liam Cohen, who made Levis look like something in college, and Baker's a better talent than Levis per the NFL draft capital.
Right.
So,
yeah, he's moved up pretty quickly. McMillions, like he was for the longest time, he was like 18th round, you could get him, and now he's just like, I miss him a lot of the time.
Going from 180 something to 160
Yeah.
something doesn't matter. So it's great. I'm taking him at 140 if I need to. Like he's not much different than a bet of like Josh Downs, who is coming off an ankle sprain, who should be okay, but like, okay, we were already kind of concerned about it's not likely that hampers him full season, but there's a 20% chance it does, like the Jerry Jeudy situation was a couple years ago. And then that's without the contextual concerns about like rookie wide receiver, alpha target earner in Pittman, and a rushing quarterback with volume or passing efficiency concerns. So it's like you add all that in, how much different is a rookie coming in healthy from day one with an awesome profile and an offense that could pass more? It becomes the same tier to me with a little bit more tail upside.
Yeah. Hunter Henry might come back to us here, which
he's been falling to 170, 180. So yeah.
We could also do Jonnu. Part of our
Jonnu with Tua is probably the priority, and Hunter Henry being injured likely to. That said, do you want to take perine here? Keep pushing tight end.
We could do that. Yeah,
I do.
Let's do it.
Yay!
That's fun.
It is.
Yeah, we're looking good. We got both Mason and perine. I do think I'm gonna. Those are gonna be like, as far as my portfolio goes, Mason perine teams obviously gonna be very heavily correlated.
Yes.
Wait, do you have a thought on the Brooks injury?
Yeah, I tweeted this out that Brooks had a very good chance of avoiding PUP and coming back anywhere from week 1 to 3 based on his timeline and his age. The fact that he hasn't is historically lowers the ceiling and increases the risk in general, just macro, based on historical data of running back starting on the PUP versus not starting on the PUP. That said, it does, from all accounts, seem to be more precautionary. The comments still are going to be that he's utilized via the pass game. So age, pass game involvement, set up well to alleviate and mitigate dips in efficiency, unlike the Nick Chubb thing. The athletic profile is undetermined. So unlike Brees, we can't point to an elite profile to give us confidence because he didn't test at the combine. We can say it's likely above average given draft capital and some collegiate numbers, but the risk has definitely increased. And then, missing time in camp, it's not a skill position, so it's not a death knell like the JMO was or the Mechie was, but missing time, not being able to be part of installs and blitz pickups and things like that would make you like a late down and distant and third down pass back or concerning and not good. I think he can still pay off ADP. It's just the bet has become more risky. And at that point, I do want a little bit cheaper of a price, given that my bull thesis was he can avoid the PUP, and he did not. So that's still concerning.
Yeah. All right. The question is, how important is it to us to get a third quarterback with Drake May? Because we could go tight end here.
I think we get our tight end here. And I think we push May. I think Jonnu's the priority with a statue quarterback with only one pass catcher, personally.
What about Dr. Watson? Let's take a look at it. Yeah, he's probably not going to do the May thing.
If you want May, I'm not going to argue with you. It's tight end. It doesn't matter. But we took Tua, so I do feel like Jonnu's the pick.
I was thinking, man, if Beastburf didn't have 3 quarterbacks, I would be nervous about the May pick there. But Dr. Watson, I don't really know.
If you're gonna steal Drake May from me, I have Fields back stacked with a pass catching back with a perine run back. So fuck you.
Nice.
We got a question for what time you guys on the 24-hour stream with Pat. I signed up for a bunch of times that Pat would potentially need, so I don't know. Maybe I'm currently signed up for 10 to 11 Eastern Saturday, 10 to 11 Eastern at night Saturday, and then Oreoing with Steph an hour later, and then back again 7 to 8 a.m. I probably signed up for too many. So
We're
especially
talking
now-
about Dog Pound Pat.
yeah, Dog Pound Pat.
I told him, and same thing I told you, same thing I've been telling everybody who's invited me on a stream is like, I got to get through my BBMs and then I'll get back to you, because I just like I wasn't sure when, if I was still gonna be like trying to get mine done then. So I'll have to go back to it. That's it's a good reminder.
Yes,
I've been so stressed out about getting my drafts in that I'm like, man, I can't commit to anything yet.
I can tell you what open spots he has. He's got basically from 4 to 9 Eastern open Saturday.
Okay.
And then 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. Eastern Sunday.
Yeah, I won't be doing that. I know that much. I'm not going to be doing Sunday morning. So I'll probably try to do early afternoon Saturday would be the best.
Yeah.
For me. Yeah.
Don't you do it, Red Zone.
Don't you do it. Oh, son of a bitch.
Fucking bitch.
Does he have any? He doesn't have a single Patriot on his team.
You just want to take the falling Musgrave?
Oh yeah, man, that is quite the fall. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, like, fuck it.
Yeah, at some point. I can't believe that. Completely unstacked Drake Bay.
Gotta love it.
All right.
Let's see. Dark horse for what? I'm a loser. Dark horse player, dark horse team. It's a very open-ended question with no guidance guardrails.
Dark horse, Tyler and Neil.
Yeah. I'm sure he's asking dark horse player to like finish overall, but he could be more specific. Ben's gonna be on midday. Nice.
More emo the better.
Much appreciate. ML Hawkinson injury thoughts. Covered it pretty extensively. So the succinct version is age and athletic profile good, double ligament injury bad, changing quarterback and potential decrease in offensive efficiency bad. Likely to. I said all along he was extremely likely to start on the pup. He is starting on the pup. His timeline suggests week 6, 7 return. They have a week 6 bye, so likely they roll him out week 7 or week 8, whichever they are comfortable with. And he's probably going to have a physical ramp up where he's below his efficiency for several weeks, if not the entire season. And you will see a dip in efficiency with that, even before you take into account the offensive stuff. So, like, they get him to the playoffs, they get the elite spike weeks, ignores the fact that he's likely not to be at 100% all season. And if he is, it is going to be for the playoffs, but it's a lot of ifs. And when he's going in like the 160s, 170s, I'm okay taking that, where it's like I can float a 0 for 7 to 8 weeks at tight end. But you're not immediate. You should not expect to get immediate production, because even Rob Gronkowski, who returned in 8 months from his injury, performed, I think, like 40 to 60% of the snaps, not 100%, and performed like 20 to 25% efficiency dip for a long time. So, and I don't think any of us should expect Sam Darnold to lead as efficient and high scoring of an offense as Kirk Cousins.
Hunter Henry's still being suggested this year, but we have 3 tight ends. I don't think we need to do that.
No, I think it's Fields or a running back.
Fields is
or it's Malik Washington's just onslaught Tua if he's still on the board.
Is he still on the board?
I doubt it. No, he went.
Seen him. I could do Fields.
Let's do Fields then. I think we've addressed every other position really well, and Fields gives us a nice same access to the same sort of rushing thing, just very volatile. We have no idea when it's going to hit, and we cannot say for sure he's starting week 17. But 18th round pick, I think that's the same thing for every player potentially. So I'm okay with what he gives us access to with a mostly immobile quarterback room, and I think we built well everywhere else.
Yep. I didn't really want to give red zone Hunter Henry. That was my hesitation, man. Just like,
oh well,
he snipes us, and then we let him get that great stack late. But it's all right. It's all right.
I mean, we got Luke Musgrave, 30 picks after ADP, which doesn't really matter. But build wise, we were able to basically cobble together a really solid team with really solid shots on. We made sure all of our tight ends should be attached to high scoring offenses, which is usually how you win pushing tight end.
Yeah. All right. So we make it through. I think Hodge is going to be jumping on soon.
Oh, hell yeah.
So we can do...
Dave asking, a friend wants to know what is the background story of the Joyride behind you. So every stream, I just put on my record player and a record I have from my record collection. I've been too lazy to replace the record for the last 3 streams I've been on. Sue me. But that's just the band Transit's album Joyride. And it's a pretty blonde girl. So y'all like that. You're welcome. It's a great album, great
nice.
band. Very underrated.
Thank you for the reminder, Bindles. I just checked. Bindles says, get this man to 2K. I have picked up 1 subscriber so far today. So we are at 1935 now. If any of you are watching and not subscribed to the channel, I am trying to get to 2,000 by the time I'm trying to edit this. Where is that?
Hit it, folks.
Yeah,
if you get him to 2K, he's going to put flannel thongs in the merch store that he does not have up and running yet.
Yeah, that is not true, but that's if I win BBM, I definitely will. Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
Who are you cease and desisting, Starkindler? Where did Malik Washington go in that draft? Because it was definitely before us.
Here, let's see. Let me refresh.
If you want to bother looking.
Yeah, so that was number 146. So 3 more tonight. 147. Yeah. I'm behind schedule, it seems like. All right. Go into the draft. Malik Washington.
201. So right after we took Musgrave.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Solid pick.
Yeah, I think we had a decision point. It was either go 3 tight ends or add Malik Washington. I think both are viable. Remains to be seen. That said, I think the way we built out with the early receivers, I don't mind fucking around. Like, elite tight end is very good for playoff spikes. It's mostly bad for advance rates without. Apparently, the only way to make historically. So caveat: historically, the only way elite tight ends work are A, they are the tight end that smashed, or B, you started your first 7 rounds with 2 running backs and a tight end. So you addressed half point PPR, you kind of addressed that. We did neither of those things really and truly. So I don't mind padding the volatility of both elite tight end that's not the guy you need full season, and the volatility of Kittle potentially with 2 other guys to kind of give you random spikes, especially a Jonnu who he's not running all the routes. I don't love doing just 2 tight ends with one guy that kind of rotates out. I think Jonnu can make plenty happen in a rotating role, but it's not a guy running all the routes like an Otten or a Ferg, which makes it a little bit more volatile. So I kind of like building that out. And then same thing with the quarterbacks. You got guys that are stacked and correlated, helps out full season and for the playoffs.
What is y'all's biggest victory lap for CLV? I don't feel like I have great CLV this year.
Good CLV matters, bad CLV doesn't, and we're not going to know that till the end of the season. So I can say the ones that feel good, but I don't that's one that definitely doesn't matter as much. Do I have one? I was fading Jamar Chase in the top 4, and that has been right from an ADP standpoint. If we're talking about actionable CLV, because first 2 rounds CLV matters far more than the rest of the draft. McMillan Bull since the big board, so I'll take 20 to 30 spots of ADP on that. Jaden Daniels never really moved. Either Jordan Love.
Drake London moved up to the 1-2 turn from the 3-4 turn, from pre.
Oh my god!
He was super late.
I forgot he started out there. Yeah.
I had another one just now and I forgot who it was. I mean, on DraftKings, I have a lot of CLV with Romo Dunze has moved up quite a bit. The Chiefs guys have moved up quite a bit. I had one a second ago.
I mean, I was steadfast in the negative that Nick Chubb and Hawkinson needed to drop an ADP. They both did, and they both rose on fake information, and then they're dropping again based on they're starting the year on PUP. So our victory lap standing pat that the most likely outcome was they get pupped in that dumpster ADP. So it did.
I mean, Rushy Rice was. If you were in on Rice, you should be victory lapping hard right now. I was not super in on Rice, so
neither was I. I had some questions about how good Rice really was. It took me a while to like come around to like a Mon-Ra light-esque. The preseason usage was like, okay, and so I thought the market overreacted to his likelihood to be suspended more than 6 to 8 games. Whenever that became not likely to happen, I started just drafting him based off his ADP is not likely to stay here. So I bought some of that, but then like from a player standpoint, it's been hard to like do that until I got, he's earning like 33% targets in preseason and then hammering him. So I've ended up with more Rice than Worthy by the end of everything said. So I think I played it as best I could. But I definitely wasn't like a Rice bull like Gretsch, for instance, was, who could really say that. But the legal thing was kind of a wackadoo shit. I wasn't taking much Kendre, and now he's fucking stone cold dead ADP undrafted half the time.
I was taking a lot of Kendre, so that one hurt. I guess my biggest victory lap would come from pre-draft and early drafting season. I was in on Dontavian Wicks the whole way. Like rookies and sophomores, I have 77%. No, that's just 40 drafts, but like I think he went undrafted in many of those. So having 77%, quite the stand. But I also don't take huge like exposure stands. So like I don't end up, it's not like I have like, other than that, again, 77%, that's a lot. But like I'm usually like, oh sweet, I have 14% of this player that I was super bullish on. So
I think the other two I can point to, if we're gonna like point to big board, was Zeke was going in the 200s, and I'm like, when he went to the Cowboys, I'm like, the risk of taking a rookie back, it was definitely there. But the fact that it was most likely going to be a guy that might start on PUP and Jonathan Brooks, I was like, well, there's he's Chuba but shittier, but also cheaper. That's fine. And then when it wasn't Brooks, I thought the market did not react fast enough to just him and Dowdle. And now that he's falling because of Dalvin Cook so I've lost probably like 20 picks of ADP when things close, but I think that's
Dowdle is falling because of Dalvin Cook.
No,
okay. Zeke
like a little bit.
Gotcha.
It's mostly Zeke. Yeah, okay, it's mostly Zeke. So I'm scooping up. I was not taking a whole lot of Zeke over guys like Charbonnet and Ty Chandler, in that range. But now that Zeke is falling to like Bucky Irving and Braylon Allen, I'm taking him easily in those drafts because I think he's a better bet for week in and week out, and then contingent value.
Yeah. Tyler, are you going to stick around? You're more than welcome to stick around. Love to have you. You stick around. We're gonna do a 3-man here. But I do have another person here who is going. Yeah, we're gonna have a 3-way. I'm gonna ask Hodge though.
Threesome. Let's go.
Hodge, who are your biggest victory lap in terms of CLV right now? Do you have you given this any thought? Do you have any thoughts off the top of your head?
Yeah. Can we skip the CLV and get straight to the 3-way?
Hell yeah. The 3-way starting now.
What? Who told you to show up looking this hot, Ryan?
I brought in these beefy boys. Yeah.
Jeez, take my shirt off.
I had to put on my big boy pants today and go shake some hands. So just hopping on. Oh, my biggest CLV. I mean, I would have to go check the Best Ball Explorer and take a look.
Well, you do that. I'm going to enter a draft, and we can talk about Hodges as we go.
Enter an email. Do it.
We're entering. All right.
Just in BBM, yeah.
You can do whatever. I don't know. I said Dontavian Wicks because I had so much pre-draft.
Yeah, just looking at the top here, my biggest CLV is Michael Wilson. I don't know if we're really victory lapping that, but my highest owned. So if I look at a guy who I have like more than 10% of, it's Rico Dowdle is my highest CLV at more than 10%. I have 14% Rico Dowdle and BBM.
Yeah, I have quite a bit of Rico Dowdle also.
Next highest above 10% is Rashee Rice at 15%.
This is kind of offensive. Dan says, "Why does it look like Ryan and Tyler are here to shoot a gay porno and Neil is the cameraman?" You saying I don't look like a porn star? That's all I'm hearing.
You
Neil
have
does not look porn.
you have like a leisurely shirt, hat, and headphones on. It does kind of look like the sound man type of
Yeah,
vibe.
no, I do. I for sure makes sense.
We're also wearing white, so it's like the go-to
So
casting
good.
couch outfit.
It is an accurate assessment. Ooh,
It
107.
really is.
We love it.
Yeah, 107 ain't bad.
It's the Lord's number.
The middle's the best spot, man. Straight up.
It's the best way to play every round for sure.
Yeah. So I was talking with Jake Tribby last night because he was on the stream for a while, and he now has been like drafted with me on 10 different drafts, and we were speculating. I think that he might have been on the most with me, but I would imagine that, Tyler, you have to be pretty close. Although we only usually do 1 or 2 at a time when you're on, so probably
I think
can't
we're
get
probably
there.
like 5 or 6. I would say.
Yeah, and Hodge, you've probably been similar to Tyler, but not the same number as Tribby, because you've been on a number of streams, but usually again like two per stream when you come on, kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
Ryan Hodge's stamina is fantastic. That's what he's saying.
Great stamina.
Pumps out 2 at a time.
2 at a time. 2 at a time. That's what the people are saying. I click either one of the non-piss boys here.
Correct, Mundo.
I mean, I have a pretty solid preference. Oh, well, they make that decision for me.
All right.
Yeah. I feel the same as Ryan. I typically prefer Bajan, but Brees is a auto smash up over those other wide receivers.
Yeah. We took Amon-Ra in the last one. I have been trying to increase my exposure to Amon-Ra, but I feel like I've got a few shares over the past 24 or 48 hours, so we're good not taking Amon-Ra every time he falls.
Yeah, I got up to the 7% on Amon-Ra finally in BBM because I was sitting at like 3. I was like, okay, I got to start clicking him here at 6 or 7 instead of Bijan every time.
Yeah. Says who? That's just you're exploiting a leverage point. When Jimmy Eat World wrote that song, they were thinking of us.
Did you have you seen the tweet? Who was it? It was Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. And are you moving forward or backward? You know the tweet I'm talking about, right? The speaking about being in the middle there, Shea Gilgeous. Oh, and Zendaya. Are you moving forward or backwards? Do you guys not know the tweet I'm talking about?
I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about insertion in a threesome.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I want to say Bert Kreischer has a similar joke about, cracking open a Miller Lite at a parent-teacher conference that you thought was a Diet Coke, and it's like being in an orgy, and you feel a finger go in your butt. You have a decision. You either pull out or you push it back in.
That's funny.
It's always the latter.
Exactly.
Getting back to drafting, I guess. Is there anyone when drafting started that you were not wanting to click at all, and now you're feeling silly about the fade? Several people for me. Rashee Rice being the biggest.
Yeah, even though there are plenty of ways that burned you. So I feel playing it somewhat safely given the rookie edition, Kelsey, because that's the thing. Like Rice's ADP was like, hey, Kelsey might retire. Hey, they've got no one else that's good. So I still think the second round was a little bit rich, given that they have a plethora of weapons there. Perine not a nothing in the pass game, and so that might impact Rice from like the low ADOT standpoint potentially if he does like the full jet roll. But that's a good question.
Nico, I'd be fine with any of these.
Nico or Waddle, I'm good with.
You want me to split the difference?
Yeah, split the difference.
Split us in half, Ryan.
Nico.
Cooper Kupp there too. I've thought about that just because I don't have a ton of Kupp, but let's go Nico.
I've caught up with him, and it's mostly from like the top 3 when he falls. It's still a risky bet given age and injury history profile, but if he's had much like Watson, if he's had a healthy camp and he's being managed properly and he stays healthy, that is a huge smash at ADP. But that said, he was going in the 3rd and 4th round for a good chunk of BBM, so hard to say. Although I would like, if anybody could actually find when his ADP shifted, where it didn't really leave the 2-3 turn, it might have only been like 20% of BBM when he was like that cheap, which is you're not going to see a majority of those teams.
Yeah, true. Still, I mean, it still would have been nice to have been many of those teams if I had taken advantage. But yeah, not a huge concern for me.
And the whole he's better in that round than another round. I think Breece Hall just showed us all last year that regardless if you took him in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th round, if he was smashing and he was the guy you needed, it doesn't matter as long as you constructed the team around it, because power law players that are doing awesome can be really powerful with other combos, especially from like a uniqueness standpoint. You're not guaranteed to see all the other iterations that were drafted. In fact, you're likely to see a small fraction of those in week 15, and then a smaller fraction in week 17, and then the tiniest fraction in the finals.
We might have a decision to come back around on potentially taking one of Nico Collins' teammates. Do you guys feel strongly about Diggs versus Dell?
I like both guys. I've seen Tank falling into the 4th round, so if that moves the needle for you at all, but I don't think either one is a bad answer. I'm always going to lean the younger guy, year 2 profile.
That's exactly my thought.
Yeah. But I don't want to ignore the whole
same
veteran gets a new team, new situation, and they can utilize him well. And I think in the tail outcome, I share what Jacob Sanderson thinks. If Stroud can do Ohio State 35, 40 touchdown season, every guy here is going to eat and smash, and you're just hoping to catch the right wave.
Would you rather reach for one of these teammates or go with Evans, Metcalf, or Flowers? Somebody else.
Yeah, do we pick 75, 65? Where do we pick here?
55, 66, 79.
79. So you have to take Stroud at
66. Yeah.
So
I'm okay with Metcalf, and then we can see if
one falls back to us.
Yes. Yeah.
And now I assume that at least one of these two is going to come around here. So they would have to take him ahead of 66.
Yeah, there's the only guy with the badge to profile very, very rudely. The only guy with the badge is likely, if he doesn't take Tank before he takes Hurts, that's one less person that might take him, and we don't know how the rest of this room is going to go. So, and Tank goes to Moon Tower.
Yeah, Tank. That's.
Oh well,
it's all good. It's all good.
Nico's still the GAM.
Yep. Good with that.
Yeah, I just any time that I'm double clicking the Chicago guys or the Houston guys, I really am making sure that I don't that quarterback falls within a decent spot relative to his ADP to where I'm picking. I am not trying to push up CJ Stroud a full round ahead of his ADP at 66 or whatever it is, and his ADP is 71. I think that's totally fine. But I'm always, if I'm going to double click either one of those teams' wide receivers, because they all go before their quarterbacks right here.
The fun thing is that if you take 2 Houston guys and then Lamar falls to you in the 5th, you just go with God.
Agree.
I also don't mind Metcalf here because he sets up, if we miss out on the Houston stuff, which we do, that's okay because it sets up Caleb stuff with cheaper pass catchers, which I'm totally fine with.
Yeah.
And I guess I want to be clear too. I actually don't if we end up, let's just say for instance, we take Dell there and we don't get CJ. I'm not that bummed that we have both Nico and Dell and no CJ. It's really not the end of the world. Those guys are going to ping pong all the time anyways. So I would actually totally be fine taking Flowers or Andrews later. We're OTC. So
for sure.
How do you feel about Josh Allen with we have Breece Hall bring back already? A little bit of a fall on Josh Allen.
Yeah, I mean you can insert the I'm a simple man when I see Josh Allen in the 40s. I click Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Ryan said the word insert, and I'm not the biggest T. Higgins or Michael Pittman fan, so
all right. Yeah.
So how come you're not the biggest T. Higgins fan? Because I am what you would consider generally a vibes-based drafter. I don't have any really strong player takes. I kind of just I see where the ETR boys are at. I see where the ship chasing boys are at. I watch Kerrane and Overzet and Siegel content. I'm just like, cool. but it's all just vibes for me. And my vibe on T. Higgins is like, dude, I don't really want to click him. So I'm curious, like, why you don't want to click him, because I don't have a real reason.
Well, my reasons are probably stupid, but my vibes are he's always like, I felt this last year. I always feel he's overvalued based on his single game ceiling. And I felt that way about Jamar Chase this year. Of like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins cap each other if Burrow's not going nuclear, which he's not done to this point. I feel so Burrow is coming into the season healthy. There's no wrist worry at all. There's no calf injury worry at all. That was another concern I had last year. The O-line still looks a little but now that the run game is potentially getting weaker with Zach Moss and Chase Brown, I could see them kind of going to the pass game a little bit more. I think T. Higgins benefits if Chase misses any time or has any issues with ramp-up injuries, ramping up too fast. He's seemingly been working out, so that's probably not the biggest concern, but it's a potential concern from Lamb and Chase if they ramp up too quickly and they haven't been like ready to go. Minor concern. T is just his injury history might be one of the worst players in the top 100 of any player. And now there's like not a dustbin of Tyler Boyd manning the slot. It's Jermaine Burton. It's Andre Yoshevich, who are like really athletic, really interesting profiles. And I think with a single year, he could do the same thing as like Keenan of go like, week 13, shoulder hurts, man. I'm not going out on the field. I'm not clear. And then we're fucked because we have a dead roster spot. Like I have all those concerns about single year guys who have shown a willingness to sit out, and I'm good with the stack here.
Yeah, same. I was this whole time you were talking, I was watching like just fall. Please just fall.
Me too.
A good cameraman stays out of the way but keeps the action going and kneels.
Dude, it's too good.
So yeah, I just think it based on his price. I think single game he could be awesome, but also like he's a wide receiver too with a offense that kind of has been like spreading the ball around plenty. They finally have a pass tight end who they feel good about, according to camp. I'm not a big believer in Gesicki, but if they're going to use him as like a deep slot guy, it just feels like they could finally go, hey, we don't want to be one-dimensional anymore, and let's spread it around. And that might really hurt the season-long outlook of guys like Chase and T if that's what they do, especially as they've both held out at different areas of camp. I don't know. So the vibes feel all fucking weird, and I'm always going to want to take the cheapest guys if I'm not sold on the profile and the price. I've gotten more T now that it seems like the beat writers like he's admitted he's not put his best foot forward, but now that it's a contract year, he is. So I've bought in like a little bit of like if I need to catch up, mix up I don't need 30% Amari Cooper attached to Deshaun Watson. If they told me Winston was starting tomorrow, different story. But yeah, that's just kind of my take and my read on it. He's fine. He's not like, I don't think he's a much better player. Like if we look back at the end of the year and we see that Rome, Kirk, Pickens, Worthy, and Terry all matched or exceeded him, none of us should be surprised.
Oh, you're throwing out names that I'm way higher on T than all of those guys. Like
right, but I'm saying it wouldn't surprise me if we got to the end of the year and we were saying like finish wise. Because I think the tier is
it.
Keenan or Keon?
Keon. Well, who are the? Oh, what's
Keon? Keon is an ADP.
What's JSN's ADP right there?
Who?
JSN is 70 something as well. I think we can take Keenan and push Keon or JSN around.
Yeah. Take Keenan.
Okay.
I was not paying attention to where we were at on the clock. I was just looking at the leg up.
Oh yeah.
Pat, you got to fix that, dude. That's way too far. That's a big. I feel like there should be a plus or minus there. I do not feel like there should be that big of a boost on a guy 10 spots ahead of. What is Keon's?
Well, it had Keenan ahead of him.
You just moved it.
Yeah. So Keon is 77.
Okay. I take it back. You know what, dude? Anytime I say something like that, I'm like, wait a minute, isn't Shady Advice like the one behind all of that? And the guy just shipped another milli a week ago. Like maybe I should just shut my mouth and stick to the vibes based takes.
Well, my thing is like we have Allen stacked. Curtis Samuel is back at practice. If he doesn't miss week 1, he's a 2 to 3 round cheaper player with a little bit more like stingy. We just took Keon the previous draft. I'm fine with the rookie box, but I also know that he's a guy that's routinely like around the area of the next round. And if we can get both guys, I like both guys. But if you're in a vacuum, median outcome, Keenan's outscoring Keon most of the time.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So,
I did not realize where we were at part of the draft. I was way too busy looking at my T. Higgins exposure, so I didn't realize where we were.
for sure.
All
I
right,
also
so
don't
who
think
did we end up taking? Kincaid and then Keenan, right?
Yeah, we got Kincaid in the previous round, and then
Cool.
Keenan. So we're looking good.
So picking at 79 here, got a solid 1-1-3-1 going.
Yep.
And yeah, Dan, I agree about the tier. I think Keenan belongs in a tier 2 rounds ahead of Keon, and he's going in a tier below that because of fat allegations.
True.
And now, like, he's just sitting with a foot thing, and people are like, see, his foot's hurt because he's fat.
Keon, so Coleman went.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Keon
Coleman
went
went
72.
okay. Yeah, turn.
I feel like we personally can still push running back. I don't hate
JMO.
I'm Addison over JMO personally.
I'm fine with
Yeah,
that. I'm actually
I think you can-
D-Hop.
I think D-Hop will be back around though. And I've said that too.
You guys could pick any one of these. I'm actually fine with.
This is finally a price that I'm very okay with Addison, and I still think they're baking in like suspension risk that we don't have any clarity is going to happen. So, and honestly, it's more of like an injury thing. He might be hampered for the first few weeks because of his injury. That's okay. We're not playing for the first few weeks. We're playing for several weeks, especially on a team where we're going to have to go quantity over quality. So I think it fits well with what we're doing.
Somebody had said, "Isn't it annoying to have to drag around the sacket?" I feel like you don't have to do that if you're not on a stream. Like, it's one of those things. Like, yeah, it's a little bit annoying when you're streaming, but like when I'm drafting outside of the stream, I don't even think about it. So yeah, not a huge issue.
Agreed.
Usually don't have to spend too much time on it. Still worth it for me.
I love Benjamin May's comment. T had the most impressive catch of the year last year. Should help the vibes.
That's true. That was a good. I mean, that was against my Vikings, and I hated it so much for fantasy reasons. On top of being against my Vikings, but like the sideline and then that was cool. That was a cool catch.
Yeah, all those other games where he went 2 of 8 were awesome.
Maybe I can try that. There's probably a better way to do it than what I'm doing. Let's see. Make it smaller. Can I put it over here? You see it there?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you can see it just fine there. All right. That's thank you for suggesting that I don't have to just keep doing what I'm doing.
Neil manipulating his giant log for all of us to see as he plays with.
That's right. That's what this stream is all about. Yeah, what is Tyler mentioning here? Up here, Hodge. Love the not.
We did
collab bags. Was that the NFT? Like an NFT?
Yeah, we did an apparel drop with D's, and one of them was like a side bag that said, not drugs in it. And so a bunch of people were creating content of them going through TSA and saying like, see, it works. and then yeah.
Oh, Curtis Samuel is the suggestion here.
Double check the ADP, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we're good to go with that. I think he's like 90 something. Oh, he's much.
No, he's 96.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's good. Gucci Mane. We got bargain bin Keon Coleman.
Yep. Nice. Yeah, we got the double stack. I was less. I feel like I might have considered Keon over Keenan Allen if we didn't have Kincaid, because I don't want to get stuck without a stacking partner again with Allen. But
yeah. I if you don't take Kincaid stacked, then I don't think his ADP is very reasonable in the median outcomes. I think he's one of the most fragile tight ends.
I like Kincaid. I actually think this is maybe. I said I wasn't a player take guy, but I think that the market share of targets in Buffalo is going to be extremely flat outside of Dalton Kincaid.
Really?
I think, yeah. I think Kincaid will be the week to week, absolutely getting peppered with targets. But it's just a feeling. There's like So
I think you and I have like opposite tight end exposures this season, Hodge, because you're like out on elite tight ends. I'm like addicted to Trey McBride mostly. And
Trey McGraw.
Dalton Kincaid is the one that I have not been taking. All right. Zamir White, the suggestion here. David Njoku's there. Zach Moss.
we're at 103 here, right?
Yep.
Okay, can I make a suggestion on Romeo?
Is Romeo here? Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't love Zamir, and with Brees, I'm fine pushing it. So totally fine.
Yeah,
with
just
that.
continue to piss, and this sets up week 16 or week 17 with Addison and Dobbs too.
Yep. I'm going to look at my slow drafts because I think I might have just autoed some. I want to make sure I'm not.
I literally did that before I came in the studio. I had two that were, one was at 27, one was at 54, and one of them was a big dog. So I'm glad I checked.
Yeah,
because
nice.
I've had my
Oh shit! I'm on a big dog too. God damn it!
Yeah, that's.
I'm telling you, that internal clock that the Batch Bros talk about all the time, it fires. It's real. Just like, wait a minute, I might be on the clock, and I checked.
That seems healthy and sustainable.
Yeah.
Well, the worst part is like with co-managers because it's like,
yeah. Now you got to text somebody and be like, hey, we're OTC. This is what ADP looks like. Here's the aggregate of leg up and ETR ranks, and you got to click that and send a screenshot.
I don't do any of that shit. I go, here's who I'm queuing. Here's who it is. Say your piece, or I'm taking who I want.
You're much more direct co-manager.
Well, I've drafted 1,000. I will have drafted nearly 1,000 teams by the end of the summer, and my co-managers have drafted a fraction of that because they're healthy, well-adjusted people. So
okay.
I'm okay kind of dictating like tiers of things, especially in a draft where we're with fucking ship chasers in the room. Go ahead, Neil.
I was just we're gonna get canceled as non-ball knowers because we took Dobbs over Wicks.
I don't know, man. Dobbs
What if
might
we
be
get
running.
both, bitch?
Oh, we came so close to getting both right there. Titus Spears, I feel like there's kind of a tier break here, so I think that's my lean.
Did Corum go?
Oh, Dowdle's still here too.
Yeah, Dowdle's fine. Did Corum go?
Corum is not gone.
I am putting my thumb on the scale for Corum these days, given the whole Jordan Rodriguez.
Even as an RB2.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Hodge wasn't feeling it. I mean,
I'm sorry, man. That whole Jordan Rodriguez thing has got me adjusting.
Is it just because she talked to you like directly? It was like, oh man, I was part of this conversation, so I'm going to just lean into this.
Neil, that's disrespectful. I've talked to her 5 separate times since last year about players. I talked to her about Colby Parkinson months ago, and she was like, he's the starting tight end in like March. Everybody fucking clowned on me, and now he's the fucking starting tight end in 11 personnel and 12 personnel. So suck my ass. Everybody else, not Neil. So when she's saying my gut feeling is he's worked his way up the depth chart and has made them comfortable putting him at punt return because of his flexibility to offload Kyron, I'm adjusting from my stance, which was he's going to be like an every other like drive thing. Like I'm worried I'm underestimating his role in the offense. And if I'm doing that, his ADP's wrong. And I don't want to miss out on him, given that he's been a fade personally.
Okay.
But isn't the theory then that at best Blake is in a 50-50 versus like the whole point of drafting Corum was that if Kyron misses, I don't know. To me, that seems.
If Corum was given a 50-50, what do you think his ADP would be?
Where it is?
Right. So is he not different? Isn't he the same bet as Tajay, but on a much better backfield?
Well, I wouldn't even talk about that. Rico is the clear stone pick there.
And I think he might come back around.
Yeah, we might get lucky there. I don't know. I think the point is that none of us know anything, and we should probably just be taking the best value running back at that point. And I don't know who that was.
Tajay.
It was a Tajay. Yeah.
That's fair. And I put my thumb on the scale, and I'll take that.
Rico goes. Hodge, you were it was you who tweeted out that you'd be totally fine seeing Rico like 2 rounds earlier at one point. You were like, I think if you take him there, it's totally fine. I forget where it was at the time. But
he was 130, and I said I'm going to start clicking him at 120.
Yeah, and now he's like 118 is the ADP. So
yeah,
he's already one of my highest. I think he's my second highest exposed player after Khalil Herbert.
I'm still worried about like how how to trust him in critical downs, but I see the vision. I'm still just concerned.
Do we go Jerome Ford, Zach Charbonnet here? Do we want to go?
Zach is usually coming back around, but I don't mind stacking it up if y'all want to. Jerome, I don't mind, especially now that I'm fading Chubb. Ryan, do you have a lean?
Well, yeah, I would lean either Sharp or Zach here, or Sharp or Chandler, just to continue Minnesota.
I love
or
Chandler.
Seattle.
Yeah, I think Chandler's a smash pick.
Yeah. All right.
There you go. Arbitrage Tajay Spears or Rico Dowdle. I think Chandler and Rico aren't too dissimilar players, except we've seen more of a real workload from Chandler from this coaching staff, where they're only keeping 2 running backs right now, and this current coaching staff only entrusted Rico with 87 carries and 17 targets or something like that. So more work doesn't necessarily my one concern is a 4th-year running back where they said we're going to get him more work after they brought in Dalvin Cook. I'm just kind of what is that workload going to be? Is it going to be Rico's getting, 7 carries a game and Zeke is getting the goal line and the target? I still think there's a potential for this to still be annoying from a coaching staff trust standpoint because it's McCarthy and because it's Jerry.
Yeah, I'm throwing all of it out the window and I'm taking the better offense. It's flat out what my decision comes down to. That's all that I'm doing. That's all that I'm doing with Rico in that spot, is that if there's a chance that Rico sees a significant amount of workload in that offense is projected to score the 5th most points this year. But once again, whatever, they could score the 11th and it'll be we know nothing. This is all I do all draft season, to be okay, I see all this information that I have in front of me, so I'm going to make the best decision that I can based off of that. But at the end of the day,
we have modern day Socrates while we're doing a porn sketch. We have information, but we know nothing. And I'm I agree. And I end up these days, I'm ending up I'm swallowing the vitamin that feels like Rico, and just handcuffing him with a falling Zeke these days when it's available, because it's it's a shittier version of the Miami bet, right?
I'm not out on Zeke either because of all the reasons that I just said.
Yeah,
offense is projected to score the 5th total points. That week 17 matchup should be great with the Eagles. The pace should be through the roof. All of it just checks boxes. So I think people get so caught up on how well that they can evaluate a player, when in all actuality, these coaches make decisions that don't make sense.
For sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is why I'm worried about the Rico thing, because we have Mike McCarthy.
Agreed. I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying Sharps. Click.
Let's go.
We get 3 of the guys in the tier that we like. That feels good.
Yeah, especially after pissing for 7 rounds.
Well, and these 3 guys, the contingent value is real because these are dudes that could take the full workload if their guy misses time. And I don't think you could say that about every standalone role player. Jaleel McLaughlin's not getting all the work.
Correct.
I didn't see this. That's positive.
Nice.
Sees Rico as a 3-down back, and that's.
I wonder if that was part of the presser where he said he's removing him off some special teams. Did you see that presser?
Oh, I did not see that.
Yeah, he said he's going to limit his special teams work so he can handle more. Whatever. I miss exactly.
Say the word, Ryan. Say the word load.
Handle a bigger load. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll take that. So it sounds like we are Dowdle and I are Hodge and I are very much Dowdle pill. Dowdle and I. Yeah.
But you want to know
I would draft you on the Cowboys.
You want to know the real answer to that? I'm probably on Dowdle because subconsciously Pat Crane's been pumping Dowdle for 3 months. So
subconsciously, it's a propaganda campaign.
I mean, for me, I hear it in a podcast while I'm driving or whatever, and then all of a sudden I see Rico. Yeah,
it's hard to ignore. Yeah, he's a smart dude. I trust him on almost all the things. It's still fun to argue with him, just in case I'm right. And I'm
those are the types of guys. I think Levitan is an amazing player. I think there's for sure an edge to be had in fantasy football, whether it's DFS, best ball, or your home league stuff. If you actually have, we're on the clock, and then I'll finish my rant.
Here, I just put the whole quote from the presser in.
Do we like Algier here? I like Mason too. Herbert is my guy.
Are we interested in clicking what's Gino's ADP?
He'll go a little bit later.
Can we check the receiver tab real quick?
Yep, but we have 7 seconds.
On Jalil, McMillions.
All right, I'm down.
4-4. We pissed, but we didn't really get a rookie receiver we feel really good about, and I'm trying to leave my drafts with as many as I can.
We got to take Luke McCaffrey later.
God, that bet got so much moneyer with Noah Brown, didn't it? Though
I don't care. Yeah,
no, that's fair. Team nepotism always wins, and Luke McNepotism is the poster boy.
Yeah, it's true. I actually am only clicking Luke on Jaden teams as of the Noah Brown signing.
Yeah. Have you guys been clicking Noah Brown at all?
Yeah, I was clicking Noah Brown when he was a Houston Texan.
Oh, really? Yeah. Are you clicking John Mechie at all now?
I should, but I refuse.
I'm just not clicking Houston very often right now.
Okay.
I just I have an obscene amount of total site fees on Tank Dell, so I've just walked back my Houston. Tank Dell is my highest exposed player, period, across all drafts and in BBM. I also have the most fees on Tank Dell. So so I just okay, I'm gonna walk back Houston a smidge. And the only time I'm clicking Michi is with.
I wanted Mason there. I'd be fine going to Gino, get a quarterback locked up. As you know, I'm high on Herbert. I'd be fine taking him. What do you guys think? Here's ADP on the left.
We could take Fant.
Yeah, I mean, with Allen, I feel comfortable pushing, so I'm good with Khalil.
Khalil or Fant?
Khalil.
I agree with that. I'm very in on Khalil. So
we have Kincaid. We have an elite onesie
Yeah.
at both positions. I feel comfortable pushing it, considering how much we paid for both guys.
This does make it more likely that somebody at the turn just double clicks it. That's
Sure.
the downside there.
Gino Fant.
Yeah,
That's okay. We've got coverage.
yeah, we do.
Baker Mayfield, baby.
So why Khalil over a player like Bucky Irving?
I mean, I like Bucky Irving too. Was he there? I didn't see him there. Khalil, I've just been in on. We've seen that he is efficient on an NFL field. He's been efficient for years. His efficiency metrics are kind of almost elite, borderline elite. So on a good offense, I think that he has multiple outs. I think I'm not super into DeAndre Swift as a talent. I think Khalil Herbert is just legitimately better than DeAndre Swift. So I think he could just win out a bigger role. But I mean, the narrative has always been, the hope has always been that he actually gets traded and ends up on the Cowboys. That doesn't seem particularly likely at this point, but just betting on a good player who has outs to being a number one is all I'm doing there.
Especially on an offense that the OC and the head coach have talked about riding the hot hand and giving the guy that does the thing. And they've been really kind of low on Roshan this offseason, even before the injury. And
you guys see that both of our quarterbacks went?
Who are the quarterbacks available right now?
We could go Drake May late. Sam Darnold, Derek. Oh, do we have Minnesota?
Yeah, we have
Minnesota. We have Addison. Should we just do that?
That's fine. Yeah.
Get a guy.
184.
Where are we? Yeah, we're not that far from ADP.
It's fine. Yeah.
I mean, ADP after.
Take Naylor later too.
Yep. That was funny though. The guy on the turn, I don't think he has any correlation with either of these quarterbacks.
He started 3 running backs. He's living, brother.
Yeah, brother. He's vibing.
This team would have looked a lot sexier. He had it all set up for a Drake May, Lad McConkey bring back and just shit all over it.
Yep. Could have gone Bo Nix late. I mean, he had so many other outs.
Misfit, not a believer in rookie quarterbacks. You hate to see it.
Yeah.
How are you liking the leg up extension deal?
I'm loving it. Yeah, it's definitely saves me a lot of thought as I'm drafting. Just maybe throws out suggestions that maybe I haven't thought of previously. So yeah, I've been a big fan. Oh, and speaking of sacrilegious in chat, what's going on, Sac? This is number 147. So we're going to do 2 more tonight, save 1 for Pete tomorrow. I got to keep checking the fill rate.
Fill rate. It's at 95, I think, or just shy, right?
And it was at 93.5 at like 9 a.m.
Yeah. We joked about gay porn, and we've talked about loads, we've talked about fill rates, we've now talked about saving 1 for Daddy Pete. It's all come full circle.
That's right. All right. ADP on the left.
I'm good with finishing up tight end here with the guy that runs all the routes correlated with McMillan. Other than that, what do y'all want to do?
Fine with that. Yeah, we can just do that
with McMillan.
I think.
Cade.
Yeah, I think we probably need I think 2682 makes sense on this team.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about Colby Parkinson. I was like, what? He doesn't. What?
We could be done at wide receiver too.
We could. I like to give her. I don't mind some flexibility here with this build.
I actually don't want to be done at wide receiver. We went Josh and Dalton.
Yeah,
that's true.
4 or 5. So
yep.
Josh and Dalton with only 1 year 2 and only 1 rookie receiver. So like the ability to outkick becomes a little bit thinner over the full season, and we have a stacking partner in Naylor. So
yeah. Oh, 94.6. See, it's
it's chilling. It was 94.4 like an hour ago.
Yeah, we Gucci. Yeah. I'm saving my last number 69 for tomorrow night, so hopefully it makes it to happy hour.
Nice.
Indeed. I'm gonna do 69 with all my friends, just like I wanna.
Yeah. What a night.
Always dreamed of.
Tyler's ideal evening. 69ing with his friends. All together.
It's God's game. Oh, the motherfucker got Drake May right at ADP. That's annoying.
As his 3rd or 4th quarterback?
That's a good question.
I think quarterback.
Okay, 3rd.
Son of a bitch. Hold it on.
All right.
Tyler W, yes, at 7 Eastern. Or no.
Jalen.
Yeah, 7 Central.
What is Jalen's ADP?
Yeah, it's around then. I think it's like 201 or 202.
Jalen Naylor. Yeah, it's 210.
Okay. I'm really trying to put together how Leg Up is evaluating the ADP value relative to the boosting that they're doing with correlations.
Because it all, well, I mean, it
asking.
boosts the ranking too. The rookies get a bigger boost, especially early, is what I've noticed. So, like Malachi has been a not an ADP value, but a rookie, and so Malik Washington, another rookie.
He's also correlated too with Buffalo with us.
Also true.
Yeah, I'd say better than not 69ing, but worse than a lot of other stuff.
What's it worse than, Neil?
Just regular blowjob, sex. I don't know. Just
this is why Neil's filming.
You understand the premise of a 69. You're getting blown. That's not...
I understand. I understand that premise. I'm
Neil,
just saying,
not a fan of butthole.
I want to be able to focus on one thing at a time. That's all I'm saying.
Is that what a cop out? What an old man answer. Give me one thing at a time. God damn it! I gotta focus on.
I'm just saying. There are more pleasurable ways.
I don't want to yuck your yum, but Tyler, live a little, brother. And you pain me making me say that like I'm saying it to myself, but live
like
a little bit.
20 years ago, probably.
Jeez,
so, yeah, maybe in my opinion,
you don't like it.
Yeah. All right, Malik Washington, the suggestion. Colby Parkinson.
I think running back makes sense.
I like Will Shipley.
We did.
I'll do Shipley unless did Perine already go? I don't know where he's been going in drafts.
Yeah,
Perine.
Okay.
Could go Emmanuel Wilson.
Donta Foreman.
Sione Vaki, if you like him. All right,
at this point, take the guy who actually projects fine. I was more talking from just like an ownership standpoint. Some of these like I don't even really think Perine is like that great of a click. other than the ownership aspect.
Yes.
Like nobody was clicking him for
that is
months.
very, very false, Pat. Very false. I just want to be clear about that.
No, Neil.
I'm just opposed to the simultaneous nature. That's all I'm saying. All right.
Ryan, I tend to agree with you. He did look really solid though in a very similar setup. So if he's given more work, I think he's very good in that standpoint. But if he's splitting, yeah, you're right. The value is mostly in the ownership, which is why I was potentially tempted to take like a Cam Akers or a Foreman there, who are going less drafted because of two different injury things, and they might see a role. But I think Shipley, good player. I just worry about how much Sirianni loves Kenny Gainwell.
Gainwell, I know, me too.
that dude legit fucking loves him. He owns it. Lest we forget, Nick Sirianni owns a Kenneth Gainwell t-shirt and wears it to press conferences.
Is that a real thing?
I shit you not. And with that, folks, I do have to pull out of this threesome.
You do.
Everyone have a fantastic night. Ryan, finally great
Pleasure.
seeing you virtually face to face.
Yes,
All
sir,
right.
man. It was
Thank you,
good to
Tyler.
take it.
It has been a pleasure.
Catch you later. Good luck. And Neil, looking forward to number 150 as you get the torch handed off to you. And
Looking forward to number 69, Tyler.
Wait, Neil,
Good luck with yours.
Neil,
Yeah.
leave. Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind. You're fine. Do it. I was going to try and jump in one with you.
Oh, shit. I'll
How
be
many
doing
are
another
left?
one after that. Did you get in?
Is it Phil?
Are you
Okay,
in?
it is filled.
Are you in? Did you get in?
Okay. No, I didn't. I didn't even have the tab. I didn't even have the tab open. It's all good.
Oh shit. Yeah, sorry. I could have pulled out. Do one more for Tyler.
I didn't even see that you jumped. I didn't even see that you jumped in. I was saying about it, Emo.
Gotcha.
I was gonna rip one with you.
Yeah. I've been this has been the week of that. Like I've done all summer, I've been doing these drafts with guests and like everybody just drafts with me. Nobody, and then like just this week, everybody's like, I gotta get my drafts in. So they're on here with me, and then just like, nope, it's
That's exactly what I was doing.
Yeah. And,
but I didn't want to tell you to leave in case any of the viewers were trying to get in with you too. They're more important.
Wait. Brandon Ayuk to sign a 4-year, $120 million extension with the 49ers.
Cool. Glad he got paid. I think that was the most likely outcome ever since after the Pittsburgh debacle settled down. It was like, okay, he's just going to be a 49er.
I don't love it because I have not been buying the dip in the third round. So I'm like, shit. And I've been buying more Debo and Kittle. So I was kind of hoping for the trade. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I was still clicking. Did Kittle's ADP actually?
It's dropped. I think it is
significantly moved. Yeah. So like Kittle didn't really matter to me. I think he's always been right around like 64-ish, and I think that's kind of where he is.
Yeah.
Debo definitely shot up. Who are you trying to get more of here? Is who I'll default to at 105.
Oh, let's go Bijan. I like the I know you like Bijan. I mean, I normally go Justin Jefferson here, but no, let's get a
click it. We can do another hero.
Yeah.
I definitely I was clicking. So I absolutely like, typically I really do like the middle because obviously, like I want something in the early part, like a 1.1 or a 1.02, just so I can get the CMC Lamb, because I do think that they're so valuable and probably a significant, probably a good tier break ahead of the rest. But I am a Bijan fanboy, so I actually think he's in that tier. But from a smoothing of your exposure standpoint, like I just want to be real clear. I really liked clicking towards the 1-1 and the 1-2 because you could get Debo with you could get Ayuk with CMC again when he started going in that spot, and I was like, oh my gosh, like these are the teams that I want to build. Like Purdy, CMC, and Ayuk is just like, those are not a whole lot of people are going to have those. So I'm curious to see what his ADP ends up doing over the next few days. But I think the contest closes here by Monday, right? Like,
people have been speculating tomorrow night, probably.
Okay.
I think we have to factor in like there's going to be a push at the end. So like right now it's been moving about like I think 0.2 to 0.3% per hour, which would push it to I think like Saturday, Sunday. I don't know, but I do think
But
like
once it
we,
hits
we get
90,
to the point,
yeah,
like
that's
we're
fair.
heading.
Fair.
Yeah. So my guess is it closes tomorrow or Saturday.
Neil, what else were you entering? I know you've got 150 in BBM here, but were you playing any of the chows, like the $75, the $100, stuff like that?
Yes. Here, I'll show you. Got a little time before our picks. So drafts completed. 11 weekly winners, 52 super flex. Did some eliminator as far as like the regular season. Yeah, I did. I only have 1 bulldog, 3 Dalmatians, a bunch of other random shit.
Yeah.
Just whatever they dropped.
Clicking on your phone when you don't want to do a BBM.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like with streaming all these BBMs, it's like, well, I got to find something else to do when I'm not streaming.
When not streaming.
So, yeah, this is true. We've got bigger legs than Rudman for sure.
I don't know about that, man.
No. I'm sure Rudman has very jacked legs.
No, I know he does. That guy is an absolute monster.
Ayuk goes at 16 here, so that's a quick reaction.
There's the answer on the news, bro.
I feel like you should like let it play out a little bit, because you're still taking him ahead of what his ADP was before all the trade.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's just like super bullish on San Francisco, so
maybe he's been fading, so he wants to like get some exposure now. I don't know, but I was gonna say like let's push it, see if we can get him in the 3rd round. Like we're right around, probably not at 29 anymore, but
he would have had to have fallen a little bit for sure.
Yeah,
but no, it was super easy to get him at 24, 25.
Yeah. I don't have much cup, so I wouldn't be opposed to taking a cup share here. How do you feel about Cooper Kupp?
I'm not. I'm buying him pass, but just take him. Get your guy for sure.
All right. Like right at ADP.
Yeah, I'm a big like if he slides, I'm okay taking him. I just like. So I guess here's what it is. It's not that I'm necessarily out on Cooper Kupp, but I am without a doubt clicking Malik or Olave ahead of him. So like that's why I just don't end up with a lot of him. Like I think Chris Olave could end up with a really great season if Derek Carr could just play like average quarterback. And I don't think you have to worry. And like a little bit of positive like TD regression for Olave. Like I just think there's just a lot that can go right. So I don't know.
Yeah. All right. So we have Bijan, Cooper Kupp. A lot of solid options here. We'll see who Tim takes.
So Evans is probably one of my scariest fades because he just jams it down your throat every year.
He does, yeah. He's been a guy that I've faded like every year, and suddenly this year I'm like, maybe I'll buy a little bit, but
okay, good. Then I'll stop buying, because the second you start buying is the second that it goes the other way.
Do you like DK? Who do you like here? Let's see. Also by ADP too.
27. We're at 29. Yeah, I actually like clicking Seattle here. So DK. The schedule for Seattle, like Green Bay, Minnesota, and Chicago. And I don't know how much a believer you are in like just your playoff correlation versus just your week 17 correlation. So getting week 16 correlation, getting week 15 correlation, I think is super important. And Seattle, Chicago, and Minnesota all intertwined throughout week 16, 15, 16, and 17.
And Green Bay, I think.
And Green Bay. So like I love, and I think all of those offenses are great. Like all of them are I think have some underpriced players who you could see a return on. And there's also obviously some expensive guys in those offensive too. So like it's just a great way to get a lot of the board and capture upside in offenses and get a lot of correlation. So typically in tiebreakers like that, I'm just clicking based off of the construction, the roster. Like, okay, give me the guy who's in Seattle. You could tell me that JSN was good. The market had JSN in the third round at 29 and be like, okay, cool. I guess I'm clicking JSN because the market is pretty good at pricing these players. So
yeah.
I'm not saying I'm clicking JSN at 29. I'm gonna be real clear. I'm just saying the name doesn't matter in that tiebreaker spot to me.
Yep. I hear you. Responding, Neil says Ayuk's ADP was around like 17 or so most of the summer. I think taking him there is pretty reasonable. If you're doing one draft and Ayuk is your guy, yeah, he's probably not coming back to you at your next pick. So if you want to get him, yeah, I think it's reasonable. It's also just like if you're doing a bunch of drafts, I'm just saying I'd let him fall and see if he because I think he's where his ADP is now. He's still going to fall typically past where his ADP had been previously. So wouldn't be where I would click him in a big portfolio, but I'm also not like you and I. Hodge and I are both not super big player takes guys. We'll play the numbers games overall. So I would typically just rather let him fall a little bit past where his former ADP was.
Yeah. I just don't think it really adds up. I don't care where he was going 3 months ago. I do to be clear. I think it's important, but usually the other way when he was, let's say he was going 60 3 months ago, that's when I tend to care more. Like, oh, I'll probably stop clicking him a little less, but I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not saying it was an unreasonable click. Wouldn't have been my pick, but I've probably taken him at 16 before. So we're at 44. I don't buy a lot of Pittman, but this is pretty far. I guess it's not that far, a little bit past ADP.
Yeah, 6 spots. Gosh, dude, the Mahomes thing is so tricky here.
I know, because we could just get boxed out completely. What do you think?
I would click Terry or actually I would click Mahomes. I'd click Mahomes. Do it. Let's try it.
We're living here. We're living a little.
Let's try it. Your final BBM, let's try it. And here's the thing. The out with Hollywood Brown, I still think is very live.
Yeah.
Here. So, because we pick what 68. His ADP is 71. So, like, if we miss on Worthy, who is 55, 52, did he go up? I don't know where he is.
Let's see. I think it's been moving up.
Yeah, I think he might be closer to 50 than he is.
He's at 54. He's at 54 now.
54. So like that's close to. That's what I was thinking. That's pretty close. I wanted to live. I wanted to live just a smidge here.
We're just living a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
We could also, if Worthy goes, we might have a shot at Pickens for the bring back right away, and then get Hollywood the next potentially.
And I actually think clicking gosh, who's the one guy who survived? Sky Moore got cut, and
Kadarius Toney.
And Kadarius Toney got cut, and Ross got cut, and Justin Watson stayed, right? If I remember correctly, I'll double check. I'm telling you, 18th round Justin Watson, dude. Just click it. Did he make it?
He made it. Got our guy. Let's go.
We live and we do it.
That's right.
Fun times.
Juju Smith-Schuster signed there also. Are you doing any Juju?
Dude, give me Watson, bro.
That's probably the right call.
Yeah. But back to the ownership and like not the player take thing is like nobody's gonna have Juju on a Mahomes team, or very, very few people are gonna have Juju on a Mahomes team because that news came out not even a week ago, right? So it's like, okay, all things equal, what do I win when I'm right? I don't really care if I'm wrong on Juju Smith-Schuster or Ross. I care what happens when I'm right. And being right on Juju probably pays off a little bit more than being right on Watson. So take the Juju.
Yeah, that's a good call, I think. So we're in a good. We can even double stack with Hollywood at 77 potentially.
Yeah, I'm all for it. So my thought process there is like, I don't really want to click any of those guys. So let's just take the risk with Mahomes and see what happens.
Yep.
Knowing that we could just click Hollywood 6 spots ahead of ADP and not totally shoot ourselves in the foot.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And like you said, we do have outs in the 18th round if we like. Neither of us really wants to click on Juju, but it's something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. We did see. Man, I didn't see that front loaded for your 120 million. I didn't realize it was front loaded.
Way to get paid, man. I love when these guys get their bags, dude.
Yeah. I mean, for my bags, I don't love it because it's because I have not been buying the dip, and I've been buying the dips on the 49ers instead. So, but it's not the end of the world. Like,
dude, it's not. It doesn't matter, man. The CLV on some of that stuff, I think, is obviously important. I think getting Ayuk at 30 is way more of an important thing than you just buying Debo at a little bit more expensive. Like, it's not that big. You still have an electric player in Debo Samuel, like whatever, you know.
Yeah, true.
It's not like Debo got moved and your Purdy teams are just kind of dusted, you know.
That's the thing. Debo didn't move all that much. Like he did for a little while, moved up to like that 1-2 turn, but like he's been going mid-second. So that's where
I got bored. I got bored in a BBM last night. I took Nico Collins and Debo Samuel at the 1-2 turn because I was like, I'm so done clicking some of these other guys, and I'd been clicking A-Chain there at 13 for a while. I was like, I gotta stop.
Yeah, remind me, was it you who tweeted out that your favorite 1-2 turn was Garrett Wilson and H-N? Was that
and H-N? Yeah. Okay, I was like, I think there's a lot of sex to be had there, man. So I want it.
No, I think you're right about that.
Those two players are super fun.
Did Pitts go? Wait, Pitts went. Kittle's still there. Okay, I guess that makes sense. That is in accordance with ADP. Before Andrews, Andrews fell to 66. Damn.
Yeah, that's gnarly. And then Kittle went too.
Yeah. So Hollywood is a suggestion here. I think we can probably push it if we want to.
Push Hollywood because we already have.
Do you like JSN, Watson, Keon?
Yeah, I would take one of either JSN or Watson here. You have that off ADP, right? So go.
We have
go
DK, so we could go the double stack there.
The Geno, yeah.
I like that. Yeah, I sometimes I'm torn there. Where like we have the choice between stacking up with Metcalf or going with a Packers player and then having like multiple quarterback outs potentially.
Yeah. Well, the only reason that I didn't push hard for Watson is because we have Mahomes, so I'm not overly concerned about taking Love at 99 or whenever it is he goes. I can't remember his exact ADP. It actually might be like 90.
Yeah.
But I was also thinking Watson too, just because that is a week 15 correlation with DK.
Oh, good call.
I really, and maybe I'm wrong on doing this. Those are the edges that I want to take advantage of that I don't think the field is doing enough of. Like, give me the mini correlations in week 16 and week 17 where not enough of the field is even stacking their quarterbacks with an opposing with same team wide receiver, let alone opposing, right? So if I can get, for instance, JSN and Rome on the same team and they're just like smashing come week 11, 12, like how stoked are you going to be to have those two in a matchup in Chicago, against each other? Or Green Bay and Minnesota, it's Jordan Addison and Watson or Dobbs or whoever, and one of those, or just you take Justin Jefferson and one of those Green Bay receivers in the dome. Like, come on, man. Even though you don't have their quarterbacks, like that is a sick little mini to have a piece of.
Yeah, definitely. We might have a shot at. All right, I think Hollywood here is the play.
Yeah, dude, because that's past. Oh no, it's at. Oh, he's dropped even more.
Yeah,
I thought he was like a 70. I thought he was a 71 guy.
I am going to be cognizant of bye weeks now. We got Cooper Kupp, Xavier Worthy, and Hollywood Brown. So going forward.
So what? No week sixes, right? Those are
no week six. No week six wide receivers.
Okay.
Yep. I know you can upload or use ADP or upload your own rankings. I like to so I actually like to use the Sidekick this way where I have the leg up ranks and then I can see other rankings on the left. So this is the ETR rankings and the leg up rankings. I can kind of compare, take the better values. Yeah.
Ever since you started using, when did you start using Sidekick? Like a couple weeks ago?
Something like, I want to say maybe 3 weeks, month ago.
Do you think that's helped with your portfolio distribution of exposing you to players that you necessarily maybe weren't clicking?
Probably a little bit, although I've used leg up rankings, so like I feel
Ranks,
like a lot of
okay.
them
Yeah.
are like already. I'm taking a lot of the players that they like. I have a lot of Jalen Warren, but yeah, I think it has pushed up like my Jalen Polk. Like I think I previously I'm so like used to Jalen Polk being like a 140s player that like if I didn't have it right there, maybe I would still think of like not think to take him at 125. Whereas now it's always like he pops up and I'm like, yeah, I guess I can take Polk.
Yeah.
Are you using any kind of a draft helper?
Yeah, I use Easy Sheets.
Oh yeah, that's right. We've talked about
big fan of the sheets. Huge fan of the sheets. I was actually hopeful that me, Eric, and some other individuals would be able to do something, but I think we're going to go a different route. So
okay.
He had built something great, but we really want like a web application. And I just, anyways, I don't want to do too much live here. Yeah.
That's fair. Cool. Yeah, see, I've heard this argument about Ayuk that he doesn't have spike weeks like Debo and Kittle. I feel like he still can though. Like he has not historically, but like he's a good enough receiver that like just the fact that he has not historically, I feel like he still has those like 100-yard 2-touchdown games in his bag going forward. We just haven't seen it yet. How do you feel about that?
I'm pulling off my own bias here, but I had Brandon Ayuk ship a solid showdown slate for me based off of a spike week. So
really?
So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm talking like a 5-figure win. It wasn't anything crazy, but just like in some of the smaller $100 contests, like it was a Ayuk captain and oh gosh, who's the dusty tight end who plays opposite of Kelsey, not Wiley.
Noah Brown?
Noah Gray?
Noah Gray.
Noah Gray. Yeah. Oh, we're on the clock.
Jalen Warren is the perfect
is
run
he?
back for our Kansas City. Yeah, right.
Yeah. So I actually have Warren queued up over on my side here too.
Nice.
I think that's totally fine. Yeah, that's great.
Mostert's there too. We could have done that, but
with the
KC stuff,
Kansas City, yeah. Which this is how I prefer my Kansas City is with Najee or Jalen. I keep saying I'm not a player take guy, and then I have a player take. I'm not a Pittsburgh wide receiver guy in any way. I want none of them. I don't want Pickens. I don't want Freiermuth. I want nothing to do with any of that team other than Arthur Smith jamming the football down the opposing team's throat by running it. Like that's all that I want.
And I hope you're prepared for Cordero Patterson to just tuck us over and over.
I know, dude.
See, this is my thinking. Ayuk has never had over 30 points. He has had several over 23, and like it's one more touchdown. Like it's certainly within his range of outcomes to have those games. I think it hasn't happened yet. So I'm not concerned about that kind of historical data. It's just really small sample size. We know how talented he is in a great offense. We are looking good so far. Are you doing a BBM on your own or something else?
What?
That you're drafting on the side there?
Oh no, I have Easy Sheet up.
Oh, I see. I
have a sheet. I'm tracking our team in Easy Sheet. I didn't do it in the last draft, and I wasn't prepared for any of our picks, so I got it up just so I could. Yeah,
appreciate that. Yeah. So with the Easy Sheet, you have to like input what everybody takes as they go.
Yeah. No. I don't do what everyone takes. I do what I take.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. I just do what so it's not dynamic in the sense where like it obviously recognize. Well, here I'll talk about it in a second.
Okay. Chase Brown, Javonte Williams. Anybody you like here?
I'm fine with either or. Typically, I would take Javonte if we started wide receiver, and then if we start running back, I would take Chase. I just feel like Chase has a little bit more late season. Javonte is going to give you early production. I could be off on that feeling. So
Do you care about the bye weeks?
No. So do whatever you want to do.
All right. I'll go with your suggestion. If we went early running back with Bijan, so taking Chase for the later upside.
Yeah, I'm not, and that could be like this. I could be totally wrong on like a small micro. I could be wrong on what I think is like a micro edge or a micro take there, but like I imagine Javonte being better production-wise earlier in the season. I imagine Chase being better production-wise towards the tail end of the season. I think both of them have the option to be good all year long.
Throughout. Yeah.
So like to be real clear, but maybe that's like a weird bias that I have.
Yeah, it's funny. I do not think of them as being that kind of player archetype. I can see it though, of like Chase Brown, just wins out more of that role out of a 50-50, whereas Javonte has like a 60%, 65% role from the start. Would not be that shocking. So I can see where you're coming from.
Well, will Javonte ever have better than a 65% role?
No, but not many running backs do these days.
Yeah, but I think if Chase Brown could be elite, and he could be very good, right? So like, that's all that I just don't think we've seen enough opportunity of Chase Brown to really determine like. But I don't know, what was his college work like. This is one I don't look like JJ Zachariason does such an amazing job at his prospect stuff and looks at all the college workload, and I know Pat does an amazing job with like all the college workload. So maybe Chase Brown actually didn't handle a workload in college, but I feel like I remember somebody saying that he did.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that I've heard Davis say that on one of his streams, that
he can handle.
No,
a workload, right?
I've heard that. I've heard that. Before,
I'm remembering correctly then.
Yep.
So I don't like. Why can't Chase Brown be 73%? Which 8% is a massive difference at the running back position.
Yeah.
He got fed in college. Thank you, Neil.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. And he's looked so explosive in the times that we've seen him with the ball in his hand. I just like, yeah. I'll chase some of the later season production based off of how we started our running back room there.
Yeah. No, those two are the two that I always like when it comes up. Estime, Chase Brown. I'm like, I value them like the exact same, and then I just break the tie typically towards like bye week stuff. So this gives me a combo that I probably don't have. Chase Brown with Bijan, because I'm always breaking the tie there too. I'll take
the bye week
there. Yeah.
Although
I might have it just because sometimes Javonte isn't available and I can still get, but in general, probably don't have a ton of it.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna click 2 more running backs in this build.
Yeah.
So I'm not that worried about the buys. All right, 1-3-5-0. So this sets up, I think, regardless of what we do as a 3 tight end build. I've got plenty of late round tight end targets I think we can go after.
Nice.
Kansas City with the week 6 at quarterback. So that rules out
Darnold.
Cooper Kupp.
Yeah,
that rules out Stafford. No backdoors with Tua and Malik or like Jalen week 6.
Is telling us Lockett. I don't know if do we want the triple though?
No.
Yeah.
I also just don't want Tyler Lockett.
Dowdle is here. Corum is here. Sounds like you're a Dowdle guy more than a Corum guy, but do you want to?
Who do you need more exposure to?
Corum. I mean, Dowdle is my second highest exposed player.
Okay.
Overall.
I mean, yeah, we're getting Dowdle at ADP and we're taking Corum like 2 spots ahead, so I'm indifferent with the value. So take the Rams player, but it's week 6 if you care.
It's week 6, but we don't have that at running back at least.
Okay.
Yeah, that's tough because Dowdle is also moving up, so it's like I don't know who is more likely to fall back to us.
Neither we're gonna fall
to 125. Yeah, probably.
I don't think either we're gonna. Both of those guys are sexy clicks. I think to the general public and myself included. I like Dowdle, so I just think they get snapped up, which is why I'm so surprised that Worthy made it back to us at that spot.
Yeah,
I know that like is his ADP, but like I just feel like it's
moving up. Yeah,
that rolling average is moving. Yeah. There goes
the next pick. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, I think he is one of only 2 players that I have at least $1,000 invested in on underdog.
Nice.
It's just Herbert and Dowdle so far. Yeah, I mean he hasn't even done it yet, so I'm just speculating. I actually don't think that the range of outcomes is that different, but could be. I could be wrong about that. Just I believe in the talent with Ayuk.
All right, so we're 125. Is that what we're picking next?
Yep.
127.
125.
125. Thank you.
Polk will maybe be there. Trey Benson, kind of interesting.
Can I see? Yeah, thank you.
Any specific position?
We didn't take any San Francisco early, right? No. Okay.
Nope.
No, I think we could take a luxury pick here. If I'm being totally honest, I think I would lean wide receiver.
Okay.
Because I think we're probably only clicking one more running back with this build, based off current draft capital.
Gabe Davis, Mike Williams, Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, I mean ETR is pretty high on Davis. Like they rank him significantly ahead of his ADP, so I'm good with that. Or Brandon Cooks, your pick.
All right, we got Gabe Davis.
And I have too much of Mike Williams, so I'm always fine.
Okay.
Chilling on him towards the tail end. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh
shit.
I don't. What?
Autopilot. I just got an autopilot notice.
Oh, and a slow. Hopefully, it's like a $3 something random that you entered.
Yeah. Oh, it's on this one. Wait, go to draft.
No, go to the draft. It's telling you.
I see. Yeah. Shit. All right, I better figure that out. Is there an easy way to tell where you're on? Oh, here it is.
It'll
it is this one. It is in this
at
one.
The very bottom.
It's in this draft. It's in this draft. It says
No
I'm on
way.
autopilot. It's the BBM. It says that I have autopilot on. Okay, I just turned off. That's very strange.
That's weird.
I've made all these picks.
Yeah, I'd make sure, regardless of our next pick, that you at least have one in the queue. Do you have any positional limits set right now, like 2 quarterback max or anything?
I expanded those to okay. Not an issue.
Okay. If you let the clock run out on 2 consecutive picks, it happens now. That's an update. I'm all for that.
Me too.
That's sick. When did they push that?
But I thought that I had made at least one of those picks. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think we let both of them go down. I think you on the last one you moved Corum to the top of the queue and you let it take it.
Okay.
And I think on that one you just let it take it because he was in the queue.
Okay. All right. Good.
I think.
Good to know that things are working properly. As okay. But did I turn it off? Where do we see it here?
Yeah, you have it. See the little
I
autopilot.
see
Yeah.
Yep,
You're
good.
All right. What are we picking?
140.
40?
Yep.
I'm probably leaning. I don't think there's really like a whole lot of. I mean, we are taking 3 tight ends, so I think we can afford a Hawkinson here who has the potential of being a top 6, top 7 tight end. I mean, I highly doubt it, but it's just like it's there based off of. I feel like this is just like a player name, though. It's like, oh, TJ Hawkinson, he could be a top 5 tight end. It's like, why? Because he did it 3 years ago, you know?
Right. Yeah, that's what I struggle with Hawk. I mean, he was pretty good last year when he was healthy.
I'm not sold on him. Could definitely continue to be a red zone target though for Darnold. I don't know. This is where you need somebody like Zacharyson or somebody who actually studies this, who'd be like, well, actually, Sam Darnold targeted tight ends, at a 27% clip from within inside the 5-yard line. Something like that would be super helpful. But I don't mind that at a touchdown dependent site like underdog and a touchdown dependent position like tight end. So I'm probably would be fine there.
Zeke is here.
Sharp win. I was going to say we could just click Zach and be done at running back.
Right.
And if you want to balance up some of your Rico bags, I'm totally fine with Elliott here.
We also have the Freiermuth for the week 17 with the Chiefs.
I mean, we have Jalen. If you want to take Pat, I'm not going to talk you out of it. But like I said earlier, I don't like those pass catchers.
Yeah, I'm not super into it. Yeah, it could be done with. McLaughlin also gives us a week 17 stack option. Who do you like between these two?
I'm good with the Pat. Oh, too late. It's too late.
Oh shit! Yeah. All right.
I have to make my next. I'm good with the pass catching running like Jaleel in Denver.
Oh yeah. Yep.
But remember how many targets Elliott saw in
New England.
In New England, yeah, it blew everyone's mind.
Oh shit! What did I just do?
You went to the autopilot.
Yep.
Which is that because we let it run out again.
Yep. I didn't think it would do it with just one though. I thought it'd be multiple. Maybe because it was actually my third.
It was.
So,
it's our third. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
No, I'm really good with the Elliott click here, regardless of what anyone's opinion of him might be. Washed, old, roll. It's just like offense, maybe goal line work. We'll see.
Yeah.
But most importantly, the old balance off the Rico bags, dude. Let's get the hedge in there.
Yeah. That's good. That's a nice hedge for us.
Yeah. You want to take how many? We have one rookie wide receiver and Worthy.
Yep.
So you could go for rookie. Nope. Leggett went. I was going to say you could go for rookie production and Xavier.
We could go Hawk here.
I mean, yeah, Hawk is falling. We could go Gino here. Excuse me. We could go Fant here and then Gino at 164.
Yeah.
And then we're just onslaught with Seattle.
It's 20 picks. Do we care that it's 20 picks? I don't think I care that much.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh my, that's wild. That's too take Hawk. Yeah. Good call. There we go.
I got it with time too. I got it with a second left.
Pivot.
So we're killing. Yeah.
Fast finger. What was what's Overzet's like the finger warm ups or whatever that he was doing?
Yeah, exactly.
That was a good pivot. So that's the easy sheets have. Oh, I'm looking at this wrong. Never mind. This is my fault, not the easy sheets fault. But I saw Fant at the top of your queue, and then I saw my Seattle players over here. But I was looking at the wrong. Pivot field in the sheet. So that one's on me.
All right. Olave or London. I'm typically London over Olave. He has the higher ADP, but I'm pretty in on both. Are you so in on Olave that you have him over London?
I mean, I give you the straight up answer here. All contests across 353 drafts. Drake London, my third highest owned wide receiver at 17%.
Yep.
Chris Olave, my second highest owned receiver at 21%.
Oh, damn.
Wow. Tank Dell, my first highest owned receiver at 20%.
That's a lot. You got, how much do you say of London?
17.
Okay. So he's your third highest?
Third highest.
Gotcha.
Across all drafts, not BBM.
He also has the higher ADP though, so like a little bit tougher to get. Yeah.
I clicked early too in like June, July. Drake London was my 1-2. It was Garrett Wilson and Drake London. That was my 1-2 turn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get so dusted when Puka Nacua and Marvin Harrison is this year's CD Amon-Ra.
Oh, I would be
none of it.
I've been all in on it, but I'm nervous about it from a Puka standpoint, especially.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Pearsall, RIP.
Yeah, I think one of the last streams that we did was you like, no, I'm going to take Pearsall here just in case that Ayuk trade goes through.
Yeah, I've been doing it. I mean, not so much recently. I've been not playing the Pearsall part of it at least, but yeah.
You know, now that I think about it, I took a Purdy, Ayuk, and a big dog a week ago.
Ooh.
I didn't do very many of the big dogs. Sorry, I took a Purdy, Pearsall.
Oh no!
Yeah, you said ooh, and I was like, why?
Yeah.
I realized what I said. So now that I think I do actually think I wish the Ayuk trade would have gone through, even though it would have killed my Ayuk at 30 shares.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think either of these, because Henry will give us another quarterback out later.
Yeah, is New England's bye like week 14 or week 12?
Week 14.
It's not 6, right? That's what I'm making sure. Week 14. Cool. Because then we actually don't have an out with May if it was 6. So, super good.
Darnold is week 6 too.
Yeah, no, we can't. We can't do Darnold and Hawk. That was just a pure tight end click. So Fant here is the clear pick, and then I think Gino has an ADP of like 169 or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, which I'm saying like hopefully.
Would you do it in that order? Fant before Gino?
Well, I think if we take Fant, Gino's more likely to slide.
Yeah.
Especially considering the quarterback situation in front of us. I think most people have 2, but I could be wrong. I haven't really been paying attention to that, but I think most have 2.
So the guy that has Lockett has just 1.
Oh shit. Okay. So we're about to find out right here at the turn.
I mean, he's got a couple picks coming up.
That's what I'm saying. We're gonna find out right here.
Yeah.
Then yes, Gino definitely was the click, and then if we don't get the tight end, we don't get the tight end.
I should have checked before making the click, but whatever.
This is what happens when we stream though, because when I'm not streaming, I'm
of it.
I'm looking at that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Me too. It's easier on my phone too. I don't know. It's like, what are you gonna do?
I almost do like 0 phone drafting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's usually where I'm drafting.
The only time that I did phone drafts was for weekly winners because it's easy to do weekly winners on the phone.
Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot of the schedule memorized. Like straight.
Oh, really?
I know. Yeah, I mean, I know most of it just because I've done so many drafts, and so it's just like, yeah, okay, I know that Kansas City plays Houston, or it's Green Bay and Minnesota because that's something that I target, or I'm sorry, Kansas City plays Pittsburgh. Oh, he didn't take him.
He didn't take him.
Okay, come on.
Give it. Let us have our triple stack.
Twin Roberts.
All
there
right.
we go.
There we go.
Oh, we push the quarterback and it works out.
We're good.
That's two living a little in this draft, although the second one was an accidental live a little.
It was. All right, I'll read off our team. So we're at 2-5-6-2. Patrick Mahomes, Geno Smith at quarterback, Bijan Robinson, Jalen Warren, Chase Brown, Blake Corum, Zeke at running back, at wide receiver, Cooper Kupp, DK Metcalf, Xavier Worthy, JSN, Hollywood Brown, Gabe Davis, tight end, TJ Hawkinson, Noah Fant. So I think we need one more tight end, at least one more wide receiver. Could be done at running back.
Yeah, I would say maybe if like a running back that you thoroughly enjoy falls, but I feel like so many of those running backs are starting to go earlier. It's difficult to get them falling towards these rounds, right? Like Braylon Allen, the Marshawn Lloyds, although I guess Jalen Wright was always kind of like a 140 type of a guy, was it? Well, except for maybe in like June.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Neil Farley says, I would never do a weekly winners draft on my phone. I do other drafts on my phone. I'm totally the opposite because I don't need the schedule on my phone. I just need to queue up like, okay, I'm taking one elite quarterback here. I'm taking one elite tight end. And then I'm going to try and get as many of my bye weeks to be the same. And then I actually just use bye weeks as tiebreakers. I don't have to use correlation as tiebreakers. So I don't care what week 15, 16, 17 correlation is.
So I do it on my phone because I have other stuff on my screen. So when I'm doing weekly winners, that's the one where I'm drafting it on my phone, looking at what I have there, and then looking at other stuff on my screen, looking at the schedule on the screen. So it's funny. Okay. We're all kind of different. But I also, so that's I don't know if we've talked about weekly winners, but like I am very much like I'm looking at specific weeks that I'm trying to win. So I'm not doing the bye week stacking as like a big factor for me.
Oh, okay.
It ends up happening because I'm sometimes targeting weeks that have bye weeks, but
I would target teams. Like I started to target Arizona a lot. Like their schedule looks pretty tasty over the first 8 weeks. But then again, they could be total dust balls and it doesn't matter anyways. But I just feel like it was something to at least look into, and I just thought Arizona was appropriately priced. Well, I feel like Kyler was appropriately priced and can outperform his ADP pretty significantly.
I see some picks that I love here.
I'll let you rip it. I don't really have a strong take here after the Fant.
So samaje perine on a Mahomes team feels pretty fun. I also really like Juwan Johnson.
Huge Juwan Johnson truther, and this is probably where you take him with that, or you push him to one. We're picking 188.
No, we're picking 188 right now.
Yeah, then you take Juwan here if you want him for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Kate Otten there too, though. That's whatever. We're good.
I'm not buying Tampa Bay, man. Canales might be the real deal, and with him in Carolina, I've cooled off on Tampa Bay just in general. But I do get the Cade Otton is like just going to run a route on a significant amount of Baker's dropbacks. So like, then that's what you want in a tight end.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that was tough because I really want both of them, because I do think, like, man, if we do just envision Samaje Perine being Jerick McKinnon, then that stack is going to be pretty awesome.
I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
If we can do Samaje here.
But I think you're right that like Juwan was less likely to make it back probably at this point.
Well, also
they're both moving up. They're both moving up. Yeah. Also, yeah.
Structurally too. That's more what I was.
We don't really need a running back. Yeah, it's true. Oh, damn. Just got a very late Jordan Mason in a slow draft.
That's fun.
Yeah. It was super flex, so maybe not as late as I'm thinking, but.
Did you do all 150 weekly winners?
No, I only ended up doing 11 of them. I thought I had done more, to be honest with you, but it's one that I like.
Filled.
Yeah.
It filled fast. I got 25 in and all of a sudden it was filled. I was like, I should have started way earlier.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize how much I liked the format until about 5 drafts in. And then I was like focusing on BBMs. It was a good part of the season to start drafting. I wanted to get most of my stuff in earlier. And I was like, dude, I should have allocated a little bit more. Like, I would take 10 of my BBM teams off to have, another 20 weekly winners or whatever that math comes out to. And he comes back to us. So yeah, that's a strong running back room, dude.
Yeah. I'm digging this team, to be honest.
Did we draft the winner? Is that
what we just did? We drafted the winner here. Yeah. Very, very strong running back team. We got Mahomes triple stacked with Samaje Perine, Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown. We have the bring back Jalen Warren. We've got Geno triple stacked. I mean, this is all the correlation. We don't have any Chicago, I don't think.
No, there's no Chicago.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's totally fine because we have the Kansas City bring back. And I get the data shows the bring back is sharp, but like I'm definitely prioritizing the team stack before I'm prioritizing the bring back.
Yeah.
So I think we get a luxury pick here in the sense of
we might want
any wide receiver that we want. Yeah. Yep. Sorry. Luxury was not the right. I just meant we get to take whatever wide receiver we want. That's how I should have phrased it. Because we're definitely not clicking running back. We're definitely not clicking tight end. And I think Geno and Mahomes is totally fine for 2 quarterbacks.
Yep.
And we don't really have. There's nobody to take. Oh, I guess Carr. I guess you could take Carr with. The only time that I would ever consider a third quarterback here, and this is something that Crutches got me onto, because for the most of the season, I was 100% just like, nope. If I'm taking a quarterback within like the top 100 ADP, I'm just taking 2. I'm not doing it. But Crutches kind of brought up the point that taking another quarterback, so long as it's part of a stack as your third quarterback, gives you a really great out in week 17 for a potential ceiling case. Where I'd always thought of the floor of a third quarterback, never really that ceiling outcome with the run back. So
so I think we don't want Naylor because of the week 6. I do think we have 3 of them out of our 6. I'd rather get one more non-week 6.
Yeah, we already have Minnesota correlation for week 16 with Seattle with Hawkinson, so we're good there.
I'd be fine with Josh Reynolds, Jalen Hyatt. Not loving our options at wide receiver. Trey Tucker, a guy I often click pretty late.
There's not a whole lot of correlation for us to do here.
We could do a Noah Brown.
I think Noah Brown's super fun, dude. You want to talk about a spike week guy, but I just wonder how much was his spike week tied to the Houston offense?
Yeah, and probably a lot. But
Jaden Daniels running, yeah. I would do that. We don't have any Atlanta players, right? Oh, we do. Take that, Bijan. Take it.
Oh yeah. You're right.
Noah Brown, right. Washington, Atlanta. There we go. I thinking about that. That's great. Justin
nice.
Watson. Justin Watson would be a great pick. Dog vision, but
already have 3.
we're so stacked up in Kansas City. It's so unnecessary to do that.
Pat thinks we should have gone Reynolds. I mean, Reynolds seems pretty solid. As an 18th round pick, Josh Reynolds.
Nah, give me the Atlanta Washington correlation.
Yeah, I mean, we have the correlation. That's fun. Yeah. I mean, I think he's a fine 18th round pick, but
you gonna rip another one, or is this your last?
I believe I have one more to draft tonight. If you
double check that, some alarm is going off in my I don't know if you can hear that, but
I can. I could hear it a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna go turn that off. Okay. Read off the team for our audio listeners, and I'll be right back.
Yep. All right, I'll wait for this to finish and refresh. That was number 148. So we're going to do one more here tonight. That one we end up with Mahomes, Geno Smith, Bijan Robinson, Jalen Warren, Chase Brown, Blake Corum, Zeke Elliott, Samaje Perine, Cooper Kupp, DK Metcalf, Xavier Worthy, JSN, Hollywood Brown, Gabe Davis, Noah Brown, TJ Hawkinson, Noah Fant, and Jawan Johnson. Nice, solid-looking team for number 148. 2 more, one tonight, one tomorrow. This is fun. Getting there. Pretty close. They said it couldn't be done by a man over 40 years old. But we're doing it. We are doing it here. I'll give it a minute. I am in 3 season-long fantasy football drafts tonight, and I don't know when 2 of them start. I think one of them might start in the middle of this draft that we're in. This upcoming draft might start at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. I just was uninvited to my friend's house for a draft party. I've been excited about going. It's like, this is great timing. I'm going to end all of my drafts. Be 149 done, then go off to my friend's house for a party. We usually draft together at Buffalo Wild Wings, but my friend tried to throw a draft party this week, and apparently everybody has canceled except for me. We have one more. This will be 149 left to go here tonight. You good to hang for one more?
Oh yeah, as long as I can rip it with you.
Oh hell yeah! Are you going to draft against me?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get in the same room.
All right, let's get in. Jumping in now. You ready?
Yep. Oh come on! It says it's fetching my draft. I swear. Okay, I think. I got it. I got it. I got it.
One time. I get the 101.
Oh, am I going to be 112?
You're 111. I mean, that's kind of convenient from like competing against each other's standpoint. Like we don't have to.
That's fair. We don't have to worry about it.
I don't have to worry about you giving me bad advice.
Unbelievable. The 111. I'm glad some of the influencer 101s. One of us got it.
Yep. Thank God. 30 seconds left. Yeah, so I didn't do content on Weekly Winners. I had written up and done videos on it while I was at Stochastic last year, and my thinking has changed a little bit. So my thoughts here, I'm on my own, so I can just make my pick. I'll go CD. My thought on Weekly Winners is I am playing aggressively, so I'm not like I kind of think stacking bye weeks is, and this is I'm actually borrowing language from Michael Chang, a little bit playing defensively to just like try to stack your bye weeks. To me, you're in a field that's so big that just stacking bye weeks gives you like such a minimal edge. Like the rest of the weeks, like stack everybody in week 14. Like you probably have a couple more players available in other weeks, so it gives you an edge. My thought is I'd rather be aggressive and go after specific weeks, random weeks. Actually, I think the weeks that have more teams on bye probably makes sense to target those weeks. Try to win, one of those weeks, maybe one other week. So the way I like to do it is target specific weeks. I'm doing game stacks of those weeks, and then outside of game stacks, just trying to find players that are in great matchups. I wish I was better at that. So that is the downside to not really. I mean, it's hard to predict year over year which defenses are going to be bad. But I think if I were better at knowing which defenses would be bad against the run, against the pass, I would have more of an advantage there. But generally, my approach is targeting 2 to 3 teams in weekly winners, and then also. But I actually think that the bigger component of it, and this is it happens as a result of the way I play, is combinatorial ownership in weekly winners, more so than regular best ball. Like regular best ball, I think it's like cool. Neil says I'm frozen. Am I frozen right now? I don't know. Let me know if I'm frozen. I still see Hodge. I see okay. But in weekly winners, I think it's a much bigger deal early in the draft. So like I'm usually not reaching much in regular best ball, but weekly winners, I'm willing to reach quite a bit to get different combos that nobody else has in weekly winners. So that's generally my approach. Oh, Hodge, a man of his word, says that his favorite combo at the back end is Garrett Wilson, Devin Achane. We get to see it in person here. Good to see.
Yeah, we love it. Wilson falling to 11 instead of 10 is great.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Hodge, what is your general approach to weekly winners?
Going elite quarterback, elite tight end, taking one of those, taking 9 wide receivers and like 4 pushing running backs away the hell up, which I think is pretty common amongst people who are, playing a lot of volume. I don't necessarily want to. I didn't want to say the word sharps because I don't want to put myself in the sharp bucket.
That's always but like players who play a lot, volume players. But it's
volume players.
Typically, they are the sharps also. But
I think that was mostly my approach, and then I would use bye weeks as tiebreakers. So I really would try and push. A bunch of week 12, a bunch of week 14 buys because those were pretty easy to get. I'm just, you're coming up on the clock, so I'll talk to you about it in a second.
All right. I love doing the CD Devonta Smith thing. Mike Evans, I believe, is also, I forget what the correlation. I remember somebody early on was like, oh, that's a week 16 thing. I don't remember if it's with Dallas or with Philadelphia or if it's week 15, but I think that there is also some correlation there with Mike Evans with this trio.
16 in Dallas.
Okay. So yeah, we get the CeeDee Lamb with week 16 against Mike Evans, week 17 against Devonta Smith.
And this is literally my Mike Evans exposure. This is the only time I'm like, correlation, I'll click the guy.
Yeah.
It feels so brain dead and it feels so boring and so unsexy, but that's just how I'm drafting. It's like, I don't really like this guy, but he checks a couple boxes, roster construction and correlation wise. So here we go.
I mean, but it sounds like you're doing that less than I am because that is your only share of Mike Evans. And you so that's kind of a hard player take stand. Like,
wait, my only share of Mike Evans. Where is that coming from?
Didn't you just say that? I thought you just said this is my share of Mike Evans. Am I wrong?
No, I said that's about the only time I take Mike Evans.
Oh,
is
gotcha.
on those correlated roster construction.
Okay, I misunderstood.
I have the old comfy 5% blanket of Mike Evans. Yeah,
gotcha. Yeah. I mean that's me too. That it is unsexy. The sexier is to be like, I love this guy. I'm smashing this guy. He's gonna crush this year. Put out a list of like these are the hot takes that I truly believe are going to happen. I mean, I love those. I eat that shit up when people post those on Twitter.
Them. Garrett Wilson, Achane. Like I think that is like a Garrett Wilson's not a hot take, but I think pushing Achane up to the 1-2 is like unreasonable for sure from a portfolio management standpoint. But it's actually not that crazy if you're drafting 5 teams like most human beings. So
yeah, no, not crazy at all. Yeah, it's
if this guy falls, I actually despise taking him here because of my CLV on him, but I still
Rushy. Okay.
Yeah, I still just think it's like a good click too.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
But I was saying earlier in the show, like he's one of my best CLV guys because I have a ton of him in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, a ton is the wrong word. Oh my gosh. So I guess so, man. It just feels so donkey to be taking this guy, but I knew that this.
I don't think so. I honestly do not think so. I think it's totally fine. Like I generally fall into the camp of like we know things that people didn't know when they were drafting Rashee Rice in the 70s and 80s. So I'm very much like the team just
Sure.
draft the best team with the knowledge you have at the time. Like just I don't know. I don't worry about it. Which I'm not saying I'm right about that, but that's my approach at least. Like I kind of think like you just draft with the knowledge you have at the time and don't worry about what people
I
did
just think
before.
you have to be strategic about it too, though, right? Like, okay, so I have this Rashee Rice team where I'm going to go up against a bunch of Rashee Rice teams with, let's just call it an average ADP of 60. Why not?
Yeah.
Right? Like kind of split that difference between June and now. I think you have to be strategic. I think you have to be clicking
Jordan Mason.
Yeah, I think you have to be
team.
clicking Mason, Perine, stuff like that.
Yeah,
where it's like, how do I still make sure that this is different with that new information? Like, just because I have new information where I'm like, okay, I'm going to pass on Anthony Richardson because maybe they didn't look that good in the preseason, and I'm going to click Anthony Richardson because they didn't look that good in the preseason, and so their ADPs are all falling, so like I can get some value there. It's like you got to be strategic about the pick, which I guarantee I'm not a smart enough player to remember and do this whole draft while streaming, so. My CLD on this team is going to be the stone worst.
It's one of those like theoretically, this is what I think I should do when I take him, but honestly, I think Rashee Rice is a fine click still, late third.
I mean, Elliott was involved pass catching with Dak when Elliott was good, so I'm not really taking that as a Bailey Zappi being a check down king because Elliott caught balls in Dallas prior to Elliott being washed. So
right.
No, like Elliott's a totally serviceable pass catching back.
Oh, Josh Allen at 26 is interesting.
26?
Yep.
Hey, get your guy, D Jones.
Is that how you get a Dalton Kincaid share? Smart man. All right. I've gone 3 wide receivers. Hurt's not an option here. What do you? I mean, Lamar gone, so I'm less inclined to take Mark Andrews. Do you like Josh Jacobs, Amari Cooper, James Cook? Anybody?
No.
For my team, I mean, I hate this. I kind of think Josh Jacobs is a guy I want to get a little bit more to.
I might just click the running back who's like guaranteed volume, but every time I say that out loud, I go, that is the definition of a dead zone back, regardless of where you're taking him, regardless of what the new or non-existent dead zone might be this year relative to past years. But like, I'm drafting a guy because of volume. Like, why else are you taking Josh Jacobs?
Believe in the talent and the opportunity. I got to make another pick. How do you feel about? Terry McLaurin set up Jaden Daniels later.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah, that's actually on that last team where we did Mahomes. Terry was like the one guy who I was maybe going to pitch for if we didn't want to live a little with the Mahomes. So I totally like Terry.
Yeah.
Betting on the talent, is Josh Jacobs a talented running back?
Good point. Yeah, he's I'd say he's an above average, but not super talented. But it's like what's behind him, like Marshawn Lloyd, who's banged up. I guess Emmanuel Wilson could have some role. Yeah. So I don't have a ton of Josh Jacobs, so I don't really want to advocate too hard for Josh Jacobs. Right. Yeah. So
yes, that's what I was trying to get at. Is I just feel like Jacobs for me there is a pure smoothing of the exposure, which is so boring. Nobody watching this wants to be like, oh, look at these guys smoothing out their exposure. That's so sick.
Did you see the tweet that John Warner reposted today?
No.
Smooth man, 150 maxers, smooth brain, smooth exposures, Chads, get their guys and then go back to the gym or something like that. Draft 5 teams, get their guys, go back to the gym. It's like that's
so good.
Yeah.
59. I had Worthy queued. Wasn't expecting it. He goes at 50.
Ah, shit.
So now we gotta think a little bit. I didn't think he was gonna make it there. So I will.
Did Hollywood? I mean, do you take him here? I guess a little.
No, early. I don't. I'm not gonna click Hollywood here.
Yeah.
But I will be clicking Jaden Reed here. And I think over Calvin, don't need to worry about the quarterback stuff. Yeah, I'm just going to get some of that Green Bay stuff that I like. I actually typically lean towards whoever the cheaper Green Bay receiver is in these situations, which very often is just like never Jaden Reed.
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna smooth out my exposure. That's all these content and streams are gonna be over the last 48 hours.
Yeah. This is the most boring content you've ever seen.
Smoothing out their exposure. Okay, I
Streamers
actually am gonna take Calvin here. He might be a little dusty, but Tennessee could be super fun.
They could be. Did you see Neil Farley's exposure post where he posted his here's my exposures, and it's all like between 8 and 9%. Yeah. except for Devin Acham where he had like 2% or something like that. It was like,
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess to be fair, I did live a little bit at the 1-2 turn.
Yeah.
A little.
Yeah. Yeah, you've lived enough. You've lived enough for one stream, I think.
Yeah, nominal amount of living.
Yeah, this is I think that's a Pete Overzet line from one of the best ball videos. These streamers don't have player takes.
Oh, is it?
I think so. Listen, I have 25% Khalil Herbert, which I saw Nez's exposure today. I was like, shit, Nez has more in BBMs, has more Khalil Herbert. And he's like, my take a stand guy is Khalil Herbert. I was like, damn it. But I have a lot of other contests too. I've got over $1,000 there, so we're good.
All right, what are you doing here at 72 and 73?
I could go Christian Watson and give myself a third potential quarterback out at the next turn. I guess I have 2 picks to make. Is it too early to take Jake Ferguson at 73?
With CD?
Yeah.
Where does Dak? What's Dak's ADP? Did he get
like
pushed
right around 90? Right around 96, I think. Dax is 99 now.
What do you pick at 1, 24, 25?
Yeah, I pick again at 96, 97.
Okay. Then no, but I think you definitely need to prioritize that.
Prioritize.
I'm Dak at that pick.
Like, for sure. Yeah.
That's all that I was getting at. Like you're definitely just setting something up for sure.
Yeah.
But no, you could do it. Like I'm curious as to what that combination is. You know, with him having an ADP of 83 and you taking him 10 spots ahead, like obviously unique combos are way more. Okay, I was going to shut up if you were actually debating what you were going to do.
Oh,
obviously,
no.
Unique combos are, obviously player combos are way more unique when you get them past their ADP.
Yeah.
It's pulling guys up that far. It's like not that unique because I think a lot of people just end up doing it. That's how you're able to get those.
I think you're right.
So like, but I don't know. It still might be good, dude. I mean,
yeah. So I could have potentially pushed Ferguson, and like if Ferguson falls to 96, and I take Ferguson back there. Then I'm like, that's really.
And are you really disappointed if you just have Dak and CD without Ferguson? No. You'd hammer tight ends late, right? So yeah, I don't know. But I'm also such a CLV like truther. Like I don't really want to live a little, to be totally honest. Like, but I get so bored at the 1-2 turn. I'm just like, I gotta have some fun, man. I can't.
That turn, I agree.
These guys again.
You feel like you're funneled into Houston, Baltimore stuff, which I love. Obviously, Houston, Baltimore, but you kind of feel like at that 3-4 turn, I'm often picking like Diggs and Zay Flowers or something, and hoping that I don't know it's.
Yep. Same over and over. The amount of Zay Flowers at the 3-4 turn is stupid, dude.
Yeah. Jordan Love goes unstacked at 77. You and I both have Packers wide receiver.
Yeah.
RIP.
I wasn't as concerned with Mahomes, but just going Mahomes Love would have been fun for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the running back that I wanted did go. I would have liked Connor there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For some running back production. I will be taking Hollywood here, but I'm gonna milk this clock to think about my next few. Actually, I know who I'm taking it. ahead of ADP. Okay, so I'm going to take Brown there, and then I know who I'm taking at 86, so long as he's there.
Do you think Dirty Mike and the boys is actually 2 people? Or multiple people? Or do you think it's just Mike?
I hope so. Oh my god, dude.
Oh, he goes Dak.
That's brutal for you.
Jesus.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. I still have elite receiver, elite tight end, but that's a bad pick.
Man. I kind of want to take Aaron Jones, but this is like I said in the last stream, like this is how I prefer to do my Kansas City stacks is with a running back. But Aaron Jones was a couple picks past ADP there, and I think Aaron Jones, and no offense to your Josh Jacobs, are the same player, but Aaron Jones is like a billion picks cheaper.
I have a lot more Aaron Jones, so I'm not offended by that.
But I do think Ty Chandler is a little bit more talented and has a chance of taking some more of that workload sooner than like Marshawn Lloyd does to Josh Jacobs. Like the AJ Dillon thing, I think was a pretty big deal for Josh Jacobs. So
yeah, no, I mean it definitely, like, especially with Lloyd banged up. It's
yeah. No, I totally understand. Okay. Well, actually, never mind. I was gonna say, tell me what the difference is between Josh Jacobs and Devin Singletary, but the teams. I mean, you just answer that. You just answer that with the teams. But from a workload standpoint, like they're both going to be 80% of the snaps. See this? I'm going to get so roasted. Somebody's going to clip this and be like, oh, "This guy compared Singletary to Josh Jacobs."
Yeah, people watch these shows. Yeah. Man, I am in a bit of a hurt box though. If I can't get somebody that I need, because I set up very well for 3 different stacks, and I just need to get 2 out of 3 at this turn. I would just be done with quarterback. It would be beautiful from here on out. And then 2 of them went completely unstacked, well ahead of ADP. So
who's your third out?
I don't really want to say it just now.
Yeah. I'm just gonna look at your team.
Yeah. I mean, they can figure it out too if anybody is watching. So.
Oh yeah. I got it.
Yeah.
That would be nice though.
Yeah, at least get 1 of my 3 that I've set up, because otherwise I have like all of my receivers. I have 5 receivers, and I think
this Jones guy has an elite quarterback, so I doubt it. But you know,
he has Josh Allen, and he got Kincaid, so he's stacking. Oh, and he has Coleman.
We just saw Dak Prescott go naked 10 spots ahead of ADP. So you never know what these players are going to do.
And Jordan Love well ahead of ADP.
Yeah, Aaron Jones is still here. He has to snap take. Good for you, dude.
Yeah, we'll do that.
That makes up for the Dak thing for sure. You get your stack and you get Aaron Jones.
Yeah.
We'd
love to see that.
Did we miss something? Did he break his femur?
People don't like it. I mean, it's a potentially bad offense. So I think that's the concern with Aaron Jones is just But
that's a significant discount. That's almost was that 15, 16 spots?
Yeah, that was Aaron Jones. 82 ADP, so 15 spots.
Yeah, that makes a CLV move, baby.
Yeah.
Good karma.
It was a tough couple rounds before that, but then the turn ended up working out pretty well. That's right.
All right, what do you have going?
Yeah, I mean,
what?
Sorry, say that again.
Your build a 1.
Oh yeah. I'm at 1-2-5-1. So Jaden Daniels at quarterback, Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones at running back, CeeDee Lamb, Devonta Smith, Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin, Christian Watson at wide receiver, and then Jake Ferguson at tight end. Honestly, probably the way that went kind of saved me from myself, because I'm always inclined to just go like double click quarterback there and then see who falls at running back, and then it's like sometimes there's a lot of really shitty running backs that fall back, and like I can still work around this. So
nah, dude, that Aaron Jones thing is. Would you trade Dak for Aaron Jones?
On this team where I have Ferguson and CD Lamb, it's a tougher question, but yeah, I'd still probably prefer Aaron Jones there.
That's what I think you want the value, dude. You still have. It's not like CD and oh man, Javonte went, but that's okay. So we got Chase Brown. Yeah, I still think the value on Jones might be better than the correlation with Dak.
You think so?
Maybe. I'm sure the math says no, but I don't know, man. Like, what if? I mean, you want to tell yourself a story too. What if Dak isn't starting week 17? You know, like,
yeah.
So now you've got the Aaron Jones value, and you still have. Oh gosh, that guy picked so fast. I don't actually know what I want to do here. Oh yes, I do. Easy game.
I figured that was going to be the pick. Wasn't totally sure. I mean, the other factor that, like, it's harder to quantify, but it is a factor for me that I already have. I only have one more wide receiver with a quarterback out. So, like, the fact that it's already Devonta's gone, Jordan Love is gone, obviously. So, like, I needed Dak for, like, I don't know. I only have one more quarterback out right now with Mike Evans.
Yeah, but that's just right now, dude. Backstack with Drake May or
exactly.
Minnesota or something. You know, like, there's so many things. Yeah.
But it's like when you have, if Jaden Daniels would have gone before my pick. So yeah, I guess I got Jaden Daniels, so it doesn't matter. But so yeah, because I got Jaden Daniels,
yeah,
I think I prefer this.
You have the correlation.
Yeah. The Jordan Love guy gets Dontavian Wicks at 116. We shouldn't let him get that.
I wasn't about to take him at 110.
Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Nope. But yeah, the rest of the room, shame on them.
Yeah, shame on those guys.
What is that at Wicks' ADP too? No, it's past 112. Gosh,
yeah.
Wasn't Wicks like a 140 player?
He was like 150s prior to the draft.
Man.
Yeah. That was my guy. That's why I got 77% in rookies and sophomores.
Oh my goodness, get it.
Oh, but I can't do the week 14. That kind of sucks with the Polk because I've got Jaden Daniels. Rather go somewhere else at wide receiver, but I'll make it work.
I mean, you take 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah. I like Eckler with Jaden Daniels.
Yep, I think that's great.
Maybe Trey Benson here. I usually go Gus in this range.
I don't have a strong lean for you here.
All right. I'll do that.
I was clicking a lot of Trey Benson in June and July.
Me too.
A lot of it.
There's so much kind of negativity surrounding him that I've been kind of scared off. Which, you know, I've seen some of the sharp football take players being like, "Oh, who could have predicted that this was going to happen? That, you know, the rookie that it was all just noise." And I'm like, I guess you could have. Yeah. I couldn't have. I was like, "Oh shit, they're burying him."
Same. I don't know. Hopefully it comes back and works out.
Yeah. Reminder, if you've not subscribed to the YouTube channel, I am trying to get to 2,000 subs before the NFL season. That is next week, so we are pretty damn close. I think I'm at like 136 right now. Let's see, maybe not even 1937. All right, so we've picked up a few today, but got our work cut out for us trying to get to 2,000 by next week. If you would sub, I'd appreciate it. Like the video, comment, all that. Helpful.
You gonna pull the 24-hour live stream at 2K subs?
Oh hell no!
I know, man.
Yeah.
Those dudes are wild, man. I'll actually be on with Dog Pound.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna be in
Saturday and Sunday. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. No, thank you. That sounds so awful. I mean,
Yeah,
I
hard
streamed
pass.
for 11 hours a couple days ago, but it was like broken up into two parts, like two a days, and that's still it
Yeah.
was like a 5 hour and a 6 hours. Like, my God, I'm exhausted. I can't
Yeah,
imagine
man.
24 straight.
I mean, why you think professional poker players multi-tabling are addicted to Adderall?
Exactly. Yeah, you need that.
I'm gonna take a guy who you were looking at, I think, here, because I kind of want to catch up at wide
Oh, yeah.
receiver.
Love that
I went
pick.
3 straight running backs.
Also, a great pair in with Mahomes, if you can get that stack.
Mahomes and Polk?
Yeah. Or no, Mahomes and May.
May? Polk and May. You're just saying
the
my
combo of
quarterback. You're saying my
Patriots and
quarterback room. Yeah.
yeah,
Got
exactly.
it. Understood. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe did I use the word correlation? Maybe that's what threw you off.
I don't. I think no. You said pairing. You were good.
Okay.
Oh, this is actually. Oh no, I'm good here. All right, cool. Oh my gosh, bro, what happened to me?
You've been streaming too long now. This is your third hour streaming.
It's too many running backs.
Oh, do you have too many running backs?
No, I have 5. I'm fine.
Oh, you're good. Yeah.
I just usually don't have this many by now. Now I'm not clicking any of the Ray Davises or Perine. Actually,
Yeah.
I might still take Perine on this team with Mahomes or Bucky Irving or Braylon Allen. Like, it just kind of removes those guys who are all. I prefer those players relative to the wide receivers that are going in those spots. So I'm usually setting myself up for that. But yeah, I guess this is fine. This will give me some different exposures that I can go after here. Dude, I tweeted something. Actually, it was probably a while ago, but I said the worst part about drafting Devon A-Chain is that you cannot click Jalen Wright in the late rounds, and my mentions, dude, were just like, yes, you can. I just did it.
Yeah. Right. Still there. Yeah.
Okay.
That's funny.
Like, okay, I'm sorry. You shouldn't.
Right. Technically, you can. Yeah. Speaking of, where's he now? Oh, he is buried in those ranks. It's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, ETR has him ranked pretty low too.
Yeah. What happened there?
I think they probably have it right, dude. It's probably A-Chain and Mostert, and that's that. So
probably,
I think we all just get super attracted to a, Miami Mike running back, and it's like, yeah. Let me get that. What if? And I buy into it. I click him at 143 all the time. So
yeah. All right. Hawkinson gives me another quarterback out. Jordan Mason's there. Kind of want to go Jordan Mason. Is Baker going to make his way back to me?
I don't know. Where are you picking right now?
I'm at 145, so it would be just past ADP.
You have Mike. I would check the Godwin drafter.
Good thinking. Oh shit! There he is. Oh, he's Dak. He's the Dak guy. Dak and Goff.
Oh my gosh, do you have somebody queued? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go McMillian.
He's the Dak guy.
I mean,
so he's gonna take Baker with Dak and Goff.
No, because he doesn't care that he has Godwin. He has just like no concept of stacking, I think. And he's got 2 quarterbacks. He's just like, oh yeah, Dak and Goff. Those are solid NFL quarterbacks. That's what I want.
That's what I want. Every time I'm watching NFL channel, I always see their names and stats rolling at the bottom. They're always a top 10 quarterback on the week.
Yeah.
So this is one where I am still misreading the room on Drake May. I understand that his ADP has not like significantly shifted, but I do not feel like he's a true 191. Like,
No, you can't count on him
yeah,
there for sure.
yeah. And this is where it gets tough. Like, I guess 13, 14,
Yeah.
16. I guess, okay. Probably be fine there. No, I'm sorry. I'm not debating taking him now. I'm just curious. Like, can I really set up like a Pop Douglas here, or should I just wait and take May later? And if I can, then I just take Javon Baker with him instead, and not worry about Demario Douglas right now, which I probably think is a smarter. I don't want to get stuck with freaking Jalen Polk and Demario Douglas and no Drake May. That sounds awful.
I think you could take him here, to be honest. Like, I don't think there's anything so great that you like need, like he's a clear tier lower.
Oh, I'm gonna definitely click Leggett here and add
an out
a rookie
running back,
wide receiver.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, Xavier, because I think I just have Polk, right? Am I looking? Yeah. So that gives me 2 rookies.
Helps that he took Henry in a way, because that gives you one less like combo that somebody else is going to steal from you.
Yeah, I kind of see. This is where I just click Braylon Allen every time.
It's a good pick every time. I mean,
yeah, I actually think I'm just going to do that in this room, and then I'm done at running back. It's probably a little too much capital at running back, but I think it could be argued either way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I think that's too much capital at the running back position, considering my current wide receiver room, but we'll see if I can make up for it. I might push this and just go 2 tight ends, even though I don't have one already.
Oh, you don't have a tight end yet?
Mm-mm. That's why I wanted Hunter. I would have taken Hunter Henry over Demario Douglas as my first tight end, plus the Drake May pairing later.
Yeah.
Which is what threw me into the blender there, because I wasn't expecting Hunter Henry to go freaking 10 picks above his ADP or whatever to some
Dirty Mike is a wild card. You don't know.
Dirty Mike. Huge X factor in the room.
Is Hump Diddy going to go double? That's interesting. Hump Diddy goes Herbert and Pop Douglas. So maybe he is cognizant of buys and was just super confident he could get somebody to stack with Love, or cognizant of stacking.
Yeah, he has Demario Douglas, Justin Herbert. Does he have he
has Herbert and Love, so he's
yeah, he could take Chark later too.
Yeah,
DJ. You know, anytime I see a no badge doing like smart things, I'm like, somebody's alt, bro. Somebody's white drafting, trying to get an extra 150 in.
Yep. All right, this works out. So I'm definitely going Baker. And then do I go Kate Otten and close my tight end room, or do I go with the my favorite running back? I have 5 running backs already.
Yeah, but your first one was 4th round.
Yeah,
you can take a 6th. I think your capital's fine if you want a 6th. But you take Baker, and then
I've already got the double stack with Evans and McMillian.
Yeah, I don't think you need to add Kate Otten, but you also have a billion shares of Khalil. So like,
I need to be able to prove to people that I take
that you know ball. Yeah.
So I need to have somebody that I'm like, see, I have 25% of that one player. So I'll keep loading my bags there.
Ah, man. I get as soon as I get into the 20s, I'm just like, why? I'm not nearly as smart as I think I am. So I'm already more than double the field, and that is like perfect. So
I mean, they've been talking about Khalil Herbert getting cut. It was the narrative for a while. And that's the guy that I'm loading up on.
Keep clicking them.
Better take him.
Yeah. Oh, that's too good.
Actually, there was a little while. I think I tweeted about this, as I remember, is Rico Dowdle was like, "Oh, he's going to be fighting for scraps after."
Mhm.
Yeah, and it was like, "What?"
Yeah.
After Royce Freeman and Zeke. So it
Yeah,
was like
well,
my two top exposures are running backs that were right on the verge of getting cut, according to the beat writers.
teams are wild, man. Just like what was the logistics? Like why did the Browns let go of Donta and then re-sign him to 24 hours later? Like is that so they can move something around? Is that like is that like a
I don't
tax
understand it.
loophole?
I thought
Like
because
what
they
like
cut 4 quarterbacks too. So like, did they cut one of those quarterbacks and then I don't know.
all I know is that like in June, Donta Foreman was the easiest click for me personally. I'm not saying he wasn't an
I
easy
clicked him a
click.
ton in the 18th. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I was like, oh, June is when I was doing like all these $100 teams and like 3 max, like before I was really, worried about my BBM volume. I'm like, oh, Donta Foreman, that's a bag. Why?
Yeah. We are up to 1938 subscribers out of the 2,000 goal. Appreciate you guys. Only have probably one more stream on this channel before NFL season with Pete tomorrow. Should be fun. I see you're on the clock.
Yeah, I had it queued. I could not remember if this guy right here in front of me was the freaking Hunter Henry drafter or not.
Yeah. Oh,
and
yeah.
he was. So I was not letting the guy with Dak Prescott and Jared Goff getting Drake May. So I just had to make sure.
He had an unsacked Will Levis there.
That's what I don't know what this guy's doing, bro. So dude, I guess I'm gonna this is where like I'm just gonna default to the people who actually know what they're talking about and take my highest ranked player, which is Wandale.
So you're really going just two tight ends in
Yeah.
the 17th and 18th round. You're taking a stand.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, man. I mean, this position on average scores like 5.2 points. So we'll see if I can run hot here. The thing is that I'm gonna be stuck with like Zach Ertz and Dawson Knox. Like I'm gonna take these dust.
Fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna take these dust balls who I'm hoping are gonna play 10 games this year.
Yep.
Combined, so
yeah.
Because I know I'm not. Oh, actually, I hope Cade falls to you.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm keeping my fingers crossed for because that was the other one I was considering instead of Herbert at the last turn.
Has 2 tight ends, and I think he went early, dude. So there's no reason for this guy to take Cade on. Like 0 reason. He should absolutely be taking a wide receiver here with CMC on his team.
Oh, he's got 2.
Yeah, one of them was early capital. Perfect. Ooh. Bang. The perine. So there you go. There's Cade. And what was your first one? Oh, Jake. What are you doing?
I could be done here. At Yoshivas. I do like Yoshivas. I want to continue packing those bags a little bit.
All right.
I only have 6 receivers here. What do you think of that?
Oh, I would definitely. I think this room for you is either tight end or receiver. I'm definitely not adding a running back. So
I mean, Juwan Johnson is the other one, but I'll push Juwan Johnson down the draft board. I mean, it's probably not making it back to you.
No, being honest. Probably not at all.
But
I keep looking at these guys. This guy's got Njoku Goddard. Like he doesn't need a tight end. This guy's got Kelsey Schultz. He doesn't need a tight end. Oh, this guy only has Hawkinson. He's definitely taking.
Absolutely. He's taking 2 tight ends with his last 2.
Yeah. So he's gonna take the 2 that I want.
Yeah.
But
you get before
him,
his.
It's a bunch of 3.
Yeah.
And early capital. So like, I'm hopeful that I get one of these 2, and then I'm living.
Yep. Oh,
okay. Man. So there goes 1, which I expected.
Yep.
Him to take 1 tight end. Juwan is fine. Honestly, for me, it's probably a good thing that he took Juwan because I need early production right now too. I can't just count on late production at my tight end, and if he's gonna miss even 2 games to open up, Like
Yeah.
I don't. He's not on the pup, right? Like he's on practice. So like I didn't see him on the pup.
I'm pretty sure that's correct. Yeah. Yeah, it's not on the pup.
Oh, come on, big dog. Don't do it to me. You got early capital. Oh, he fucking did it to me.
Oh
He
God.
did it. He did me so.
That's what you
deep.
wanted? You wanted
Yeah, I wanted Colby, dude. He did me
that
so
sucks.
dirty. Oh my gosh. Okay, so oh no. Why did it just do that?
What? What did it do?
It autopiloted me.
Oh,
I mean,
seriously?
it's
You got-
fine,
Yeah.
but it definitely. I'm not on autopilot. It took those guys before I could even discuss what I was thinking
Huh.
through.
Very strange.
I'm totally. Look, I think all these are. I'm just glad. This is why I have positional limits set.
Yep.
Or else it would have taken a third quarterback for me, guaranteed, from a projection and ranking standpoint.
All right. Well, you're done, so you can help me make my last pick. So I'm
Yeah.
at 2-6-7-2. Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield at quarterback. At running back, Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones, Austin Eckler, Trey Benson, Jordan Mason, Khalil Herbert. Wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb, Devonta Smith, Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin, Christian Watson, Jalen McMillan, Andre Yoshevitz, and at tight end, Jake Ferguson and Kate Otten.
What did you say your structure was? 2-6.
2-6-7-2.
Who are your two tight ends? Otten and
Ferguson
what?
and Otten.
I mean,
Could add on another.
there's just not a whole lot of solid. Like if there was like an option at tight end that you were like, well, actually there is. No, I forgot who your quarterback was.
Yeah,
There for sure is.
That definitely makes sense.
Even if you're not into the dust ball, like
I'm not, but I'll do it with the correlation.
With the correlation, yeah. Who are the wide receivers available? Because I don't think you're taking another running back.
No, yeah, I think it's between those two positions. I could take Jalen Naylor. Trey Tucker, always a fine late option.
What's your correlation? Washington and who?
Washington
and Tampa Bay, which is Dallas and Tampa's Dallas and who?
So Jatavian Sanders, right? It would be the other option.
Yeah.
So either just tack on Zach Ertz.
I think he just I think he just takes some dusty Ertz and hope for 2 touchdowns within the first 6 weeks, and then Benson it probably starts to have a little bit more of a role.
Number 149 there.
Yeah, doggy. Super fun, man.
Yeah, this is really glad that you stayed on for so long.
Yeah, dude, of course, man. Always down to hang, and I got to get a few of these in too. So I was definitely more than happy to get on and rip a draft for sure.
Yeah, hell yeah. Well, you have to be top 5 in terms of people who join me for the most drafts. I think probably at this point, like this is like 3rd or 4th stream you join me on, and generally multiple. So yeah, we'll I'll keep you updated. Maybe I'll do posts like throughout the year. Like we're for people who I do have teams that are advancing. Like we're advancing this team, whatever.
Dude, that would actually be a super fun piece of content for you to just even do as well, like a week 15 advancement stream.
That would be kind of fun.
Or something like that. You put together a sheet, or even just go through on the stream or whatever it is, or even in like 13 or 14 as you start understanding, like, oh, this one's in first that I did with sacrilegious or whatever. So yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, hell yeah, that's a good idea.
Cool, man. Well, you got some season-long drafts you got to attend to, right?
I do. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, those are starting soon. So and I gotta eat too. Now that I'm not going to a party because my friend canceled his draft party, I gotta go find some food. So
you gotta fend for yourself.
Appreciate you, Hodge. So what do you have going on coming up? Do you want to give a shout here at Ryan Hodge on Twitter?
Yep.
Working on the solver. Anything else people should look out for?
Just check out everything that we're doing over at the solver. We got some really cool best ball stuff going on. If you are in the DFS streets, we have an amazing optimizer and an amazing DFS sim tool for the site of your choice. FanDuel, DraftKings, Draftsters. I mean, we support some of the Australian owner box up in Canada, so you name it. So wherever you're looking to get action down, we can support it. So yeah, check us out over at the solver.
And I know 4for4, one of the places I'm doing content for, has a deal with the solver. So I don't know what the packages look like exactly, but I do have a promo. So I posted before, but if you are thinking about signing up for 4for4 with the solver, reach out. I'll get you that promo code as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the cool thing with that is you don't have to worry about uploading CSVs of projections. All of our partners like 444 and Establish the Run, their projections just sync. So when Paulson makes an update over at 444, it hits the optimizer and the solver, and it even shows a little timestamp, so you know you're working with the latest and greatest.
Yeah, that is I love that feature where you just know that this is new. Yeah, for
Yeah.
DFS, that's clutch.
Definitely.
All right. Well, thank you again, Hodge. Thank you all for hanging out with us throughout this stream, throughout the summer. We're 149 done. One more tomorrow with Pete Overzet. So looking forward to that. Thanks, guys. Catch you later.